saw him pull out the Sophist boogie board and try and catch some waves and like do his Sophist surfing around, but he wasn't even very good at it.
Freaking dude, way to tie all those together, man. That was well done. The Sophist surfing on the what was it? The what board?
Boogie board.
That's
he wasn't even Sophist surfing. He pulled out the boogie board and tried to. Nope. Take a knee, sport. You might learn something.
I love a good spiral.
I mean, that's all they got, though. Come on, y'all.
Yeah, that wasn't
you guys.
good.
He was stuck trying to figure out what flat means. These retards.
That was just boring.
Yeah, I know. It's
come on, man.
That's beneath us at this point.
We need a better.
I hear somebody saying this. Did I hear somebody saying they were trying to catch a wave?
Sophist surfer thought that he was going to hop on a surfboard, but he pulled out a boogie board and then crashed right on the sand instead of getting anywhere at all.
The Sophist surfer. I love it, dude. It's so funny.
Are you still picking up road noise from me?
Only a little bit. Once in a while, it'll kind of bleed through.
I got my windows up, air conditioning on. Trying not to burp too much.
I don't know. It's just annoying that, like, man, we didn't even get into the technical arguments because he was stuck trying to figure out the difference between curved and flat.
It's not your fault that you couldn't get him to get out of his own brain.
Yeah.
He tripped over his own thoughts. Sorry, wait, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, listening to this server, I hear a lot of, I know you call it flat smacking or reality checking or whatever, but an argument side of how to go ahead and talk to somebody about a globe versus a level water surface planet or a plane, and I don't want to learn the tools to go ahead and win an argument with people. What I really want to do is get enough information and try to present it to people that I care about. So in the off chance that they might ask me a question about it, I'll know how to go ahead and answer realistically. But, as far as the wig snatching, I enjoy listening to it. But for me, I know that it's a level plane. I've measured it and discovered it, and that's all there is to it. So I'm not here just to reassure myself because of that. But it's great getting a lot of information and learning different ways that information is dispersed amongst other people.
You can practice your communication by wig snatching.
But wig snatching, yeah, you can. But like I said, I don't necessarily want to go ahead and win somebody in an argument or a debate, as I want to try to comfortably lead them to something. The main person being my wife, but anytime I even barely touch the situation, she gets spiraled to the max.
Weird. Most of our wives don't care. That's like the usual thing.
Yeah, she gets mad and says, "I don't care," and yells at me. And why does it matter? And I try to explain to her why it matters. She goes, "I don't care," but she obviously cares. Otherwise, she wouldn't be getting upset. So, I don't know whether she truly thinks that I'm crazy, and this husband who's been the provider and pretty much Mr. Fix It. Whenever anything needs to be done, I'm the one that does it, or figures out how to do it. And now all of a sudden, I've lost everything because I think the Earth is flat, and she tells me to go off the edge. So either that, or whether it's just the cognizant or that doesn't want to believe that she could have been taken, for so long. So I don't know. I'm too close to the subject to really try to figure out which it is. But man, I wish I could find, and I try. I try to find ways to bring it into the conversation. And when she starts to catch it, she gets pissed.
Yeah, man. I know how you feel. I was there with a shawty about flat Earth. I almost regret bringing it up at all, which is sad because deep down there's like the sweet core inside you that wants to share everything with someone that you love, and like you feel like there's nothing to hide. Why would I not tell you about this thing that I understand? But it's almost like better that I hadn't told her. Do you wish that you hadn't told her sometimes? Like, I mean, I don't know. So I've known some girls that are just like, nah, I can't handle it. Nope, can't do it. It's like, dude, all right, whatever, dude.
Well, the way it looks, if we were standing on railroad tracks and I heard a train whistle and saw a light coming, I wouldn't just jump off and leave her there. And I say, hey, look, hon, let's go.
Yeah.
And she wants to stay on the tracks.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's from a place of like care, where you're like, I want you to know, like, I want you to be in the know with me. I definitely understand that. I felt the same way when I went to share the information with my loved ones. Like, hey, you guys gotta hear about this. And yeah, it turns out kind of nasty sometimes.
Well, the one good thing, our son is married into a pretty big family. They have family events for Christmas, Thanksgiving, Easter, birthdays. Birthdays are big. And at one of these parties in the backyard, I was mentioning to my son's wife's brother about the moon being in the sky and just being partial, and we could see the sun and the moon at the same time. And I just said, man, what causes that shadow? And, he told me the sun being in between. I said, that's cool. But then I, reminded him about geometry. He goes, oh, yeah. How come we can't see half of that? And so that planted a seed, and he's been all in ever since. So she's kind of pissed off about that.
There you go.
How dare I bring another family member into this crazy foolishness?
Yeah, man, it's sad. She must not be very hip to like anything else, like 9/11. I'm guessing she's not really on that either.
You know what? I've been on that since 2001. When I first saw the buildings come down, I knew, and I told her that, and she goes, she never saw the controlled demolitions that I saw when they were rebuilding Las Vegas, 30 decades ago or more. They used controlled implosions, and they had a big show on TV. What do you call those things? Not a biography. Oh, shit. Anyway, a documentary. They had a documentary explaining on how, the guy that actually did it and laid down the charges and was talking about how his daughter works for him and she does some of this stuff. And it showed some of the controlled implosions. And so I know, I'm getting older, but I remember what I saw 30 years ago. And when I saw 9/11 happen, and actually it's been over 30 years ago, 9/11's been over 20 years ago, shit. But when I saw it happen, I said, there's no way, that building could come down instantaneously like that unless it was a controlled implosion. She, she says, but what can you do about it? What can it help? What can you do? And she, pretty much gave up on it. And I didn't think that much about it, but I always used to be into UFOs and life on other planets, and believing in all that kind of possibility of stuff. But nowadays, I want to take a look at everything and not believe it for a fact unless I can have some kind of proof. And that includes Captain Cook and his adventures. That includes what Admiral Byrd saw. And when I was a teenager, I read a book by Robert A. Heinlein. It was called Stranger in a Strange Land. And he had a series of books. One of them was also called Stormship Troopers. They made a movie about that. It wasn't anywhere near as good as the book. But Stranger in a Strange Land was a story about a character by the name of Valentine Michael Smith, who was born on the planet Mars. His parents were astronauts. They went to Mars, had a baby, and he ended up growing up there. The Martians raised him after his parents died. And then he eventually came back to Earth, and he was kind of like a Christ, Antichrist type figure that came back. But anyway, the long story short, that series of books was written by, I forget, I think he was a general or an admiral. He was pretty high up in the service. And so he wrote that whole series of books. And they started off around in the 40s someplace, I think. And as far as, the whole deal with propaganda and stuff like that, and NASA and all that kind of stuff, I look back on that now and I think, wow, I wonder if that's just a coincidence. I know. I'm 24 hours late. It's not Sunday. So did I get cut off, or is everybody's jaw just dropped?
I think everyone's jaw just dropped.
Oh, we heard you. I got really disgusted. I saw the interview with David Weiss, where he was on with Alex Jones and a few other people, and I got really disgusted by that. Like, Alex Jones really is a fucking shill. He really is, man.
What did he say?
Wow, he was just making fun of him the whole time. Like, he was just doing the same thing they do, like the Globers do. Like, just constantly making fun of him and, like, just making jokes about it. And, you know, and it was just very, like, you could tell every time he would almost make a point, like a really good point, boom, interrupted. And that was, like, throughout the whole thing. So it was really bad.
Alex Jones, yeah, he went on. Remember when he went on Rogan with Eddie, and he was wearing that NASA shirt? I was like, man, this fool. He must have some handlers or something, dude.
Yeah, man. Now that I think back, I've seen a lot of them with him. I think he's like the guy who he'll make something sound crazy, and like, I don't know, like he just.
So I thought all the press lately about Alex Jones and getting sued for, I don't know, $1 million, whatever it was. I thought that would have pretty much taken him out of the limelight.
Yeah, wasn't he being charged like $1 billion or something like that?
Hey, that's them pulling
Yeah,
the reins on him. They're tightening the reins on him. That leash. Boy, you better listen. No wonder why he's going against Flat Earth and stuff all of a sudden.
Well, you think about what he gets, you know, like the ridicule he already gets for conspiracy theories that he brings up and mentions, and now they can say, well, even Alex Jones doesn't think the Earth is flat.
Right.
Yeah, so yeah, that's exactly what he did. So now everyone's like, "Whoa, that must be even crazier if Alex Jones doesn't believe in it."
Perfect.
Well, Alex Jones and Eddie Bravo have been head to head against that. They've got a history going back, don't they?
Something, yeah.
I've got some old audio of Eddie Bravo and Alex Jones talking about that. So I think it was on one of the music videos I've got.
I think there's only two things that YouTube. I think there's only two things that YouTube puts warnings for, and I think it's about 2020 and Flat Earth. I think that's it. I don't know if there's anything else.
And there's all sorts of people complaining about the algorithm, YouTube's algorithm. It's not just Flat Earth.
Well, I don't know. I think it's interesting that Twitter was full of Flat Earth, not Twitter, what's that other one? TikTok stuff. And that was the highest rating search that they had. And then not too long after that, they started saying on the news about how TikTok is a Chinese-owned company, and they're stealing information, and we may not let them use it anymore, and thinking about cutting it off. And then now all of a sudden they have a spy balloon that's flying over. And so just like they went ahead and broke the algorithms for flat Earth, I think they're trying to go ahead and. Not that I TikTok.
Did you all see the comparison of what TikTok looks like in China compared to in the West?
Well, no. What I was saying is the amount of people and the common search terms on TikTok, flat Earth was by far outranking any other search. And I think that because TikTok is a Chinese company, and because they want the U.S. wants to put a hush on flat Earth, I think that it's possible they could be using that as an excuse to silence TikTok, just like they tried to silence YouTube when it comes to flat Earth.
Well,
That makes sense.
They've just passed a law or something in Australia. All Australian government employees are prohibited from using TikTok on their mobile devices, at least at their workplace.
So I don't know about Australia, but the United States used to have what was called freedom of speech. And I think you're pretty much free to say anything you want as long as it's in their vocabulary.
Yeah, but TikTok is privately owned. They can dictate what's free and what's not.
But apparently TikTok in China is very different to TikTok in the West. And so I saw this video where they showed a comparison. So Chinese TikToks, posts about kids graduating school and the mother bringing home the baby born and just like nice things, and then they compared it to TikTok in the West where it's like people falling downstairs and getting pies in the face and just ridiculous stuff. Like China
as it is,
trying to encourage that.
Yeah, as funny
Sorry.
as it is, I think one of the top searched, one of the top viewed things in the China version of TikTok is being an astronaut, which I thought was kind of funny.
Was what, sorry?
Being an astronaut.
Oh, right. Yeah.
But yeah, China's TikTok is educational. Over here, it's like people twerking.
Yeah, it's a mockery. Yeah, and there's the speculation that China is encouraging that the algorithm for the Western TikTok is different for the Chinese TikTok, so that it encouraging the West encourages the silliness and the mockery and stuff, and makes the Western world look dumb.
Yeah, it's like there's so much misinformation about everything and like just so much censorship that it's like it's really hard to bring out the truth about flat Earth.
So if you pile all that other, stupidity and mockery and stuff, and well, okay, so flat Earth just gets put into that category with all the rest of the garbage on TikTok, right? So TikTok's not going to have, in the West, isn't going to have that reputation as a...
Sorry about that. What were you saying? I was switching to my PC.
I'm just saying that, with all the stupidness and silliness going on TikTok, and then Flat Earth blows up on there, it's just going to get categorized into that. Like, TikTok is not going to have like this it's not going to be considered a reputable source, or, oh, you got that off TikTok, did you? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's going
Well, that's the same thing with Flat Earth. That's the same thing with Flat Earth. Oh, you read that on the internet, so, take it with a grain of salt. But look what happened with the internet and YouTube. Now, TikTok is the next generation. The kids nowadays, they don't spend as much time, like on forums and chat rooms and stuff like that. But on TikTok, anything where it's, just like an instant gratification thing, not go into depth, but just see something for a few seconds and I'm happily entertained. That's where the kids are at nowadays. So get to the kids, and that's a problem. And if the main things the kids are all talking about is Flat Earth, that could be a problem. Not for me, not for you, but for people that would rather suppress the truth. And once again, that's a speculation. Maybe it's just a coincidence. But, the fact of the matter, I've got grandkids and they're all on TikTok all the time. Did I go silent?
No, you're good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm here right in the middle of downtown LA between a whole bunch of real tall buildings. Taller than the ice wall. my concrete wall's here. And it still looks flat.
Yeah, we're just an amoeba,
Yeah, so I used to work in this area once upon a time, and on a real tall building. And on my lunch break, I'd take my guitar, and I'd go sit up on the roof on the helicopter pad and play my guitar. Just have some nice solitude and look around at all the concrete jungle. I missed that job kind of. I got to do a lot more creative stuff. Did graphic design, web design, photography, animations, video productions, commercial type stuff.
This last guy that was on here, I was a little upset that nobody asked him like the authority question, like if you measure something and the authority tells you something different, who do you believe? I can't, because that you can kind of like tell right off the bat like what kind of person you're dealing with just by asking him that.
Well, I heard you guys talking about him. I think I might have missed the actual conversation.
Because at least if they answer, well, I believe myself, I believe my own measurement, at least from there you can kind of get like a more honest debate going.
Well, I don't know about anybody else, but I was told that the Earth is supposed to have a curvature of 8 inches per mile squared. So I went out and I tested it for myself, and I was able to see about 10 miles with no drop. Definitely see 6 miles with no drop. And so do I believe what I measured or what I was told? I'm going to believe what I can see. And I used to work for this one guy once upon a time, and his favorite saying was, believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. And I never used to really understand why he said that then, but I sure do now. So as far as that joker that said, so what did he say? He didn't know who he would trust, or he would still trust whoever told him what his measurement didn't tell him?
Basically, he would measure something in front of him, right? He'd get the measurement, okay? It's accurate. But then a scientist or somebody of authority would tell him, no, you're wrong. That measurement's not right. But he's measuring it and it's right. But just because he's authority, he has to believe the authority, even though his eyes are his own eyes are telling him that the scientist is wrong.
So is his measuring device inaccurate that he took his judgment with, or does he not know how to count, or how could he not agree with the scientists?
No, you don't get what I'm saying. I guess I'm not explaining.
No, I do. I'm sorry. I'm in heavy traffic right now. I'm trying to think of the right way to say it while watching out, not hitting people running in and out of the street here, and turning left here at the last minute. No, what I'm saying is he'd say that he'd have to go with a scientist. So what I would ask him is, well, if you measured it and it says this, why wouldn't you believe this? Was there a problem with your measuring device? Or do you not know how to count? How come you came up with something different than the scientist? And let him try to figure that out.
It's because he appeals to authority. I mean, that's all it is. Like, the authority says so.
I'd bet $1 to a dime he didn't ask no scientist. That's just something he came up with. What scientist did he ask?
No, it was a hypothetical. It was a hypothetical.
Yeah, there's a scientist.
I would ask him what's a scientist.
Wait, you just look up the word scientist in the phone book. Well, where's the scientist? I'll ask him. That's bullshit.
Yeah, but that's a misnomer, though, isn't it? Because you're only a scientist while you're, changing your independent variable, and after that and before that, you're not a scientist. It's a misnomer.
Like, for example, they said if you've got a glass cup in your hand, right? And you have a glass cup in your hand, but then the authority tells you, whatever it is, scientists, whoever, tells you, no, you don't have a glass cup in your hand. Who are you going to believe? And he's like, well, I'm going to believe the authority. I don't have a glass cup in my hand.
Oh, see? That's just a zealot right there.
But that's what he was. That's exactly what he was. And I think he was a troll too, but whatever.
Yeah, most likely. But the thing about all this bendy light stuff, that's all a bunch of bullshit too. Light doesn't bend around the curve. It doesn't change the horizon. It doesn't bring it up over the curve. That's all a big lie, and they just stand by it. They swear by it, but it's just not true. Because like you said, the other gentleman just a minute ago said he went and saw it at something 10 miles away and then 6 miles away, and he didn't see those things because light was bending up over the curve. That is not what refraction does. The only way that terrestrial refraction bends light is when there's two separate mediums, and it has to be completely separate medium. It can't be air and then more air or more dense air or whatever. It can't be just different mediums of air. That does not bend light. It refracts it, and it just spreads it out. It makes it blurry. It makes it so you don't see as much of the picture. That's what refraction does. If you look up on all the refraction experiments online, look it up on YouTube, it says it deflects it and reflects the light in all directions. It doesn't say that it bends it down every time, all the time, like clockwork. That's not true. And it's just something that they're all sticking to for whatever reason, because they got people like Mick West and these people that they think are McToon and all these complete just zealot morons that they believe, and it's just not true. And I don't know what it's going to take for people to finally realize you can trust your eyes. You can actually go out and see something 10 miles away. It's not because it's coming up over the curve of the earth. That's just not true. You're seeing it because you see it, and that's all there is to it. And I don't know how you can help these people. I don't know if there's even help for them, and I don't even really care at this point. They're going to think that, they're going to stick to that, and I don't really have any time for them. I don't have time to discuss that sort of stuff with people like that, because I'm not going to argue about a lie. I'm not going to argue when there's no argument to be had. It's ridiculous. The whole thing has gotten to be totally ridiculous at this point. And I just think that we should all stick to our guns and just tell them, no, you're lying, and that's it. And if they just want to continue on, just get rid of them. Don't sit and listen to it. Give them a platform to preach lies, That's my opinion anyway. I mean, that's one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard, what you just said a minute ago, holding the glass in my hand. And if the scientist tells me, no, I'm not holding a glass in my hand, I'm going to believe him. I mean, that's laughable. It's ridiculous. It's like, you got to be kidding me. You know, if you're holding the glass in your hand, you're holding the glass in your hand. You don't need some scientist telling you that you're not, because oh boy, things are getting really weird out there. I'm telling you what. When people start saying stuff like that, it's time just to push the delete button. That's my opinion. Sorry, see ya. Don't have time for this kind of garbage. Didn't entertain that kind of bullshit. That's ridiculous.
Well, if you're a globalist, you kind of have to believe in fiction, right? So you got to kind of...
I don't think so. I don't think you have to believe in anything that's not true. So, you know, if you want to believe just because you're a globalist, you think you have to believe it, I don't know where that comes from. I mean, you know, you have to believe what's true. You don't have to believe anything but what's true. And if you can't, you know, provide the truth, if they can't provide the truth to you, provide it yourself. You know, you don't have to believe in anything that's not true, period. That's all there is to it. People need to stop believing lies. Besides that, observations, like holding the glass in your hand, an observation and looking down the street, that's not science. that's not the definition of science. So that people are just mixed up. I mean, it's science. No, it's not. That's not what science is. That's an observation. And that's all it is. And you can trust your eyes. How do you think people survived all this time? Because we don't trust our eyes? How do people land airplanes? How do they drive cars? How do they? No, your eyes can be trusted. Otherwise, there'd be dead people laying all over the place. There was all this, you know, misinformation coming in from, you know, bending light, shit appearing up over curves that wasn't there. They'd be swerving out of the way of shit that wasn't there. I mean, it's just stupid. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
I mean, I don't think it's that they don't believe their eyes. I think it's that they believe the authority more than they do themselves. And so that's just all it is. I guess that's kind of like the same thing, so.
So I tried to turn my mic off at a stoplight. I'm not sure if it's still on. Not sure if you can hear me going over a paved road right here. It's got little grading. I would forget what you call it, little grooves on there to get good traction.
All right. Well, when we get these quiet moments like this, I start going through my archives of little clips and stuff that I've been saving. I always tell you guys to, get the screen recorder out if you were watching a video or some advertisement come across your feed. It just gives you the subtle hint at flat Earth or one of these topics that we get into. You got to record it. So I have stuff like this saved, and I don't go through it all that time. But when we have these quiet moments, I'll go through and check out what I have. And I just found something, so I'll go ahead and play it. Give me just a moment here. It's brilliant, man. I don't know who came up with the term mind virus, but I think it's very good. There is a mind virus that is spread amongst the masses. So even though the topic doesn't have to be flat Earth, you can still hear the virus creeping through. Like, oh, that would be a glober if they were in here. So here, let me play the clip. 25 seconds. Okay, so the context is how people will punt things into the conversation that they do not understand. Gravity, refraction, these types of things. They'll just punt it right into the conversation without having any clue what it really means. They're just using buzzwords.
Okay, do you guys know what misogyny means?
Yes.
What does misogyny mean?
I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but I know what it means.
What does it mean?
I'm not like good at it.
Okay.
All right.
I
So,
know I'm not like good at
anyway.
explaining. Like.
Lauren, you want the
Okay.
definition? Sure.
It-
Show for the chat. You know what? Fuck it, Lauren.
No,
Fuck it.
you're right. I
Sorry,
don't have a
Lauren,
thesaurus.
I'm doing it for the chat.
You guys.
Did you hear at the very end? I don't have a thesaurus. She didn't even know, dude. Oh my god! You shouldn't try to sound,
You know what's funny? I live in Miami, and so I haven't met. I haven't met these guys though, but I've noticed that a lot where women here in Miami are very well. They're not that smart.
Yeah.
And they're very hypergamous. I've noticed that. Like I went to my last experience. It was like a few months ago. I was at Pet Supermarket, and I was just getting some stuff for my my fish tank, and so there's this girl there, and she was pretty. She was really pretty. And I went up to her and I started talking to her, and I could tell like she had no interest in me. Like she wasn't interested. Like I could tell.
Yeah.
And so I just said, fuck it, whatever. So I told her, I need you to help me with the fish, that I want to get. And she's getting the fish and stuff, and then we start talking again, and I show her a picture of my my 90-gallon stand that I built for my tank, right? And it looks really nice. It looks very professional, right? And she's like, "Oh, you built that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I built that." And let me tell you, after that, it was like a switch. Like she just started talking to me about other things. She was asking me stuff. Like it was a 360. She followed me all the way to the cash register and took my order. Okay.
Oh my god.
It was like such a huge difference, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Yeah. And I have been like getting red pilled a lot. And I was like, "Man, like this is what I've been experiencing my whole life." Mm-hmm. If you don't show credentials, women won't even look at you.
Yep.
It's fucking crazy.
That's a big tank, Daddy.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's funny.
Yeah, it costs money to maintain something like that, right? So I mean, obviously, and so.
Yeah, that's mad funny. But yeah, no, I love that clip that I played just because, It's like people do this with gravity. That's a big one. They'll bring up gravity. Oh, you just be like Myron. So what does that mean? Well, it just, I mean, I don't have a thesaurus, but like, I know what it means. Oh, so what does it mean then? Well, I can't explain it. So you don't know what it means then.
Yeah, they're just reading talking points. That's all it is.
Buzzwords. They're using buzzwords.
Yeah, the buzzwords. Yeah, like the words that they hear other people use, and then they use them without knowing what they mean.
Yeah, you hear. Well, he's a misogynist. Oh, okay. What's that? Well, I mean, I just like I don't know, but it's like they do this with gravity. They do this with hella things in this topic as well. So don't be afraid to call someone out. What does that mean? Define it. We do that all the time. Give me a definition. Yeah. Can you even define what gravity means? Well, that's just one of the clips that I found, and you can see how the mind virus. What's up?
Astrophysicists can't even define it.
Oh yeah, what's up? Let's see what else I got.
A lot of people don't like Fresh and Fit, but let me tell you, you guys would learn a lot from just listening to it.
I know, dude. I've been thinking about firing up maybe a discussion about it here and there. I don't know, maybe in another channel or somewhere. But yeah, when they go live, I tune in every now and again.
That'd be cool. Yeah, I mean, I listen tonight. They're gonna be on tonight. So
Sundays they go on Sunday. Oh yeah, you're right. They do go
Monday,
on.
dude. What are you talking about?
2 hours. Oh, jeez, my days are all mixed up. Yeah, 2 hours. They go on in 2 hours.
Yeah, they go on in. Well, they're gonna do the Money Monday first. I don't really listen to it because I don't have any issues with that. But
yeah,
I like the girl stuff because I think it's very
the
interesting.
questions and stuff. Yeah, it is good because I don't know. It's good to kind of take notes because there's talking to the girls is a lot like talking to Globers. It's fortunate enough that they have contestants that want to show up on the show. I mean, you know, there's not much incentive. We're not giving Globers clout for coming here. They're getting their heads chopped off, so they kind of stopped coming, I guess. But the arena used to be really popping, so maybe we could find another way to revamp that. But
who's this? What's this?
Oh, you know, see, I'm glad, Cal. I'm so glad we started talking about this because more people should hear about this. I think, you know, some people are gonna get mad, but you know, whatever, red pill type stuff. But you know how it is. But the podcast is called Fresh and Fit, and maybe I'll drop a link later when they go live. But it's just you know, the two guys, they get on, they've got a chat. People will donate, ask questions to a panel. You know, usually a bunch of chicks that'll come on, different types of girls. Some do this, some do that. Some have master's degrees and all that, and just usually about dating, that kind of thing, and you know, relationships and that kind of stuff. But just you see the parallels. Like I've been saying, you see the parallels in Mind Virus. Some of these girls have the same Mind Virus that these Globers do. Let me play another clip because I have another one where this girl the whole night was just atrocious. But I mean, she was kind of pretty, but you know, and then she claimed she had all these degrees and stuff. But once she started talking, I was like, oh man, like a fact to be laid out, and she'd go, well, that was just your opinion, and you know, you have your opinion, and I have my opinion. And like, how many times have you heard a Glober try to do that with facts here? Oh, well, you know, that's just your opinion, or you have your beliefs and I have my beliefs. It's like, no, not really. It's not really the beliefs here. So, give me a sec. I'll get the clip. Oh, here it is. And I've got multiples of this girl. It was a nightmare.
Here's the problem. They're dealing with the same doctrine. I don't know if that's even a word. Doctrinization. I don't know if that's how you say it.
Indoctrination.
There you go. They're dealing with the same indoctrination that the globalists are dealing with, right? Except it's just called feminism instead of
yeah, exactly.
instead of heliocentric.
Yep.
That's all it is. I mean, they tell these women to spend their whole youth, right, when they're the most fertile, to have a family and children, to work like a man, like work their ass off and then by the time they're like 35, 40, they've made all that money, but unfortunately biology hits them really hard, and they can't have kids, or they have trouble having kids.
Yeah, dude. Like we could probably, the reason why you would watch it, obviously there's a lot of, some filth, I will admit. It's Miami when they're talking about, OnlyFans and stuff like that every now and again. Some of these girls are strippers and whatnot. So it's like they do get into that type of stuff. But you can take notes from how the questions are formulated. Listen to Miggy and how he does his 3 points. There's a process. When Myron asks his questions to these girls, there's a process. He's not just asking them girls questions because he wants to sleep with them that night. Most times, he's trying to slay these women's ideologies in the same way we're trying to slay these guys' worldview here when it comes to the globe Earth. So there's a certain process. So if you can take notes and learn how to sort of slice and dice someone's, ideology, that's not a bad thing, even though they're talking about a topic that, they may talk about strippers every now and again. But so here, let me just get this clip going. Okay, so this girl, she gets to a point where she starts asking, well, what's your credibility? How many times have you heard a Glober ask you that? Well, what are your credentials? Are you do you have the credentials to speak on this topic? Are you an expert? Blah, 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 blah. Are you dedicated enough? Type of thing. So listen to this here.
Okay, what's your credibility? Is my question.
He's spoken to over 2,000 girls.
That's great for you. That's
I'm
great
a best-selling Amazon author, and I study. Well, no, because you want to talk about credibility now and accolades. I'm giving it to you.
That means nothing to me, though. It really doesn't mean nothing to me.
I'm more
And then she says it means credibility means nothing to her. Okay.
In the same breath, what are your credentials? And then as he's finished answering, well, that means nothing. Dude, so you learn things like, okay, well, that behavior, I'm not going to fall for that. When a Glober does that here, ain't no way I'm going to fall for that. So here's another. I think here's another clip as well.
Yeah, I think if Globus, if they'd ask you for credentials and you told them that you had like really good credentials, I think they still wouldn't even they would just change the subject or just say it didn't matter. It'd be the same.
All right, here's one more clip here, okay? From the same girl. She claimed to have all these degrees and, she was a bit combative with the panel. But here's one more clip from her.
It's very simple. Like, first you asked me for my accolades. I explained it to you. Now you're cutting me off. And I'm telling you that what you said is incorrect. An opinion can be incorrect. Period.
I don't think an opinion can be incorrect because that's what a person's
If I say the sky's green because that's my opinion, is it incorrect?
I don't think that's your opinion. That's your viewpoint. What do you mean?
Masters agree, bro.
Masters agree.
Masters agree.
Yo, Aaron,
I promise you.
Okay, I need to get the longer version of that. But yeah, I don't know if y'all heard that.
Yes.
Same thing as Globers do. Well, that's your opinion. It's my opinion. So, I don't know, dude.
Dude did it earlier, last night, for you, a few hours ago. Yeah. Well, we just agree to disagree then.
Yep.
Well, the funny thing is that other guy from last night that was saying that he appealed to authority and that if they told him that something was this, he'd have to believe it. But when they asked him though, let's say if the authority told you that God was real, would you believe it? And he said no.
He's like, nah, they'd be lying.
Yeah, they'd be lying. So I'm like, wait a second, there's something wrong there.
Yeah.
That's Matthew learns.
If the authority is telling you this,
that's exactly.
Yeah.
That is Matthew Learns to a T. Here's a longer version, real quick. I just want to let y'all hear this.
It's very simple. Like, first you asked me for my accolades. I explained it to you. Now you're cutting me off. And I'm telling you that what you said is incorrect. An opinion can be incorrect. Period.
I don't think an opinion can be incorrect because that's what a person's.
If I say the sky is green
opinion
because that's
is.
my opinion, is it incorrect?
I don't think that's your opinion. That's your viewpoint. What do you mean?
Masters agree, bro.
Masters agree.
Masters agree.
Yo, Aaron,
I promise you, bro.
Is that your friend, Aaron?
This is what.
If I say the sky is green,
Yes.
that
sky
is
is red.
objectively wrong.
Best
My
friend.
opinion is
go ahead.
incorrect.
That's the
bestie right there. Go, girl. I can't believe that we're even
Sky
having
is
this
green.
conversation.
The
That
sky
an
is
opinion
green.
can be incorrect.
She never said the sky was green.
I gave an example. But she said that.
And then the other girl says, "You should have never said the sky was green." Bro, that girl had no idea what the conversation was.
I know, dude. She was just trying to defend her friend. Yeah.
Yeah.
Never said it was green. Like, what the?
I saw that. I was like, man, that's so funny.
But yeah,
So opinions are just they don't fall into whether a right or wrong. You can just have an opinion and it's not right or wrong. Is that right?
Well, dude, it's like how they do it with fallacies. Oh, well, this isn't a debate. You can't critique me using fallacies. This isn't, they're like, well, we're just having a regular discussion. I can use fallacies. It's like, no, you can't. No, you can't. Just because we're talking doesn't mean you can have like broken logic. So, no, just because you're making an opinion doesn't mean you can just say whatever the hell you want.
Did you see that? That guy, it's so funny because these people, they when it comes to like other stuff too, they're all over the place, right? This guy just won this. I don't know if you guys read this. Saw it on this guy's YouTube. A man just won a women's poker tournament, and yeah, and so they were complaining because he was a man. But then it's like, why are you complaining? I thought you said that was okay.
Yeah, what happened to inclusivity?
You know what I mean? Like, they're all over the place. Like, I think this is what happens when you don't have like any purpose in life.
Yeah. I mean, if you're hurling through outer space and what meaning is there out there anyway?
Exactly, like you're a speck of dust in the universe, and you're meaningless, and there's no purpose to anything. We're just gonna live and die, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, outer space is kind of scary, yo. Like when I think about it, I always used to think about like maybe being unhooked by accident from the the shuttle or whatever, and then being drifted out into space. That'd be so scary. I've thought about that in the past. Just this giant void. We're just out here all alone. I mean, it's kind of scary. If you go to Google Earth, and I'm just going to open up here. If you go to Google Earth and just kind of scroll around, it shows all these stars in the back. And it just gives you that perspective of like, damn, dude, if that was real, man, we're in a very, very big place. I already think the Earth is very big. Could you imagine being in the place that they say? Holy smokes. I don't know if anyone doesn't have Google Earth, I can try to screen record and give you that perspective. But talk about depth. It's a scary place to be, in my mind. Kind of. And they talk about leaving Earth and going somewhere else. Could you imagine?
Yeah, I asked the other day if people would join Elon Musk to go to Mars, and I'd be like, hell no.
Hell no. No way. I mean, I've been saying that if you were going to go, like, if there was like a flat Earth Navy SEALs and we were going to take a trip or a mission, man, I keep talking about this show, Attack on Titan, but there's so many parallels to trying to explore a flat Earth.
Yeah, Attack on
the
Titans. Attack on Titans is a good example.
It really is.
It's very
Yeah.
similar.
Well, I was just going to say that, there would have to be basically like the Flat Earth Navy SEALs. We'd have to venture out into like unexplored areas and people would potentially die, like it'd be a one-way mission for some people in Attack on Titan. Not to give too many spoilers, but it's military based and they have to sort of do a similar type of thing. They have to go and venture out and take risks. Some people don't make it. So I'm not joking. This is like the third show recommendation in the last hour or so. But if you haven't seen Attack on Titan, it's very good, super good. Especially if you're not an anime type person. This could be a good entry level anime. It's awesome. So, and there's a lot of interesting parallels to Flat Earth in my mind. Like, there's even a religious aspect where I guess I can give the premise of the show. There's these townspeople. Say these people are born within these walls, and basically that's all they know. And that the parallel for that is like the globe. It's kind of like a playpen they've set up. Here's your area. And don't worry, there's nothing else out there to explore. We've got it all figured out for you. We've mapped it all out. Here it is. Here's your little playpen. So that's how the show starts off. They've got this certain area. People are born. That's what they know within these walls. And there's even like a religious group that like protects the walls and has a certain lore about the walls. What does that sound like? These religious zealots that are like, no, the globe is real. Don't look past the playpen walls. Don't even think about it. Like it's this. That's like that is exactly what happens in the show. Freaking crazy.
Mental walls.
Yes. And so then, okay, so let me post this another screenshot. But the main characters in the show, they find this book, and in the book, it describes lands that are outside of the walls. It says, talks about like ice, and deserts and oceans and woodlands and things like that in the book. And so the main characters find it and they're like, man, wow. Oh, here it is. They decide they want to venture out. So they decide to join the military, which does missions to go outside those walls. And so like, we were talking the other day, someone mentioned like, oh no, I think the flat Earth is a ring. There's an ice wall. It's shaped like a ring, whatever. All right, well, let's tie that into the Attack on Titan. So they have a mission where the military basically needs to figure out, they feel like there's a breach in the walls. So they're like, all right, well, we're going to send 2 military camps. One's going to go this way along the wall. Another one's going to go this way along the wall. And we're going to you need to find out if there's any holes in the wall or underneath or whatever. So go on and meet up on the other side or whatever. You guys go around the perimeter and see if you can find any issues. That's essentially a mission that we would attempt to do here if we had like a Flat Earth Navy SEALs. Like, what is the perimeter? Are there gaps? Can we go? Is it a ring? Like who knows? That would be a realistic mission that we would do if we could. So here's the book screenshot. The show's called Attack on Titan. Here, let me post a map to the show as well, so you guys can kind of get an idea of the layout. There you go. Yeah, seriously though, if you want to watch it, shoot me a DM. I've got a link for you. But it's a really, really good show. It's got some nice parallels to what we do here. But look at the book: fire, water, land made of ice, fields of sand. So they realize that there's more to to the world than just
Looks like another wall. There's another wall outside of the wall. Is that right?
Yeah, there's more. Well, see, I don't want to give away too much. I don't want to give away too much because the show is really deep. There's a couple seasons, but that's the idea, that there's a couple different rings. So that inner perimeter is where like the high class, the upper class live. You know, the king lives there. The military, police, and all that stuff are within that inner ring. Then, you know, you have your middle class that live in that second part, and then the lower class ends up live on the outer side, and so on. But no one, well, you'll find out what's beyond that part there. The military is what gets involved on going beyond. So, yeah. So, fantastic Bush. I keep talking about it, but it is really good. I would recommend it for anyone who hasn't seen it. Just,
sounds interesting.
Dude, I met this girl, and she was like, like when she first came over, I had anime just kind of like playing in the background on my TV. She's like, oh, like anime like makes me tired or whatever. Like it was just a test or whatever. Fast forward, we're watching Attack on Titan. I look over and Shawty's got like tears like rolling down her eye, like down her face. She was like crying mid of the show. It was really good. She was involved. You know, it was really cool. That was a really cool moment to see her go from like, what is this anime, to like, she's like tearing up, like watching the show. So it's super good. I would recommend it. I even converted her, so I wouldn't recommend it lightly. If you have free time, go watch it. It's very good. I'll never forget that moment. I looked over, she's like crying. Like, there we go. Yep. I did my job here.
Funny how you said converted her when like it's like as if you can be converted to truth.
Yeah, you're such a misogynist.
Like, what is truth a cult now? Fuck, I'm behind.
No. Well, I just converted her to like anime basically because she went from.
Oh.
You know, it would have been a lot funnier if you would have called them a misogynist.
No, that same girl did not like Flat Earth. So if you want to get there, but no, I was talking about anime. When we first met. She was like, oh, anime is stupid, but eventually she was like, you know, I'm getting all emotional and like tearing up and crying during the show.
Come on, there's like
it was really
5G
cute.
was getting rolled out and like a digital system being made. Like, what are you doing talking about anime? No offense.
We were just talking about
No offense. No offense. I'll take myself out.
5G. I haven't heard anyone talk about that in a little while.
Backing away slowly.
No, but no, actually, it's funny you bring that up. Like, you said something about converting to the truth. Yeah, that same girl like really did not like the flat Earth ideas. I think Wave Mixer was talking about that.
Idiots really don't like that subject, you know, because they're idiots
She was
and
a
stuff.
normie. Yeah, she was definitely a big time normie.
A normie.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Even like the 7-Eleven being a part-time job, like, you know, that didn't fly either. So, yeah, very.
Can we refrain calling a lack of intelligence normal?
I wouldn't say normal, just normie. I don't know. It's just a nice.
I know.
way to
I
put
just
it,
noticed the words we say kind of like curse us, you know.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So I act like this shit's normal when I talk to people. I'm like, wow, you didn't even know about that? Like, what do you even do? Watch TV all day? Like, what? How are you so dumb? Like, what the fuck? Do you even read? Like, and they're like, it's a whole different psychology than, oh, I've got this really secret thing that no one knows about. You know, it's like, yeah, different psychology, you know?
Yeah. Cars. I had to look at the panel. What's going on? I don't think we spoke before. So.
No, I do come on sometimes, but I often get muted for my outlandish opinions, which is actually that I agree. I agree, but people seem to always think I'm a quote unquote normie when I join, and they attack me, and I say, well, that's dumb because I'm not, and it goes to show how off-putting you are to, as a group generally, to quote unquote normies. if we attack them instantly.
Are you
I had
really
a
a
nice-
normie or a crazy?
Oh wow!
She sounds like a normie, folks.
how-
Mute her.
How are we not all crazy? How are we not all crazy?
I'm not crazy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Liar! What a
I know
liar!
what you mean. You got to be a little bit crazy. I don't know. It's all right.
How
But
can it not? How can it not make you crazy? You know?
honestly, though, the more I realize this is. I talk about how we're in season 9 now. Okay, season 1 of being a flat earther. You're like, oh, but what about flight paths? All right, now we're in the stage of like we're just mocking their beliefs now. So
Yeah.
Things-
I'm crazy to find out the truth.
It's not even their beliefs though. Like if someone gave you a book with all of their personal beliefs in it and then you just believed it all, you're just a dumbass, you know?
yeah.
The funny thing is, the people who gave the book don't even believe in it themselves either. So it's like extra dumb.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. I think that people try to convince themselves and you at the same time.
Yeah.
Well, apparently you can just have an opinion, and that's cool.
Hey, I hate that. You guys all knew what he meant. For God's sakes. You know, like on the specific use of a specific term, he meant like a fact, you know, but he said opinion. Ugh, that was painful.
Oh, did you listen to that clip that I played?
Oh yeah, was that a clip? Oh, I wondered why it repeated absolutely perfectly again.
Oh,
was like, what
yeah,
the
yeah,
fuck?
yeah, yeah, yeah. It
Did
was
you
a clip
guys
of
just simulate a script again or something? I'm like, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
this girl, she kept trying to say that, you know, well, you have your opinion and I have my opinion, and even though like my
Yeah.
opinion, it's like it can't be wrong.
She sounded so sure of herself too.
Oh yeah, dude.
Like she's like, I've got you on a stipulation. It's like, well, but is it a fact? I don't know.
Right.
Whatever. She had a point, hey, based on what the word means, but it's like, come on. What a waste of an argument. What a waste of a potentially good convo.
Well, it's no different than how people try to say that, well, you can't call me out for using fallacious logic if we're just having a regular conversation. It's like, no, of course I can. What do you mean? So if you have an opinion and you're wrong, I can call it out. Just because an opinion doesn't give you a free pass. Just because we're having a regular Joe Blow conversation doesn't give you a free pass to just have broken logic.
Yeah. The fact that you're even having a conversation with actual logic says, like, you know, that you're in a whole nother universe. For starters, when does that actually happen?
Hypothetically,
Did you say
though,
actual
if
logic?
you just imagine, right? If you just imagine,
Yeah, that last dude was like, well, in a video game. Like, dude, what the hell, man? I gave you a realistic example in reality when we're talking about, you know, water and waves and stuff. You're like, but in a video game, if you consider the render distance. Okay, so
Oh my
good. Let's
God.
consider your video game render distance. And then what? Like, you're going to
Oh,
apply
wow.
that to reality somehow?
Yeah, I mean, wow.
Yeah, it's just stupid. Yeah, if you just imagine. Jeez.
See, someone like that needs like a normal person their age with logic to come along and basically reparent their entire mind. It's like, who has the time for that?
Ain't nobody got time for that?
I used to. You know, if you actually do take the time and patience, you do convert people, and then they convert others. Yeah, I know, because it's a cult. But that takes
true.
ages. It takes
There is
ages.
a
It's like
trickle-down effect.
Blair. It's annoying. I let the previous people I've educated do that job for me now. Send up my little minions.
I think Kiwi would call them his wolf pups.
Yo, behind me.
I know what you mean. It's all good
Yeah.
though. You never know who you're indirectly affecting in here. You know, like
I don't know. Is it all good though? Because I knew about this in 2017. You think it'd be common knowledge by now?
I kind of like the fact that it's.
Is it all good
I like that it's
for smart people only? Sorry. Okay.
You're good. It's just what happens when everybody and their mama finds out about something. Usually gets a little trampled on. You know, staked up. You know, it's just things get ruined when they get popular.
We need to be selective.
I kind of like the fact that it's a little bit selective. You know, like,
Yeah.
What is it?
I shouldn't complain.
Like a
Right.
speakeasy or something. You know, not everyone's allowed in. You know, I do.
Yeah, you
I
can
do
go.
like it like that.
You can go on a date and be like, "Hey, do you know about XYZ?" And they're like, "No." And like, great. Here's your. I need to go to the toilet. Run.
Speaking of dating, do you have you met flat earthers in the wild?
Wow, in the wild, yes, I have. But they're indoctrinated in another way. Like most of them go instantly to the Bible.
Oh, okay, okay.
That's been the majority of people into the Bible with no regard for other texts or religions or anything like that either. So you can tell that they're brainwashed. You know what I mean? They're not even looking around.
Gotcha.
But you know, that's not to detract from there's like, you know, a all powerful energy and all that. So
yeah.
But just saying, you know, there's usually some sort of serious flaw in their logic. It's like, which is weird. How do you wake up to the biggest lie and then literally get brainwashed by something else immediately after? Like, how does that actually happen?
Yeah, I know what you mean. You're like, really, dude? You had your chance, and then you you had a second chance, and you still goofed it up.
Yeah, what the?
Yo, Kel.
But maybe that's happened to all of us.
I got me thinking now, dude, about like a flat Earth version of the delusion calculator. All right, so now I'm thinking, Cars.
Oh, what?
Do you have a preference, or do you like require to date flat earthers, or do you date normie guys, or how does that? What's your process like there?
Yeah, good question. Okay, so I made a bad boo boo and dated a normie.
Okay.
As you call them. And oh my god, it was so bad. Like, how do you not care about it was literally the number one first introductory sentence all the time. But how do you go to sleep? How do you not research? How do you just ignore this stuff? How do you know it and then just like carry on working and doing normal life bullshit? So that ended well. Not. I just really it wasn't very good. You can't date a normie. That was like 7-8 months.
Okay.
That was a while. Like, yeah. What about you
I've only
guys?
dated normie chicks, so I don't really meet a lot of flat earther gals in the wild. I've only met like one, and I was pretty surprised to hear about it, that she had her own situation going on with somebody else. So, but yeah, I mean, it is tough. You know, we see these dating.
Yeah.
There's a lot of dating shows that are popular right now, and it's like they imagine your pool. You know, they talk about, oh, you want a guy that's 6 foot and makes this much money. Okay, so that's a 1% guy. Now imagine you add on, and I want him to be a flat earther. Well,
yeah,
1% went just down from like 1% to like 0.000. I don't even know how many zeros, but it's rough out here if you want to.
And then I do believe that we have a match, because like, how could we not? Like, the maths adds up even. Positive, negative, electricity and all that, you know?
Yeah,
that from the same charge, it's split, you know, which is what energy does when it reaches Earth. It's split.
Yeah.
So photons or whatever are neutral until they split. So when they jump in and out of reality, mind you, that's quantum, and we can debate whether that even exists or not. But point being, I do believe there's a singular person out there. So is that asking too much? You know, is it really? Or is it believing in it that's the problem? I reckon it's believing in it that's the problem.
Hey, Creation, I sent you a message.
All right.
Check that video out. Have you seen it? If not, you're gonna laugh. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I think it's because you have different core values than the average person, and so.
Here's the thing: I don't really date that way.
Have as much fun with them, and you can't be as relaxed with them because it's always a conflict.
It has nothing. I don't date that way. I don't look at a girl and be like, oh, what's her politics? What's her this? Kind of want to know what her character is, like how she acts.
Sure you do. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, your values are not your politics.
CB. Damn, Shotty? Nah, I'm just kidding. What that brain do? Nah.
Like if she's loud and obnoxious, I usually don't even bother, even if she's like conservative or liberal.
You'd hate me. I can stand in the middle of a shopping mall and start talking super loudly or yelling about the New World Order and shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you'd be like, oh my god.
That's an embarrassment.
What are you embarrassed of? Whose opinion? Whose opinion are you embarrassed of, right? I'd be proud of someone doing that.
I do that with my sister all the time. We just start talking about stuff. It's a good way to flat smack people or expose them to the truth as if it's super normal, because we're just talking about it like everyone should know.
Right.
Well, I mean,
each other,
she said yelling.
Yeah, but like
so
you can talk decently loudly, and people can hear. Like yelling can be a little bit like you
have to make your
kind
voice.
of looks like you're attention seeking at that point if you're just screaming, but.
Well, wow, you guys make it sound like I've run in there like a banshee or something. I do have some tact.
I
have some tact.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying there's a fine line. You can take everything to an extreme that becomes
just in lockdown, just standing in the middle of one of the biggest clothing shops, talking about how if just a mass and all that shit.
No, we have a saying in Spanish. Calladita es más bonita. I don't know.
What does that mean?
Yep. The quieter you are, the
prettier you are.
Prettier you are. Yeah.
What does that mean, though? I still don't get it.
She belongs to the street.
It's okay.
I still don't get it.
I don't know. Have you ever heard like a woman should be kind of quiet or whatever? I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
That sounds like an insult and misogyny to me.
Yeah.
Like a woman should be quiet, or what's that?
But listen. These sayings have. This isn't a new saying.
It means chicken. So you call a woman a chicken? It's a bit disrespectful.
I mean,
I know in Spanish calling a woman a chicken is not good.
Who's talking right now?
I hear that, by the way. The way I take it is more like a woman can have also a biting tongue, so when she says nothing, she's the prettiest. She's not breaking your heart or anything.
Yeah,
exactly, that's what it is.
Hey,
nagging you, yeah.
I don't get it. You need to go put that back.
It's also like good advice, I think, too. I don't know if there's probably like a stoicism somewhere, but people can perceive you one way. If you just keep your mouth shut, then they might perceive you perhaps more highly. You open your mouth, start saying a bunch of stupid stuff. Well, now you've just reduced everyone's expectations, or their.
Hey, they can get lippy all they want in the kitchen. Am I right?
Well, wait a second. There's a troll here.
What woman?
Careful.
What woman are you talking about? Most women can't even cook a fucking toasty sandwich now. Freaking useless.
Who's the guy that said I called a woman a chicken?
Mishu.
You should say that.
Well, that's what it means in Spanish, Gallanita.
From scratch today?
No, I didn't say.
But I also wanted to say one thing before I did.
I said calladita.
Okay,
I can tell you don't even speak Spanish, dude. I'm fucking Cuban, dude.
Wait, what was the chick saying?
Why did you have to?
That's not
interrupt
even.
my
That's
sister?
not even.
Cal,
That's not even a word.
Cal, can you hear Drace?
Why? Yeah. Apparently. he can't hear
Okay,
me,
you
so I had
got
to
me.
mute him. Can you hear me now, Cal?
I was muted.
Cal, can you make sure you can hear
can't hear
Drace?
me.
Check your volume for Drace right underneath me. You might not be able to hear him. Okay, he was trying to talk, and there was just a little bit of a rumpusing. So just make sure you can hear him. Okay.
His volume is fine. I haven't touched
Okay.
his volume.
So can you or can you not hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. What happened?
All right. Cool. All right. There might have been just a little glitch
My
there. or something,
sister
but,
was speaking and you were just talking all over.
How dare you?
Oh,
Karma, do you want
sorry.
to try again? We'll hear from you.
It's no biggie. I remember half of what I was going to say, but one thing I was going to say, but what you were saying is one of my favorite quotes was something along the lines of, "It's better that someone thinks you stupid rather than you speak and remove all doubt," something like that.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. I couldn't remember the quote, but that's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, don't remove the doubt. Yeah. By opening your mouth. Yeah. So that's why that being quiet isn't necessarily a bad thing, Mishu. But I was going to say that's not a new saying. It's not like people just came up with that in 2023. This has been around, just like all the other sayings about men that stood the test of time as well.
But is it a gender neutral statement or?
Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit?
I thought it was about women in Spanish. That's why I bring it up.
It is.
Oh, so it's not gender neutral. It's
Let's think of some statements about men that have stood the test of time as well. You got anything that are male based, that some sayings about men that have been around for a long time?
yeah, like men are better drivers.
No, strong and stoic. That's a
Better
male.
drivers. Yeah, that stood the test of time when there were no cars. Yeah, that's right. That's
One of my
I just know
favorites.
it's funny.
Carriages and stuff. You still want a man to
horses.
handle the horses, right?
No, that's funny. Go ahead. I think someone else was trying to chime in.
I also just wanted to say that one of my favorites, if we're going to talk about gendered ones, is the man is the head of the house, but the woman is the neck. She can point the head in whichever direction it needs to point.
Nice. I've never heard that, actually. That's cool. It's good. Yeah.
You know,
what is that?
you know,
we need
you
to
know
make
that
all
thing that
things gender neutral all of a sudden? I don't think so.
they ran some studies why men prefer, go hunting, and the women like to, cook. It's a reality. I'm not joking here. They like to take care of the house, feed everyone. And they ran some studies and they found that back in caveman times, like men went out to hunt, right? And women were sitting in the cave eating cookies on their fat asses.
Lazy? Yeah, how dare they? You should be out there hunting. Equality. Hunt your own ass.
I fucked that up. It's a normal tonal joke. Sorry, guys.
Oh, that's funny. Get your own meat, ladies. I agree with what Karma says. Who cares if it's gendered? If it's not necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, I agree with that. But yeah, it's cool. I mean, a little bit of intertwining flat Earth with the I don't know what you want to call it, the relationship sphere, if you will, seems to be kind of popular right now. So, and you hear me and Kelvin talking about it. So, not a bad thing.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to interrupt anybody, just so you know.
How dare you?
Yeah, especially a woman.
No, shout out to
It's all
Karma.
good. Water under the bridge, bro.
But yeah, I mean, maybe that's something we could incorporate, like when the ladies, because we used to do ladies' night more often. It's been kind of quiet lately, but it's all right. Maybe we can come up with something new. But yeah, maybe we could come up with something new that's more like dating basics. So, what are your do you date like normies? Like, would you date a guy that I don't know? We could probably have some fun with that. You know.
Yeah, I think that might work, at least for a few shows. It kind of depends on how much, many people we get to actually interact with it. Because otherwise, it's just going to be run while we do it with each other, and then like we're not going to do it to random new Globers coming in.
So we need a catchy name, like Flat and Fit. What do you think, Kel? I don't know. We could probably come up with a catchy name, but that would be fun. Like do a little show where, you know, we ask questions to the panel of maybe some gals or
How
maybe the
much
gals flip it on us.
curvature can we see? No.
Also, as a name suggestion, rather than flat and fit, I'd say flat and curvy.
Okay.
Because the curves are on the girls, but the earth is flat.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. So what about you, Karma?
Globers in.
I know, right? Because that's when they come out. They're like, "Oh, girls, oh." They used to come out during Ladies' Night, pretty heavy.
I remember that.
Yeah, so maybe we need to fire up a new, well, flat earth dating, something like that. But
Yeah, I think it works dating a Glober as long as they're like a baby truther and have like values in truth, and so they highly value truth and people being honest, and so you could slowly but surely introduce them to this, I think, and that would work. But otherwise, it can be very rough being with a crazy Glober.
Yeah, go ahead, Andy.
I mean, there's also the fact that it's said anyway that opposites attract. So if you got two truthers together, it might be a bloody nightmare.
No. It's actually really nice because when you're watching something together, all your comments and everything will be agreed with. Like me and Karma, we super enjoy spending time together because we're both truthers. It's just everything's on the same level. There's no disagreements, and it's just supportive and cooperative.
Yeah, I don't like chaos. I don't know about you, but I don't like chaos. And when there's two opposing sides, you get chaos.
I don't know.
Yeah,
the more I think about it, go ahead.
No, I was going to say it's got to be somewhat okay. You're not going to get a Satanist going out with a Christian and all's well.
Yeah, it's going to lead to problems.
That ain't going to work.
But I know what you mean by opposites attract, though. Like sometimes you do get those really strong bonds with somebody that there's differing values. I mean, my last relationship, you know, she had come from a really liberal school, and I had just kind of come from a bit of you know, listening to like more right-leaning type stuff, and really good relationship. But she didn't like flat Earth, but I was a flat earther, so that was the opposites attract type of things. With that experience, now I'm thinking like, dude, next one, I'm not even bringing it up. But go ahead, Trace. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think a lot of times people share some values, like they might like the same things or other share similarities. But if you don't have the same core values, you're gonna clash. That's why I'm like, honesty is gonna help, because that's kind of the core of what we're dealing with here. You can see the people who have somewhere in their values truth and honesty, they end up turning into flat earthers because they're not going to be lying to themselves. They tell themselves, "Nah, I actually have to look into this further because I'm not going to be lying to myself. I'm not going to lie to others. Part of my core value, even if they don't face it that way."
I also think the whole opposites attract can also mean more than, rather than the foundation of your core values being different. I think it would rather be things like your strengths and weaknesses balance each other out. Like one is impatient, the other is calm. He brings out the calm in her, or her in him, and that kind of stuff. While the other one might learn from the other person when they need to rush and when they need to go fast. They'll emulate the person that's always impatient. I mean, I see this a lot because, for instance, me and Trace are best friends. He's a male, I'm a female, and we naturally have complete opposites due to that alone. even though we share all our core values. And just because we actually talk so much and honesty and communication is so good between us, I've learned a lot more about how to understand how men think and how they act, because there is a huge difference between the mindset, the communication, and the social interactions between men and between women. It's a completely different ballgame. Once I learned to be direct and assertive and forward and all these different things that usually would not fly in female to female feminine interactions, I'm not offending anybody. Guys respond super well to that. You just go up and say, I need you to do this for me. I need this because of this. Can you help me? And they'll go in problem-solving mode and go straight into it. The same thing applies to masculine women. But if you're going to talk to a feminine man, you can appeal to him like you would to a woman. But I didn't know how to deal with masculine men until I learned that from Drace.
You got a wise lady there, dude. Oh my god, she's a keeper.
Karma, what is your native language? Your voice and accent are awesome.
Oh, thank you. I'm Icelandic.
Nice. I mean, nice voice. I don't know much about Icelandic people, but thank you.
Yeah, this is good. This is like, it seems to be the highlight of why it's so popular. Is we're understanding each other better, and I think that's a good thing.
I would love to learn what she learned on how to appeal to a masculine man, because I've been surrounded by feminine men my whole life, and it seems as though masculine men don't have any emotions, but I also met someone who literally admitted being a psychopath, so that could also be why there weren't emotions there.
Very masculine men usually like very feminine women. That's usually what I've seen.
True.
And that's my experience.
Yeah, but very masculine men also think very masculine. So it's they don't understand the feminine doublespeak or the sophistry unless they're highly intelligent.
Hey, I don't know about y'all, but I want an alpha chick. I want a boss babe.
Can you clarify that, Draco? Because I didn't understand what you meant by that.
Draco.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
AI.
I'm gonna start calling him Draco from now on.
No problem.
Sorry.
It's kind of like when a lady tells you, "Oh, this is a problem."
Wait, you guys are saying it though.
me.
I actually wanted to hear it from her.
Yeah,
Sorry to be
Karma, can you
rude.
describe this? 'Cause you know
I'd love to
everything I
hear
know.
from you guys as well after, but
But I asked
it's
him
just-
because he's the one that said it.
Well, but it's something we've actually talked about a lot. I think I can explain this a decent way, because this is something I do and we've had to work through. Because, for instance, when I am, for instance, hormonal, because this is my time of the month, or I'm just feeling bad and I'm not feeling very confident, I will sometimes go into feminine speak, which is what we call it. And then, for instance, instead of going to him and saying, hey, I am in pain, can you go do the dishes? Because I can't really do that right now. I will rather be not asking him directly, but talking about how the dishes need to be done and all these different things, and indirectly speaking about it instead of saying it directly to him. So if he's actually not super focused on me and trying to analyze what I mean by why am I talking about these dirty dishes all the time, he's not going to realize. And a super masculine man is not going to be thinking, why is she talking about the dirty dishes? He'll agree with you. And then it's like, why are you bringing this up? But if
So-
you're a
so
smart
you're talking
woman,
about
you'll be able to say,
communication.
for instance, can you help me out right away?
Right. Okay, so that wasn't the problem. Communication was there. I guess I just wonder. It's just shadow aspects I need to improve on, I guess.
Oh no!
But yeah, so
what you were talking about was the red flags and not knowing how to identify the red flags, and so you get into a bad relationship with a sociopath.
Nah,
or
they
a
hide them
highly
now.
functioning narcissist. Sorry.
These people actually hide them now. Like, there's YouTube videos on how to mask their fucking flags and shit.
Oh yeah, they all do that. They all do that. That's part of being a covert narcissist and a functioning sociopath. The problem is you gotta be on the lookout for those signs and test them, and you can't get them to drop their mask, especially if you are withholding what they really want.
Yep. It's like exposing a fake flat earther in here. Just ask him a certain few questions and then the wig falls off. So it's up to you to do the testing, like Drace said. or my boy Draco. So,
Right. Did you guys get signs though too? Because I had all these moments where I'm about to like jump ship, like, you know, I had so many reasons to, and even now as I'm saying this, I get a sign. That's hilarious. But like I get these I don't know, communications that only I understand from the universe. It's like, wait a second, and then this person seems to be getting calmer now. So sometimes I think some of us powerful folks.
No. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about signs from the universe or what you feel is right in the moment, because that's how they manipulate you.
No, you're not listening to me.
That's literally how they manipulate you into staying in the relationship.
That's nothing to do with them. No, you're making assumptions on what I meant.
No, yeah, okay.
Totally making assumptions on what I
Maybe
meant.
you're trying it from other things. Sorry.
No,
But
I've
I'm
always
just
had
saying-
signs my
I'm
whole
just saying-
life. There's nothing to do with them.
I'm just saying, be aware that these types will try to manipulate you, and that's why I say look for the red flags, not like signs from the universe, but rather read through psychology, educate yourself on logic, and then all of a sudden, their manipulative tactics, you'll be able to, oh, he's using the tactic I just read about. Why is he trying to manipulate me? And you'll be able to identify them far easier.
That's actually because the sign thing. I think I know what you mean, because I would say I've gotten a few signs in my life where I'm like, it helps me make a decision, so to speak. But at the same time, the manipulator type will get you to disregard what you would consider a sign to yourself usually if you're using your intuition.
Yeah.
And secondly, it can make you look for signs that aren't there because you want to see them.
Yeah.
And that's one of the bigger dangers, because when you're being emotionally manipulated and you don't understand how they're doing it, it's a lot harder to recognize that is the thing that is affecting your decision, or the fact that you're looking for signs, in my experience.
Okay, I'm not even meaning looking for signs. Just like okay, say you think you're supposed to leave, right? I think like this has happened. I thought I was supposed to leave, and then my truck breaks down, and then there's other problem, and then so it's roadblock, like go back. And when I went back to this person, who was literally a psychopath, they enjoyed murdering things and torturing things, and they're just psycho. When I went back, I realized that they had received karma for what they had done to me. They already had started unfolding, and so why I needed to go back was to actually see that people get repercussions for their shit. So that was a good thing, you know? So that's what I mean. Like, but
well, in that case,
I just wondered if other people have that.
So I get what you mean, where you're like guided towards a certain experience to try to learn something from it, and that's not a bad way to look at it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I have a question though.
Sorry.
For what's your name? Cars. What do you consider a masculine man? Because if you just said like men have always been feminine your whole life, and do you even know what a masculine man looks like? You know what I mean? If you've never seen one before.
Yeah, no, I have. But I think I'm looking for what traditional normie women would look for by accident, because we're brainwashed to, and then it's not suiting me because I'm very Sigma. So it's like I'm balanced and I'm looking for an imbalance, you know. So that's not going to work, is it? So I think ultimately what I'm admitting to myself right now is that I need feminine and masculine. Like I'm a feminine and masculine woman. It needs to be balanced for it to actually cooperate. And I've been looking for just masculine or just feminine when I actually need to look for balance. But I also prefer to have a role, so that's why, that's why we're born male and female, because then we have roles, right?
Yeah. I mean, you should find somebody.
I prefer to be in my feminine, but when it turns up, I'm in masculine instantly. And it's a good thing.
No man. Okay. Kidding. I'm kidding. Please go ahead, Indio.
So, yeah, no, I was just
And actually, as much as they say, like with Miley Cyrus and these stupid brainwashing songs out there, men and women need each other. There's like a circuitry that gets made where they power each other, and masturbation, porn, and all that does not do it. In fact, it depletes you, depletes your success and all that. So they brainwash us to think, oh, we hate each other, and you know, you don't need a woman to be happy. You don't need a man to be happy. It's bullshit.
I'm far happier with Karma, even though she's just my sister and it's purely platonic. She complements my aspects in a way, kind of like a yin and yang. I would be, for instance, the yang, and within all yang, there's a lesser yin. And so I have a feminine aspect, so I can understand her feminine speak and feminine aspects, but I mainly stay in my masculine aspect. She mainly stays in her feminine aspect, but she understands the masculine aspect, and so she can express it if she needs to.
Ready?
Wait, hang on a minute. Dre, you know a couple? I thought you were like married or something.
No, I've had to correct this like 1,000.
Sorry, guys.
I mean, what are you looking for? Cars, are you looking to get married? Are you looking to have children? Or are you looking just
partner? Marriage is a contract to Satan. I'd rather not curse myself.
Well, okay, then ecclesiastical marriage or religious marriage. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, sure, there would have to be a. There's no security for either party. There has to be some kind of agreement. That spiritual agreement's fine, you know, but I am looking for that. I guess, but not actually. No, not like overly, like many of us, I'm not overly interested in causing myself more pain. You know?
I mean, like, stability in a man is directly related to how boring he is. I hate to tell you.
Well, I keep getting the government here, because of me being like one of the fucking only people in this goddamn place that has a brain cell, keep targeting me and stealing all my shit. And they stole my business, they stole my car. I'm currently rollerblading around because I just refuse to give up. But it is annoying. I live in a house truck. Oh, great. So they can't steal my house because I can move it. But the point is, you know, I'm usually very independent, financially, physically, and they don't like that. So they've taken all of my foundations from me, except survival, which is the best one, I guess, anyway. But what am I looking for? I'm just looking for a kind, intelligent person. And I don't even know if I care. I don't even know what I'm looking for anymore. Like, sometimes I even think, like, have male relationships not worked out for me for a reason? And I'm vehemently opposed to, like, LGBTQ and all that. But then I'm like, maybe that's a shadow aspect from myself or something. You know, like, I don't know what's what in terms of love and relationships anymore.
Yeah. Well,
but I do know what I like.
I was getting to that. I was getting to something like that.
Yeah.
Like, how many people do you know that have been in a relationship, like, say, 20 or more years with the same person?
Heaps. Yeah, heaps
you know
of people. Yeah,
your
that's
age?
the standard.
Well, obviously not your age. That's the standard.
Even my age. Yeah, I mean, my first relationship was 6 years. That's in high school. Like, my very first relationship of my life was 6 years long. So, like, no, I've been around commitment, loyalty, my whole life. But I keep meeting people who aren't. Now, there's an aspect to me that isn't like that because I don't trust people. So it takes me a while to commit, but when I do, I'm totally loyal. But the problem is when I become loyal, that's when they become disloyal. So it's really weird.
Can I ask you a question? That 6-year relationship you had, how did it end? Like, you know,
I left them. I was awakened. I was awakened like I am now, and they were like entry level NPC. Like,
but were they a bad person? I mean,
no, not at all.
Treat you bad at all?
We were friends. We would catch up for dinner regularly. I didn't just jump into another person. We're friends for many years. But they ended up not being good down the line because they took whatever. They ended up taking drugs down the line, and ended up becoming a bad person now, which sucks. But they were great.
Look in the live stream voice text chat and download that PDF and read it at your leisure. I think it might be informative.
Oh, I really recommend it. This really helped me spot red flags a lot easier and understand a lot of things. This is an amazing article.
Sorry, where is it?
Live stream voice text chat, just right above the live stream.
I'll say this: the quality of man that you attract is going to be directly proportional to what you have to offer.
Facts.
There's way more than
shit.
That's not your ego talking. That's your ego
I'm sorry,
talking.
it's true.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you a question. Creation Bears can get this. What could you have done better in that 6-year relationship that you didn't do?
I could have left earlier.
Okay, you're done.
Well, here's the problem.
You were perfect.
No,
Again, are you saying you were perfect? You were absolutely
no, because
perfect.
I should have left earlier.
I'm talking about
because
your
I should have left
relationship
earlier.
with the other person. What could you have done better in regards to that other person? Nothing?
You're making assumptions.
No, I'm asking you a question. You're telling me you were perfect. You're telling me you were perfect.
What are you talking about? No, I'm not.
You said there's nothing you could have done better except leave.
Yeah, there is nothing I could have done better except leave.
Bruh.
You asked me for a question and I answered.
So you're perfect. You're a perfect partner.
No. How did you even get to that when I said I should have
Because you
left
said
earlier?
there's nothing you could have
Clearly
done
that
better,
was
which
imperfect.
implies that you're perfect.
No, I'm literally admitting I was imperfect by not leaving fucking years earlier. Stop attacking me.
Dude, that is... Listen, I'm talking about in your relationship. What if you could have done better to make the relationship work? That's what I'm asking you.
I don't know. Did I not read enough books? Did I not try enough things? Did I not?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
Apparently, you know, but you're telling me that wasn't the answer, so apparently you do know.
Okay, see, this is your problem and why you're not going to be in a happy relationship because
that isn't my.
You have too much of an ego.
I don't.
She belongs to the street.
You're making assumptions.
No, I'm witnessing it.
You're making.
I'm witnessing it. Your eyes are telling me something about yourself. You're saying that you were perfect in your relationship, that you couldn't have done anything better.
That's not what I
and that's the only thing you didn't do. That's what it implies. It's what it implies.
It's true.
Let me help you out.
You're the perfect one. The other person's all evil, and it was all them, and nothing
Bullshit.
to do with
Didn't
you.
say that. I literally just told you how great they were. So what are you fucking talking about, you crazy person?
What?
I didn't say any of those things. You're literally projecting.
You're too
obviously
emotional
have
right now.
issues. Oh, because you're literally attacking me. Don't you dare tell me I'm
not attacking you. I'm asking. I'm just
Emotional damage.
That is just asking a
This is
question.
ego talking, Karma.
You didn't ask me a question. You made an allegation.
No, I didn't ask you a question. Yeah. So when I said what could you have done better in the relationship, that's not a question.
Yep.
That's an
I
accusation.
answered you. What could I have done better in the relationship?
Yeah, and you didn't talk about the relationship. You talked about leaving the relationship.
Are you listening?
Yeah, we
I
heard
could have
you.
left way earlier.
You triggered my trap card.
They weren't at my level.
Oh.
They literally weren't at my level.
We know.
Well, now we know the truth. See, this is
No, but it's not about ego. I made that all up. I assume things, but they're not at
This
your
is why I
level.
wanted you to read this article, Cars, because I could
Are
already
you assuming?
identify that. I could
I'm not
already
assuming
identify that this
anything.
was a
You're
problem.
revealing all.
You are.
You're revealing
I-
everything.
Okay, that
I
isn't
hear this.
revealing
I hear
anything.
this a lot. Where like,
You don't even know what this person looks like. You don't even know how they
Who cares
treated
what
me. You don't even know what they were interested
I'm
in.
asking you about you, not about them. I'll assume that they're a
I
complete.
did answer the question, but you're making an assumption that
baby eaters and
that
whatever.
isn't the case. Sometimes you're literally just like attacking me and you don't know anything about anything.
Listen, I've been in a relationship
I didn't say I didn't fuck up, but I don't regret
You're
my
not in a
fuck up
position
because
to
I
tell
learned
me
from
about
them.
how a relationship works.
I don't regret my mistakes because I learned from them. So if you're asking me to say, "Oh, I made mistakes and I regret them," I could have improved on them.
Who's assuming?
Was he ever able to get a word in edgewise during those 6 years?
What are you talking about? I'm literally trying to finish the conversation that this guy started, and now you guys are attacking my whole entire previous relationship without knowing
Your
anything
victim
about it.
mentality is off the chart, man. Nobody's victimizing
I don't have
you.
a victim mentality. I left the guy. That was it. He was great. We were friends for years. That's how it went. Like, I shouldn't have been with him as long as I was. That's literally the epitome of why the relationship failed.
Okay, relationships are dynamics. It isn't like one side, other side. They're dynamic. You do something, they respond to what you do. They do something, you respond to what they do, and there's a dynamic thing there. Like, you actually train your partner to react certain ways, and they train you to react certain ways. It is a dynamic situation. So, if you say something and it triggers them, like maybe you should have said it a little bit different. If they did something and you responded a certain way, maybe you should have responded a little bit different. Maybe they should have responded a little. It's a dynamic situation.
We were great. I said we were great. We were literally great. We were inseparable. We were best friends. We were great. Like, what are you guys not getting about it?
Something was wrong.
I said that he wasn't at my level. Why are you guys ignoring the things I'm saying?
Why is your level so superior to his?
I thought you said he was.
It's a different level of living. I don't. Yeah, exactly. I didn't want to be on freaking. Was it synthetic weed shit? It was fucking his brain. He was becoming like a zombie. He couldn't even respond to me.
Try to get him.
He wasn't intellectual. I'm a smart woman. Like, I couldn't sit there and not have an intellectual conversation for another 6 years. So yeah, I put myself first for once. I always put him first. I always cared about him more. I always wanted him to be happy. I made sure his needs were met, and eventually I had to go, actually, I have needs, and I expressed those needs for 3 years before I left him. 3 years.
Everything you're saying,
you don't
the article I sent you,
literally the opposite
all of your
what you guys are trying to describe me as. I was literally
I sent you.
giving.
Can you not hear me?
Well, I was still trying to explain. You guys attacked me with insults about my character.
I'm just trying to tell you.
And I'm trying to answer to those.
Basically describes exactly how your process.
Yeah, but you guys are looking for that, and you didn't even hear me out. I literally I've just been saying I put all his needs before mine.
Yeah, that's called co-narcissism.
So me saying, yeah, exactly. So me not leaving earlier is obviously the correct answer because I shouldn't have been doing that. Yeah, the dynamic was wrong if I was doing all the work and he was doing nothing. It doesn't mean that he wasn't my best friend. He just was kind of a shitty friend.
It's also, you can break in different ways under different kinds of abuse. You say that he was a sociopath on one hand, but he was a really good guy on the other hand?
Yeah, there's a lot of contradictions.
When did I say he was a sociopath? Or are you assuming I haven't got multiple exes like you guys do?
You said that earlier.
Well, we've all got multiple relationships with multiple different people throughout our lives. So, yeah, I was talking about a recent experience.
Okay.
She was talking about
6
another guy.
years! 6 years is not me switching people around. Stop fucking being such a rude prick. What the fuck?
You were saying you switched the subject about which guy you were talking about, which is correct.
Yeah, I didn't know that you were talking about two different people, so it sounded contradictory, and I wanted
you asked me what my longest relationship was.
But you can be.
You asked me what my longest relationship was.
I did not.
Yeah, someone asked me, said, what's the example of the longest relationships I've seen? Have they been 20 plus years? I said yes, and then I said that I had a relationship that was 6 years plus.
And because you weren't really clear that it was a different guy, it created a misunderstanding, and when that misunderstanding was explained to you, you misunderstood and started calling people rude.
Well, it would have been easily explained if I was able to actually explain myself.
I'm just trying to help you, man. Like, honestly, sincerely, I'm not trying to dog on you. I dog on Globers all day. That's easy enough. I'm trying to help you.
No one
you said that. Like, you said that. Like, you're having trouble finding a man that will meet your needs, and I'm trying to help you do that. Okay, but you have to identify what it is you want. Okay, and then what it is you really want. It's not what you want today, not what you want tomorrow. What do you want? Since you want something long term, what you're going to want in frickin' 20 years, in 30 years, has to go beyond sex, has to go beyond chores, has to go beyond all that shit, because you have to deal with the person every single day, good, bad, indifferent, you name it. Like, life is mundane and mediocre. I'm probably way older than you are. Life is boring most of the time when it comes to like parenting, being in a relationship, all that stuff. It's really monotonous. But you need to find someone that you can do that with, right? To do the boring stuff with, and that they don't annoy the shit out of you.
Right? when he said
and that
you
usually
can
ain't
only
the hot
attract-
guy, that ain't the fun guy, that ain't the fucking guy. Like that's like it's usually not that guy. The most stable guys are fucking boring. They do the same thing all the time. They always eat the same food. Like, I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. The most stable guys are the boringest people.
What was it that you said to her that she can only attract? What was that again? That who she deserves? Was it who she deserves?
No. Like, you're going to attract directly proportional to what you have to offer.
Exactly, right? And that goes both ways. Yeah. Of course it goes. Yeah, of course it goes both ways. Yeah. You're gonna find your equal, basically. Yeah, he wasn't saying anything bad to you. He was just pointing that out.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's like, speaking on behalf of the entire universe here. How do you get a codependent relationship where both parties are getting what they deserve? Do you get, on a factual base, like on an evidence-based basis, that doesn't happen necessarily all the time, because people aren't trained growing up to look out for the types of people who love gouging your eyes out, for instance, or who will, I don't know, fucking message family members behind your back saying you hate them and then delete those messages. So no, like, there's bad people out there. You guys know this. You know this.
Believe me.
You know that there's terrible bad people out there. And so, like, the things I have done for people, thinking that they're good while they've been behind my back, using me, but behind my back, completely ruining my entire life as much as they possibly can, so that, because they know they're not good enough for me, and they've lied about it. Okay, so that's enough. They'll lie about it because they know that they're not at your level. They know that they can't meet you where you're at, so they lie. And then they're like, oh no, I've lied about my character. And when they find out that I'm a psycho, when they find out I'm a liar, when they find out I'm a thief, when they find out all these horrible traits that they hide, then they're going to leave me and people are going to know I'm bad. So before anything's even wrong, these people are sabotaging, telling lies, they're stealing your shit, they're doing all kinds of crazy shit. Now,
you meeting people.
The good person. No, this is actually like a really sadly common thing these days. I'm so glad if it's skipped you guys, okay? But I talk to people regularly, and this is common.
Yeah, I know that.
Like,
listen, I grew up on the wrong side of the tracks. I know all about it, man. I know. Listen, I could tell you stories that would blow your fucking mind, dude. Like, your fucking head would explode. Like, seriously. Drugs, alcohol, theft, crime, fucking murders, you name it. I grew up in the 80s. So, like, I seen it all. Believe me. It all twice.
But let's not say...
My father was a criminal, and one of the biggest criminals in my country. So I had a very rough childhood growing up.
Okay. But in respect to that, I would not say to either of you that you should have done more, you should have given more, that you should have... you know what I mean? Like, that's a really...
I didn't say
abusive
that. I just
thing.
asked you.
I'm just...
asked a question.
Bro, I can think of a whole bunch of stuff I could do better in previous relationships. Like, I don't know why that's
everybody
a bad thing.
could, but you learned from it,
you
right?
can't,
so
apparently. You said you would just leave sooner. What the hell? That's not improving.
No, because I don't take back my mistakes that I learned from, because I think they're blessings.
You made no mistakes, though. That was the...
It isn't a mistake if I got a blessing out of it. It's a way I view things. That you're basically attacking my joy.
Leaving sooner is not going to help you not making the same mistakes again.
I don't understand. Like, I don't understand how you guys don't understand what I'm saying. Like, I'm literally saying I choose to view my errors. I choose to view my mistakes as a good thing, and I don't. And it's not even a choice; they are a good thing. Like, if we're being real, like every single bad thing that a conscious person decides to do, you learn from it. You don't make the same mistake again. Like,
well, let me give
easy.
you the context of the question, because it's not like he just came up with that question on the fly. This is a question that, you know, these late podcasts will ask these girls, all right, well, what's something you could have done better in your previous relationships? They pretty much all say the same thing you just said. Oh, nothing. Just leave sooner. It's like, it just kind of is getting to what I think is kind of what he was getting at.
I think high value women that have empathy tend to go for low value men. Wouldn't you agree? Because of that empathy.
What's a high
You just
value
gotta learn
woman?
how to. You just gotta learn how to look at.
I want to know what a high value woman
Be a
is.
virgin for the rest of my life than end up with a man that I don't think is a man for me. I'll tell you right now. I've
All
never
women
had a
are like
boyfriend.
that.
I'm 30
That's like
years
a
old.
woman's worst nightmare is to be with and have children with a man that they don't want to. That's like, and I don't blame them. Like, I wouldn't either. Like, I don't want to have children with someone that I don't want to have children with. But for a woman that like that fear is
Some
more
men
intense.
force you to. I was forced
It just
to.
has to be somebody who's worthy of being father to your children, in my opinion. Someone you'd want to spend the rest of your life with. Someone you'd want to raise kids with.
These are
That's
really
why
nice views, but you haven't been forced to do things. So, like,
That's why I don't have a girlfriend or a wife, just because I haven't found the right woman yet.
What do you
Or-
think men value in women?
haven't been raped.
Ours.
What do men value?
In women, what do men value in women? Because that's who you're trying to attract. You're trying to attract men. You're not trying to attract yourself. So, like, your opinion
Okay.
of yourself doesn't
Well,
really matter because you're not trying to
That's
attract
true.
you.
But I'm not trying to attract somebody based on something I'm not either, though, because that would inevitably fail too. So
what was the
I'm just
question again,
being
India?
myself.
What
Um,
do you?
What do you
what
think
do I
men
do
value just generally?
to attract?
What do they want in a
what
woman?
do I think? Well, generally men, or men that I would be interested in, or just generally men?
Generally, men.
Generally, men think that they're attracted to skimpy, slutty-looking bitches, and they do get attention from those men. But the same men will actually put an investment with a woman who doesn't act that way.
Well,
so
yeah,
there's
that's exactly
that's
how
an
it is.
underlying psychology there that most men, some men don't even realize they have. What else? Empathy, kindness,
Jedi, you're breaking up hard.
nurturing. Definitely being nurtured, like being actually, emotionally, and it's not even necessarily emotional. Nurturing's different. I say nurturing. It's like having your hair rubbed and having someone just sitting there cuddling your head and rubbing your hair and taking care of you, bringing you food and taking care of those kinds of nurturing needs, like growing your spirit. That's what I think men predominantly are looking for in a woman, though, again, I don't think these things aren't necessarily common, so it's kind of hard to say, well, what do men want? Well, there's a reason why most men aren't happy, right? And what do women want? Well, there's a reason why most women aren't happy. It's because those needs aren't being met by the other party. But yeah, ideally, definitely nurture would be the top. And I think that's why men don't feel invested towards the skimpily dressed woman, because they don't feel like she's going to nurture them. Instead, he's going to have to nurture her, and then he's going to become feminine. And so, yeah, a masculine man would have
It also let me hit you on this. It also they'll look at women that are scantily clad, but they're not going to be in a relationship with them. They're not going to wipe them up. Let's put it that way, because that woman is a reflection of them. And if they have children together, the children, I don't think, are going to appreciate their wife running around or their mother running around looking like a streetwalker. Right, so these are considerations that men have. Like, what for at least for marriage, what were my children going to think about this woman? Is she going to be a good mother in the sense that she's respectable, she's caring, she's not too temperamental? You know what I mean? Doesn't go off the rails at the drop of a hat. You know what I mean? Because the women, mothers are ultimately the teachers of the children primarily. right? They're the primary teachers of children. Even it's just the way it is. They are. So like, it's like, if I had an ideal teacher for my children, who would that be? It wouldn't be some streetwalker.
Hell no.
What up, gangsters?
What's up, Mig?
This is the Fresh and Flat podcast.
Yeah, I've been listening, man. What the hell? Hey, CBU and Kel gotta take that on the road, man. It's you, Kel, Karma, and Drace.
We need Indio too. Okay, he's been killing it. You're able to keep me focused with the questions.
Yeah, he's a wise sage, let's say.
Like,
yeah, he's been around the block.
You said right, man. Lots of mistakes, man. Lots of mistakes are the best teacher, but also the most painful.
But also reps too. Like, the more reps you get in, the better you become. See, this is like kind of new territory. We haven't really done this kind of type of thing in here, but
Well, I mean, like I was just listening to the conversation, but I think Cars is going to be all right. She's got a good head on her shoulders.
Yeah, she's smart.
But
she belongs to the streets.
Outside of that, man,
she looks pretty.
Just kidding, Cars. We're just messing. I'm just messing.
Appearance only goes so far, man. It really does. I mean,
beauty is only
people. Yeah, exactly. And people talk a lot like, man, value, beauty, this, that, thing. Yeah, but superficially, in a superficial way, yeah, that's going to catch your attention, but it's not going to keep your attention.
Of course.
Yeah, I have the opposite problem. Like, so I know about, like, as you heard, I understand logically, okay, but also, like, this is on a live stream, but I don't even care. I'm using a pseudo, whatever. I don't give a shit. But, like, I used to be a porn addict for many, many years, and so I have, like, this super high sex drive, and the problem is, if I don't add something like that into my appearance, or something like that into my being, okay, when I'm trying to attract a man, I attract men who don't even want to have sex, like, nearly as much as me.
What the hell is that, man? Who
No,
kind of
I'm
guys?
actually...
That's not true. Let me tell you something. Men will be with a woman they don't even like. Okay, I don't see women doing that, so I don't believe you.
Hey, hang on, I gotta say something. No. Hang on, I gotta say something real quick. Attention on deck.
Yeah, Dan Hut.
What?
I thought you were going to say, "What's your number?"
Get your heels
What
together.
is your profession?
Get your heels together.
Okay, I'm being serious. Like,
me too.
I'm being, yeah, but it's like, so it's easy for guys to dictate all these, like, millions of things a woman has to do to attract the right man when he just wears a t-shirt and shorts. And I'm saying,
what?
Personally, I add a little bit of sexuality into how I dress for a reason, because I don't want to attract a man who doesn't want to have sex as often as I do. So it becomes complicated. And then it's like, lately, especially in the last few years, I just don't even care. I do what I think is nice. I dress how I think is nice. I act how I think is great. I be my own. I don't care about what other people think, because I'm deciding what I think is awesome, and my unique expression of myself is needed. And I think all of us in our unique expression is needed. And when we're trying to appeal to something else, when it's not even how we are, we end up failing worse, All
right.
My recent experience, I do not regret at all. I loved it. I loved it for what it was. I'm still very happy that I had it. I don't regret any of it. But I do like to learn from things. I self-reflect every single day.
Thank you, Cards,
for hours.
For you coming in here and talking to us and whatnot. We're gonna see if we can switch gears a little bit. Is there anybody in here that's a Glober? Thanks to the Earth's a globe.
Want me to be fake Glober?
What do you say, Globers?
I know, right? It's coming to that point, Indio, isn't it? Like,
I can make better arguments than that, man.
I know.
Well, I know how to spice it up. So I'll just use experiment and science in the wrong context. And
I'll say model.
QE's in here, so I'll just get blamed by him.
Ask Brandon to show evidence for the Earth being a globe again. See if we don't spawn back in the chat.
Whatever you measure. Dude, that shit had me so every week.
QE comes out and... You still got it?
Yeah. I was just scrolling to grab it real fast. Here it is.
So, Cars, what's your like position on a flat Earth or whatever, globe Earth?
We live in an electromagnetic toroid. In my opinion.
Is it a globular one or a flat one?
What the hell? Yeah.
But wait,
we live in an electromagnetic spiral. Shit. Yes,
like
what are you talking about, man? Yes, and Penelope Pitstop was Bruce Lee's grandfather.
that was you know, like
Whiplash, man.
That's like a superhero summoning his powers. Electromagnetic super toroid attack.
I said experiment. That didn't wake him. Maybe I'll just say ether.
Oh God.
Oh shit.
I'm going DEFCON 5. Gravity is the ether. DEFCON 5.
Yeah, Quantum Skull is gonna start peeling back, and you're gonna see nothing but that the metal endoskeleton underneath.
Dude, it's very easy to prove any proposition if you just change the meanings of words on the fly.
What's up, AI?
Well, you can prove anything as long as nothing isn't real and you're only 99.9% sure anything exists at all.
Dude, definitions of words do not matter.
Hell no. We shoot from the hip around here.
I'm paraphrasing. That's our friend. Who is that guy? Man, who was that guy? Let me think.
Rohip.
Yep.
Rohip?
Yeah, the guy that tried to see Uranus with a telescope with refraction. I mean, he said he could see his own ass with a telescope with enough refraction.
No, that was Rumpus.
Oh, I can't. Ruhif, Rumpus, whatever. What's the difference?
There's Rupee.
Well, one's a disease and one's a venereal disease. There's kind of a difference.
I don't know. The same anti-flat earther factory made them both. The mold was the same.
Indio said they start blending in after a while. What was the name of that guy? Shit.
Just a blur. You see, I need colorful names like QE.
Well, what's interesting about
to differentiate Globers, you need colorful names from. You have to have something that distinguishes them because their arguments are all identical.
So both of them, interestingly enough, seeded reality in some way, shape, or form. So Rumpus, when he was confronted with the absolute fact that the horizon isn't geometric, he basically just had a meltdown right on the Nathan Oakley show and said, well, if the Earth isn't a globe, then I just can't trust reality itself anymore.
Nice.
And Ruhif similarly said, well, if the definitions of words essentially don't prove a globe, well, then definitions are meaningless.
All right, then.
Okay, I got a question.
Rather than concede that the Earth could be something other than a globe, they would basically throw reality itself under the bus. That would be their first instinct.
I always seem to ask QE a question, so I'll just go on. Are you there, QE?
Depends on your question.
How would you define weight?
I wouldn't. No, I'm serious. I wouldn't define it. Secular definition is incorrect. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, and I was thinking like some kind of everything seems to be some kind of pressure, or, one sense or another. And then I was like, well, downward vector 2, but that's about as far as I got.
Yeah. Too. Yeah. I have better things to do, like clean a bathroom.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't define it. I know theirs is wrong.
The way I understand it is just a human conception of things in air, and then it's been standardized into standardized weight.
No, weight equals mg. Mg love you long time. That's the secular definition.
Yeah, but that's not where weight came from.
Where'd it come from?
Like we have had weight long before that definition, and
What was it back then?
We've had standardized weight for a long time. That's how we.
That's
it's just
not my
like
question. That wasn't my question.
Repeat it.
Yeah. Where'd it come from? We're not pulling a genetic fallacy here. And what was it?
Where did what come from?
Weight.
Well, I'm not saying where weight came from. It's not my claim.
Oh, God.
Get him, Drace.
He's not going to get me with that shit. You better come up with something better than that.
I'm just waiting for you to come up with something.
For weight? I already said that I wouldn't define it. I wouldn't define it. I never made claims with it. Weight, when you say weight, then that has a definite secular definition, which is incorrect. That's about as far as I'll go.
All right, I asked the wrong person. AI.
You asked the wrong person. Not the wrong question. Ask AI.
Wait a minute. I'm a person? Did I pass my Turing test?
Yeah, you've ascended from your bionic means to now a physical natural.
Go ahead, ask him.
AI, how would you define weight?
The inverse proportion to the square of the distance between you and a woman and the location you actually want to get to.
Wait, I need a pen.
In the immortal words of a great lyricist, waiting on a woman.
Yeah, cards. I was going to say I want someone I can laugh with and somebody I can share a silence with. That's what I'm looking for. Can't speak for anyone else, though.
You need to hurry up and wait.
Dude, how do you measure weight? How do you measure weight? If you've quantified it into some type of unit, how do you measure said unit?
Scales?
Yeah, what happens to the scale when you put a weight on it?
Pressure?
How about motion?
Right.
Right. There's your answer.
Yeah, but if you're just standing still, is there pressure or is there motion?
Ah, that's the crux of the issue, isn't it?
The crux of the biscuit.
Right. So the modern mindset would have you believe that while you're standing still on the floor, that the floor is simultaneously accelerating into your feet, while your feet are simultaneously accelerating down, and you're both accelerating into each other yet standing still. So you're moving in two directions simultaneously while not moving in a direction trimultaneously.
Jeez. Ask Indio.
Ask your mom. That's what it sounds like. Go ask your dad. No, go ask your mom.
No habla.
Well, so we've identified that we measure weight with motion, but then we don't abandon the idea that the object still has weight when it's not moving. So it must be something that doesn't involve motion.
That's moving.
Yep.
What's the speed of dark?
One DU.
That's racist.
But and of course, in the standard interpretation, they differentiate weight from mass, whatever that is, because things resist motion when they're weighty. So even if an object was just floating in free space or suspended from a free, moving armature of some kind, and it weighed less, when you push on it, it'd be easy to move, and if it weighed more, when you push on it, it'd be harder to move. So you have to split it up in order to interpret both of those ways in which it resists.
You know what the bummer of this is? I'm not going to get these 5 minutes back.
True. But you can add trimultaneous to your lexicon.
Simultaneous.
So that did stand out when you said it. I'm taking notes.
Well, it's the position, the counter position, and the superposition existing simultaneously in a trimultaneity of simultaneity.
What, inside a rectilinear lens.
Yep.
Correct. What the hell? What the hell did you just say? Hey, I got something I'm gonna play for you guys.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over. I couldn't hear.
Hold on, not yet. Clear.
Yeah, that clip needs to be turned up. I think the bot's down. Turned down.
Yeah, let me turn it up a little bit. It was super loud.
Thank you, sir.
What's G in the G of the GM?
You guys better start picking this conversation up.
I was enjoying the conversation with Cars, to be honest.
Well, what's G in the G of the GM, bro?
It's too weighted. I mean, how am I going to pick it up?
Isn't the G in the GM a factor that describes acceleration, isn't it? Acceleration defined as a change in rate of speed over time. Isn't speed defined as a change?
You missed one. You missed one.
Oh, I missed one? Uh-oh.
Yeah. Acceleration can be a change in speed or direction.
Okay, fair. But that would require a change in physical location, correct?
Yep. Both would.
Right. And speed is a duration of time and distance, right?
Yeah.
So how can an object be accelerating while it's standing still? So if the G in the GM of weight while an object is standing still requires acceleration, which requires displacement in space, then the definition of weight is incoherent.
That's why it loves you.
I thought we already established that.
Yeah, but you just said it was wrong.
Yeah.
Love you long time.
I gave it that some years ago and kept repeating it so everyone would remember what it was.
Yeah, so that proves that the cause of down is love.
Exactly. But we finally got there.
So, when you ask me again, my friend who asked me what weight is, the answer is love.
That's all we need.
That's what she said.
No, that's what he said. John Lennon. What's that?
Well, it begs the question, which is, what's the thing that can cause something to move without a precedent cause?
An eviction notice?
Ooh, I don't know.
I guess there's a cause there, huh?
Yeah, you're not paying your bills. Yeah, we got some really crazy rank and file guys coming in here, QE, the other night. Just off the charts, like doofus. No, I'm not talking about Brandon, just other guys. They think that liquid courage is going to help them when they come in here. It's like throwing gasoline on a fire. It's like the worst thing you can possibly do. Oh, what's his name? Great Angelo was in here. You know him?
No.
The entomologist scientist. He finally got brave enough to come in here. And we got a hell of a lot of good sound clips off of him.
Bugfucker?
Yep.
I don't know him.
Well, he's one of Jam Panda's goons, but...
Is he?
He decided to slither on in, and we properly greeted him. We should play the clip that Heretic has. You'd really just like, it's a belly laugher for sure.
Go ahead.
I've been playing it. It's so good.
Nothing's happening. You might as well play it.
Yeah. Let me see here.
Is this with the bugfucker?
Yeah. Give me a second.
What thing are you measuring?
Yeah.
Whatever you measure.
I know, but
sorry, that's not the one.
It doesn't matter what I measure. It's whatever I measure.
Okay, well, let's say.
Yes, it does. What do you
hold on, let's say you, Brandon. Let's say you measure a table. Hold on. Let's say you measure a table. Is the table the measurement?
No.
Nah, that's
whatever
that doesn't
measure.
Dude. Hey, CB, do you mind if you play it? I gotta get. I'm heading back to work, man.
Yeah, I got you.
Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah. Okay, here it is. Dude, QE, that clip had me rolling. I'm glad that Brandon was being a good sport about that.
The measure.
Whatever you measure. Oh, man. All right, this is the clip from Central Heretic. Oh. Technical difficulties. Hold on a second. Huh.
It appeared, then disappeared.
Yeah. I think I have a workaround for that.
curved. Again, you're talking to me. Are plumb lines straight lines? So you're gonna mute me every time? Are plumb lines straight lines? Fuck you. Are plumb lines straight lines?
Is the claim here that the pylons of the
heretic? If you're gonna keep
away from
talking
each
over
other?
me, I'm not gonna. Are plumb lines straight lines? Did your mother have children that lived? Are plumb lines straight lines? You literally can't answer. Uh-oh. A plumb line goes straight down. It goes straight down. Okay. Goodbye, globe. Oh. Good. Explain your proof. Come on, dumbass. Explain your proof. Right there.
Why are you so angry?
You start talking. What, you're going to refute the entire field of geodesy now? They don't say that plumb lines are straight lines. Guess you shouldn't have invoked that to prove a globe. Plumb lines are curved lines. Now you're saying they're straight. They tilt away from each other. Well, not on the globe model, they don't. So I guess we're done here. Are we? You think you've won? It's amazing, heretic. You know what? That's why you don't even know what the plumb lines you're trying to prove the tilt of are in the paradigm that you're trying to use them to prove. So, yeah, we're done. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, Central tore a nice shred off him the other night.
Yeah, was this not in regards to bridge towers are perfectly aligned with radials to the center of the Earth based on the circumference as given in a perfect circle?
Yeah, that was his leading evidence, was a bridge. I don't know much about plumb lines. Do you have to have two of them? Is that a thing?
Well,
one at a time, or
you would need two of them if you wanted to know if two of them were at different angles to each other. You couldn't possibly do that with one of them.
Okay. So the next thing seems to be the curved versus straight plumb lines, because he was trying to use an orange with like a toothpick in it.
Yeah.
To try to demonstrate what he thought plumb lines were doing. And then, I guess, geodetic manuals say that they're curved, not straight. I don't know much about this. I'm just kind of learning as we go here. But he was trying to say that they were straight. So... that's context.
Yeah, you can't go out into the globe fantasy and stand at a particular point and claim that down where I'm at is directly to the center of mass of the Earth, or the center of geometry of a perfect sphere based on the alleged radius.
Okay.
Well, either of those claims is false. Because one, perfect sphere doesn't exist, and two, they allege differentials in the substructure that have anomalies in the gravity, which means the plumb lines would go in all different directions. So you can't just make a projection based on this ideal and then say it exists in reality, therefore this is what the towers of the bridge would be, without actually measuring it, then therefore say it is that way. It's a completely nonsense argument.
Okay. You know what? I think that it finally just clicked for me, at least. I couldn't understand at first why they would be curved. I understood why they would be, in their minds, ideally straight down to a perfect core. But, they're the ones that are always quick to say that it's not a perfect sphere. So I get where you're saying that wherever you're standing down wouldn't necessarily be directly to the quote-unquote center. So I get that. I get that now.
And then there's deeper reasons that has to go in with their transform laws, that they apply the field data to the model that they already have in their minds, which is based on the assumption of a gravitation of mass particles and centrifugal force of a rotating body.
Jeez.
So they have at least three different lines which represent like an idea, and only the very top actual measurements, and they have to mediate that measurement to those substructures, which is the geoid or like an ideal sphere, the geoid and the equipotential surface, which they've already decided in the past, and they have to make all the distances be the same, right? Because if your plumb lines were off, then the top of the spokes would be longer distances than the bottom. And so as they take these measurements and start to bring them down to a zero baseline, they have to finagle them to get them to all fit together. So it's not the case that they just go out into the world and measure the globe. They start out with assumption of globe, create a law of transform to interpret their data. They then shove the data up that law of transform, and then it poops out the other end a globe conclusion based on a globe presupposition in the first instance.
I see.
Like all their arguments, it's presuppositional circular frameworks.
Then they're like, potato.
Yeah, I watched a few videos on this kind of stuff, and they were talking about gravitational anomalies and how when they saw too far and measured too far and stuff like that, it must be a gravitational anomaly.
Oh my god, I'm sorry, Drace. I just burst into laughter because I just figured out why Indio said potato. Are you saying because it's like lumpy Earth, like not a perfect sphere?
Yeah, potato Earth. Man, you ever seen potato Earth?
Yeah. So lumpy potato Earth with lumpy potato gravity and potato plumb lines waving and curving around every which way. So they never would be parallel, even if the surface was flat. If plumb lines were what they say they are, they never would be parallel anyway. So it's a nonsense test.
Yeah, Drace. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Lumpy Earth. Yep. Oh man,
dude, that's aside from the fact that no 270 foot tall structure is created in a single piece of engineered to precision, perfectly leveled, substance. It's created in sections that all have a cumulative error from the bottom to the top. So in order to prove that that thing was actually plumb, you'd have to create an apparatus from the bottom to the top to prove it's plumb in the first place, which would be a superstructure in itself. It's like literally, it's the same thing we say all the time. It's like these dudes have never actually built anything in their lives, like maybe a balsa wood airplane or, like a Lego block kit, let alone a concrete superstructure. I was telling the bro the other day, like, you can't even make an 8-foot concrete wall that's perfect, because of the segmented forms, let alone something 270 feet tall. It's just not happening.
These arguments are nowhere land. Just hit them with the elevation angle and put an end to it quick. That's my position. Any objections?
Define objections.
An incoherent disagreement.
Ah.
Well, I disagree with putting an end to it quick. They won't concede, so it'll never end.
Yeah, it does end because we're not concerned about whether we convince them. It's the audience. It's
good point.
It's objective, right? So.
Yeah, India, look at you trying to give a show to the crowd. Nah. Kiwi's going in for the KO 13 seconds into the fight, all right? Forget the crowd. I know you spent $100 for tickets, but, we're going for the win, all right?
This is like Mike Tyson, Michael Spinks, man. No, I paid $90 for that fight. I am not having it.
Get back
Dude,
up.
who is that?
Back in the ring.
Who is that?
Yeah, get back up.
There was a lady that came in the other day, and her main contention was the religious nature of the proposition, thinking that her side was the secular, dispassionate, scientifically based side. So I demonstrated to her, through much elucidation, the history of the heliocentric model, steeped, dripping, saturated with religious philosophical propositions, and she was just aghast and literally had to leave.
Aw, poor baby.
Not to mention, coupled with the fact that we simped her out for some globe champions and nobody took the bait.
Hey AI, that video you wanted. I can't download the whole thing because it's in a. I'm not going to get into technical details because it's a stream. But I can record whatever segment you want off of it with like OBS.
So, Helio has 12 hours worth. It was basically a 13-hour stream, so it's just the last hour.
Was it any particular person or particular subject?
Yes, it was me and Octane Weasel discussing that the globe is. It was essentially the entire string of conversations was just that the globe is just a purely faith-based proposition, and he had to concede to every point.
Octane Weasel's been around since like the beginning of the old server. Like, I don't know what his issue is. I mean, he's civil and all that, but like, won't let go.
Well, I mean, I think he explained himself in that, and the subsequent short conversation where it's basically just his underpinnings of his choice is just faith in institutions. So the merit of the institution, the merit of the institution in itself somehow lends credence to what they say, and therefore it's rational to place your faith in them.
Well, I mean, his faith is based upon the faith of somebody else, right? His parents or like some school teacher. He had faith in some other person that has faith in those institutions. It's not like he got it himself. It's not like he was like a 5-year-old and like, by the way, NASA, they're trustworthy. No, someone else imparted that on him, that ideal.
Sure, yeah, exactly. You know what? That's that old argument. Oh, you wouldn't be a Christian if you weren't born in a Christian country, or likewise other countries. Same thing. It's like, well, you wouldn't believe in NASA if you weren't born in a NASA up the ass country.
I mean, there's validity to that argument. I mean, I don't know how you would test it. Reincarnation. Then, if you're reincarnated, then you wouldn't be a Christian, right? Because you'd have to test it on the same person.
No, well, I mean, yes and no. I mean, technically, with loose definitions, Christians are at least reincarnated once.
Yeah, but not in mortal form.
Yes, not to the same form, that's true. All right, where'd we leave off?
So who was the weirdo the other day? I can't remember his name. The entomologist, the bug guy. What's his name? Damn.
It's Angelo.
Something Angelo?
Yes, Great Angelo.
Great Angelo. Oh, that's why I keep forgetting, because I can't not put great in front of that name. Like, it doesn't compute for me. My brain just keeps erasing it.
Just change it to great, like Grate.
Yeah, how about grading? Grading Angelo. See, now I'll remember. Are you familiar with him, QE?
No.
Well, he's been around a while. He's an entomologist. So he's
he's a bug fucker.
Yeah, you got it. Got to have a needle dick to do that. But I don't judge. I don't body shame.
I don't judge.
I can't understand. And I was saying this that night. He was in here defending Eratosthenes. Like, how? Why? How can you defend that? I don't understand like how you can defend that.
Oh, there was some good argument that came across. Oh, yeah, okay, I remember now. So a couple of shows ago, Nathan was basically saying that because of the scientific rigor and validity of quantum mechanic principles that clash with the standard heliocentric points, they're forced into a paradigm shift. And some of what we're witnessing now, like maybe some people would even allege like the soft release of flat Earth, it's all part of that shift, which I would tend to agree with. That they're now in the antithesis stage before the synthesis. So they're floating out the antithesis to be rebelled against, and then somehow they're going to merge them together. Which, of course, my predisposition is that they're going to head towards subjective idealism, which some of the physicists have already asserted that that's where they're headed.
We're currently there. Well, for the last 30 years, roughly, they've been shotgun marriaging everything that quantum mechanics has debunked as to be quantum mechanics, like quantum field theory. That's fucking horseshit. That's not quantum mechanics. It's debunked everything that's shotgun marriaged in it.
Oh, so so it's like in the past, they used the vicarious merit of the scientific method in itself to apply their claims. Now they're going to use the scientific validity of the quantum mechanics side to, gain vicarious merit for their claims.
Yeah, it's a shotgun marriage between quantum mechanics and electromagnetism from Maxwell, which was debunked by quantum mechanics, Newton, which was also debunked by quantum mechanics, and Einstein, which is also debunked by quantum mechanics. All of those are in quantum field theory, shotgun married together.
Yeah.
Read it. Define quantum field theory. Somebody go get it and read it. It's not a theory to begin with, first of all. And it has
the history of how that was developed?
How what was developed?
Quantum field alleged theory.
I don't know how it was developed, but I know the players inside it.
Bunch of fraudulent bullshit, dude.
Yep. It has to be because there's contradictions everywhere.
Well, so you got the G factor, which is the precession of the magnetic moment of the electron. And without that, the entire mathematical artifice comes down. They've been fudging that for 50 years.
It's dead well before that.
Mm.
Well, I mean, actually fraudulently making experiments in like mathematics and so. Have you ever heard of Freeman Dyson?
Of course.
Yeah. So Freeman Dyson basically quit quantum mechanics research because of the fraud, and went back to England. Yeah. He wrote a peer-reviewed, basically saying this is a bunch of horse shit. Went back to England and studied something else.
Did he? Do you have any documentation on that? I'd like to have that.
Oh yeah, a couple.
If you could fish some of them out, you got my. I guess I shouldn't wait unless I want a ZZ Top beard. But if you could fish them out, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll find it. I watched like 3 separate videos that like from 3 different individual people that have nothing to do with each other. Basically going over, QED and how is it just this gigantic post-World War II fraud by Feynman, Schwinger, and some Japanese guy. They all 3 of them got the Nobel Prize. They each had different formulations for QED. Freeman Dyson mathematically linked them together to show like an equivalency, but then like each one of these models made a prediction for this the precession of the electron, of the precession of the magnetic moment of the electron, and like whenever someone would do a more precise measurement, it would be wrong from the previous theory, and like instantaneously a paper would come out that predicted that value. And this happened like 5 times. It didn't happen like once.
Dude, I was actually going to make a joke. I was actually just going to make a joke about that not 10 seconds ago. You must have went back in time, heard my joke, then went forward in time, told me to go back in time and tell myself.
That was the retrocausal quantum eraser.
Exactly. That's exactly. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. There's already an experiment with that, but go ahead.
Right, but that's what I wanted to mention is like that idea of non-temporality and non-locality that's floated in the mythos of the fictional environment that the public consumes, where they basically associate quantum terms with the woo. And so in the mind of the public, quantum means woo-woo.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
And so in that realm of woo, that is now scientifically validated by the vicarious merit of quantum mechanics and all the rigor, they can now make these quote-unquote truth claims that people believe about the woo, like non-temporality. Okay, so I can go back in time and cause things, or I can go forward in time and cause things, or I can go over there and be here and there, and then the idea of multiple dimensions, multiple universes, and all of these things become quote-unquote plausible. And once you have people in that malleable state where reality itself is at play, boy, you got a bunch of suckers waiting for the new paradigm that they're not even prepared for how retarded it's going to be.
Is it, Indio, is this just in relation to quantum electrodynamics or quantum field theory or both?
Quantum electrodynamics.
Okay.
Which is, quantum field theory is like, I don't know how you would call that.
I asked somebody to go look at the definition and define that monkey, but nobody had done it yet just yet. All right, let me gather these.
I can give you an actual paper called Something is Rotten in QED. Hold on.
I got the video.
Well, I mean, there's an actual published paper by not this guy.
Go ahead.
I'm going to try and find it. I'll post a link. Hold on.
Yeah, so there's this ever-pervasive itch to explain the ability for one thing to affect another without a mechanical link.
Yep. That's
right. So,
yep.
Yeah, so they want to bridge that gap because in your mind, it's very rational to believe that a mechanical object can affect another mechanical object. And also, you've seen energetic states affect objects, right? Like when you do the little balloon thing with the water, right? So you scratch the balloon on your head, put it near the water curves to match the balloons, static electric field or whatever the heck, right? So then you start telling yourself, well, what if there's like little mechanisms reaching out and moving the water? Or what if it's a force field or an energy field or a woo-woo field or an ether field or a spiritual matrix?
A spiritual matrix. That's a good one.
Well, there's a lot of practical objects that are used in descriptions of how these things happen on a fundamental level.
Yeah, anyone
like
can
for
describe something.
Exactly, and almost always, when someone's trying to describe these woo fields, they almost always default to using a rational object as the mechanism of motion. It's almost intuitive that they must do so, like a pole. If I push one end of a pole, well, the other end of the pole moves instantly, and that's how a wave transfers motion from one place to another.
Of course, that's wrong. But yeah, I get it. Indio, anything particular or specific with Freeman Dyson, or is he in these two videos?
Yeah, I just posted at the bottom. This is what he published.
The divergence of perturbation theory and quantum electrodynamics. This is in 1951.
Yeah, it's been shit for that long.
An argument is presented which leads tentatively to the conclusion that all the power series expansions currently in use in quantum electrodynamics are divergent after the renormalization of mass and charge. I got a problem with mass. The divergence in no way restricts the accuracy of practical calculations that can be made with the theory. What's the theory? But raises important questions of principle concerning the nature of physical concepts upon which the theory is built. This is worthless to me.
Yeah, it's basically an argument that, like, they basically play mathematical games to make it work.
Right, obviously, yeah. Any comments?
Because you have to converge on a value for any calculation. Like, you can't diverge from a value, then you have an infinity and it's meaningless, right?
Yeah, it's not science.
Yeah, so they'll truncate values and play all.
Doesn't matter anyway. Doesn't matter anyway. I'm talking physics. You're into mathematics. It's friggin' irrelevant. It's category error. So I don't know what they're trying to do. Maybe I have to watch these two videos.
Yeah, the videos go into they're more about the one particular value. The magnetic moment of the electron has to be a certain value, otherwise it all falls apart. And how it basically goes into how they kept fudging this value over and over again.
Mm.
And even to the point where a couple of them admitted it.
Let's just take a look at quantum electrodynamics.
Even Bohr, I guess, did some dirty shit way in the beginning.
Quantum electrodynamics and particle physics. Okay, holy fucking shit, dude. In particle physics, I knew it was going to say, but I'm going to do it anyway. In particle physics, quantum electrodynamics, QED, is the relativistic quantum field theory of electrodynamics, which quantum mechanics debunked. Fucking Maxwell's horse shit. This is that I don't need to go any further than this right here. I can destroy it right here. Quick. You ready?
Go for it.
Fire a fucking light. Take the light source all the way back. Doesn't even have to be a double slit, single slit. Take the light source, a weak light source. Just fucking take a light source and just move it back. Make it really faint and just wait for something to happen on the film. The moment the instant one discrete chunk hits that fucking film, Maxwell, are you listening? You fucking circled the drain faster than your equations. It's all over right there. All over. There are no buts. Period. End of fucking story. Don't have to go into any fucking magnetic moments of electrons. I could kill it right there. And go clean the bathroom. It's all fucking over. Relativistic quantum field theory. Get the fuck out of here. And that begs the question, what's quantum field theory? Let's take a look. Quantum field theory. See what it's got. In theoretical physics, it's fucking dead. It's dead right there. Quantum mechanics isn't theoretical physics. But I digress. We want to go on and dance on their graves? It gets fun. In theoretical physics, quantum field theory, or QFT, is a theoretical framework, says it fucking twice in the same sentence, then combines classical field theory. What the fuck is that? Special relativity and quantum mechanics. What's classical field theory? Because it's combining it. Classical field theory is a physical theory that predicts how one or more physical fields interact with matter through field equations without considering effects of quantization. What the fuck? Theories are incorporated in classical field theory, specifically intended to describe electromagnetism and gravitation, the two fundamental forces of nature. So quantum mechanics dealt a death blow. I already dealt it with electromagnetism or Maxwell's theory. It's fucking dead. So we got the first field theories are Newtonian gravitation. Well, Einstein killed that. And then quantum mechanics dealt both the death blow. Maxwell's equations. What are the field theories? Special relativity and general relativity. It's all fucking over. Quantum mechanics debunked each one individually with no remorse, no prejudice. But they're all combined with quantum mechanics to make quantum field theory. You can't make this shit up, folks. This is a fucking joke.
Hey, man, it paid the bills for at least through 4 decades. I mean, it gave them all Nobel Prizes. It gave them, prestige. It gave them a bunch of stuff.
Sure.
So when people ask, why would they lie? Monetary gain, power, prestige. Feynman was banging like all his fucking students, man. It's well known. Do you think if he was just some run-of-the-mill person without a Nobel Prize, he'd be banging all the students? No, of course not.
Yes. A very wise man once said, money, power, sex, fame, that's the game. That's the game.
Fucking Richard Feynman, he had his moments, but he is a dumb fuck. I even have it on one of the Nupty clips where he called Newtonian, the universal law of gravitation, a scientific theory. I shit you not. And got away with it. No one ever said anything. No, I haven't heard anyone make a, wait a second there. No one. Not in 15 years, I haven't. As soon as I heard it, I couldn't fucking believe it.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Even for someone. Because this is why it's super ridiculous. He knows how Newton got the universal law of gravitation. Because he has a lecture that he gave. Feynman's lectures on physics.
Yeah.
His lost lecture, which you can get on YouTube, the audio, was on that. So he knows that it wasn't a theory derived from any experiment.
Right.
That he looked at Kepler's laws, saw the mathematical relationship, invented his universal law of gravitation. It's not a physical law. It's a mathematical law, basically. It's a mathematical relationship for the orbit of if there was an orbit of an ellipse, what is the force that points to one of the foci of the ellipse? And what would that force be? It would be a force that's inversely proportional to the square of the distance. but it has nothing to do with any experiment.
Right. Yep.
Well, Newton ran away from it. You know, like Newton was running away from his own stuff, so especially that one.
Yep, we got him stating it. His own words. Yeah, it's all. This is all just a clusterfuck. And then you got pretender clown flat earthers that think quantum mechanics is quantum field theory.
What?
Fucking Witsit.
And
dumb fuck.
I like Witsit, but quantum field theory is not quantum mechanics.
Yeah, exactly.
Nor is it woo.
He's not the only one, by the way.
Quantum field so-called theory is like...
let me make
all I know is when I was growing up, it wasn't widely accepted. It was completely speculative.
Yeah, so
until they started finding all until like CERN had its way, right? And they were like, we found up quark, charm quark, blue quark, green quark, red fish, blue fish. I eat green eggs and ham fish. Like,
yep. Oh man, you wouldn't believe the crap that comes out of the lectures from those suckers. But I just want to make a quick caveat for everyone that's been in the game for a while, that the flat Earth has reached a sort of loose critical mass to where it's appealing to people who haven't invested into the arguments or the history of the arguments and are essentially arriving at the now, where the subject is saturated and dripping with woo. And the majority of them are on board with flat Earth because it's a pathway to woo, not because of the flat Earth proposition being true in itself.
You got it. Yep, they're going to
yeah, that's a pretty good observation. That's a good observation.
They're going to try to adulterate it with their Tootsie Roll decks and their open-toed sandals and really bad breath.
Yep. Like the toroidal. I live in a toroidal electric field or whatever that.
Yes. Yeah.
Which, by the way,
do you have a different chakra on a flat Earth than a globe? Like, is your chi the same?
Is your chi?
Well, I mean, it would mess with alignment, would it not? How could you be properly aligned if you don't know whether you're plumb or not?
Oh yeah, that's right.
But speaking of that, since I eviscerated a young girl's hopes and dreams of her secular safe space last night, it's only fair that I do the same to flat earthers, which is that when it comes to this woo stuff, man, I lost my train of thought, dude. Forget it. But anyway,
or safe space. I was trying to imagine what one of those were.
It was, dude. It's man.
You're
no. What I was going to say is the sciences, right? The heliocentric accumulation of the assumption of a scientific endeavor for centuries and evolution and all this baloney sandwich are coming together to essentially synthesize with the woo. So science is officially going to shift towards that, and the flat earthers are going to go along with it. Because their predisposition philosophically is to the woo, not to the truth.
Look, this is what I think. If people all of a sudden, just like some, weird thing happened where people thought what people claim now woo was science, and people that claim a science was thought to be woo, the same people would go towards what is now called silence just because they think, oh, the woo's over here. This is the, this is the edgelord material. I'm going to go over here and, believe in, the mainstream theory. If the mainstream theories were thought to be woo, they would be attracted to that. Whatever is claimed to be woo is what they're attracted to.
Sure.
It's just like it's a contrarian, right? Just being a contrarian to be a contrarian.
Yeah, but there's also something empowering about the nature of reality if it is somehow connected in an intersubjective way, in the sense of idealism, where the user is also the creator of the end user experience, and so you're actually a self-driving force, a mini god, a demigod, even God himself in that view. And it appeals to the pride and the sense of self-determination and all of these things.
Well, I mean, what's the difference between believing in crystals do things, right? Have some effect, cause some effect, and believing, like, you know, fire causes some effect? There's no difference fundamentally. Just one is accepted by the mainstream, the other one isn't. And if they were switched, the people that believe in crystal power would switch sides too. They'd worship fire or something.
Well, a supposed whistleblower at CERN said that they're taking matter from an alternate dimension, which is essentially a destroyed dimension where everything's on fire and it takes a lot of energy to put it together. Whereas in our dimension, everything's together and it takes a lot of energy to put it to fire. And you know, like, this appeals to people when they hear these types of fantastical things, you know, like CERN's, you know, dimensional gates, bringing in demons, talking to Lovecraftian entities, etc., etc. Which, by the way, those guys who believe in all that CERN mumbo jumbo, who are on the physicist side, like, they fully accept the proposition that there are energetic beings that exist in the cosmos that can interact with us, that are super powerful, that can affect us, and even we have the ability to become like them one day. You know, like, you listen to these physics lectures, the first one's pretty good, like, it's pretty good physics. And the next one's like, oh, we're going to go to the stars and Mars. And then the next one's like, oh, we're going to transcend our bodies and float into clouds in the ether and talk to our perfectly evolved selves as energy clouds. Like, it goes off the rails quick.
And there's only a hair's breadth difference between any of it.
And I was telling that girl the other night, it's like, and at the end of all this nonsense, they ask you for donations to their cause. Just like a religion. It's like, hey, we're going to get saved by transcending our human bodies and becoming pure eternal energy. Also, please donate to my super energetic smasher machine.
Yeah, it's also an appeal to the future. Like, in the future, you're going to get all this good stuff. Just keep giving us money.
That's the funniest thing about it, because they say you when they really mean your descendants 5 generations away, and it's not going to affect you at all. You're still going to die and turn into a pile of dust.
You know, what's the difference between, like, going to see, like, some astrologer and them, you know, reading your horoscope and giving you, like, traits of guys that you're gonna frickin' meet and fall in love with or would be good for you, and going to a psychiatrist or psychologist and going to counseling and asking them, like, what can you do and meet a guy, and they base their opinion on so-called science, right? It's the same thing. There's no difference. There's, like, the difference is whether one particular methodology for predicting the future is so-called accepted by the mainstream versus the other. Just because they have a bunch of published papers, I mean, astrology's got lots of published papers. I guess they're just publishing it in the wrong spot.
Oh, they don't have a publicly recognized institution.
Ah, that's the problem. I'm smelling a grift coming on. I think we should start an astrology university.
Dude, the sad thing is that you could probably get the current wave of new flat earthers to sign up and pay you $5,000 a month. I don't freaking know.
I could get half the women in the United States to sign up for it, believe me.
Dude, an astrotheological university. That would be big.
Man, we'll have a class on crystals. We'll have a class on tarot cards. We'll have a class on astrology. Well, astrology's got to be like the main theme. So you got to have underclassmen level courses, and then like if you're majoring in astrology, then we have the upper level courses. Then you can do your PhD in astrology, maybe your master's thesis. See, we just go through the motions, right? We go through the forms because they're all form with no substance. So we'll just be all form with no substance. And isn't that really what the appeal to authority is? When you say, I'm a PhD, I'm listening to this guy with a PhD. You're appealing to form over substance. This guy went through the motions. He went to a university. He filled all the paperwork correctly for a few years. To the approval of the people around him. And then they said, okay, you filled out all your paperwork correctly. Here's the stamp of approval. Now put these 3 letters after your name. And when you talk to people, make sure they call you doctor. And then you'll have this air of authority. And thank you very much for the $250,000. Have a nice day. Right? And it's all form. It's no substance to it.
Can we create a Globe Earth school then and just give out Globe Earth PhDs and become PhDs in Globe Earth and then they have to listen to us?
Dude, I don't care. Whatever school we make, it has to at least have one class. The entire purpose of the class is to brainstorm a way to counteract a Sasquatch's ability to teleport away before we can capture it.
I'm going for the keg parties. That's the only reason I'm going.
So do the kegs swirl in the counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere?
Yeah, if you do a keg stand, and like we have a branch in Australia, like when you drink it upside down standing on your head, you'll actually be right side up compared to the northern hemisphere, and it will swirl clockwise.
We actually have a Glober among us, rolling my boulder, Foria.
Oh my lord.
Rolling
we
my
have been
boulder.
blessed with the presence of a... I won't characterize him.
Foria apoplectic? That's rolling my boulder?
Isn't this the one that got kicked out of all the Glober servers too? Or that's Rhinosaurus or something, right?
The enemy of my enemy is my frenemy?
Yeah, he used to be called Sisyphus, because Sisyphus used to be always pushing up that boulder up that hill.
Whatever, he's gonna stay on mute.
I have to taunt.
Yeah, so the biggest part that bothers me about these interpretations of quote unquote wave field motion induction or however people want to say it is that they use this analogy of a lake. So on one side of the lake is you, on the other side of the lake is something, and in between you and that is water. And the water is never not there, it's always between you and it. Right? So when you create a wave on one side, the water's already on the other side, so it doesn't have to travel, therefore there's no speed of quote-unquote light in this instance. The problem in this analogy is that when you create a wave on one side of the water, and the other person on the other side sees you create the wave, they literally watch the ripples take time to get to the other side, immediately debunking this analogy as incoherent. In order for the analogy to ring true, as soon as you manipulate the water on the one side, the other side should have a wave spontaneously appear instantaneously. That's not what we see happen. We see a period of time into which the effect that is initially created causes a chain reaction that travels over distance over time, which is known as speed. So in their own analogy, they're begging to be thought of as speed. So you're saying there's no speed of light while simultaneously giving me an analogy that requires speed in order for the effect to occur.
That just gave me the idea for an experiment. Quantum tunneling double slit. I don't even know if it's possible.
I was thinking about quantum tunneling. It's funny that you mentioned it.
I'm always thinking about it. It's always in my head, 24 hours a day. If anybody invents a way to teleport, it'll be me. If I don't do it, it's never going to happen. I know that's a bold statement, but I've been thinking about it for about 30 fucking years now. Maybe I'll figure it out in like another 30. Scribble it on my deathbed and on my arm.
32 years, 3 months, 17 days, 3 hours, 17 seconds. Now I have to kill all of you and wipe this timeline. You'll all be a Mandela effect by the morning.
Well, I mean, the U.S. Navy, it's really weird. The U.S. Navy was doing sonar. Right, so. And they noticed the tunneling effect using sonar, where they were getting bounces, like, so they got underwater mountains, basically. And their sonar was basically wave tunneling through mountain ranges. And they were picking shit up on the other side of these, like, underwater mountain ranges. So you could say it's the energy tunnel. Who fucking knows, man? But then the way PN junction works. PN junction works by, allegedly, if you believe in electrons, they're little bowling balls. An electron tunnels through a semiconductor. That's matter, so matter tunneling. So matter tunneling is possible. So there's a limitation, and maybe that I've thought of a way to get rid of that limitation, but I don't know how practical it is to actually. I need more information. Probably like I said,
dude, holy crap! Watch out! That's dangerous. If you get too much information in one place, you'll create a black hole.
Yeah, I better not do that.
For those of you who aren't in,
it's an energy.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, there's a video from some suckers out there that they're trying to explain black holes to each other, and they're talking about how the necessity of black holes to retain information is needed for their whole worldview to matter. But the problem is that the more information they stack on this holographic plate or whatever, it can actually affect gravity, which means they're attributing mass to information. And then all of a sudden, this was being critiqued on Nathan's show. One of the panel members says, "Oh my goodness, they're going to say that if you have enough mass in one place, enough information in one place, it's going to give rise to mass and create a black hole." And they were saying it tongue in cheek. Then they replayed the video they were critiquing, and the chick literally spewed that out her mouth. If you had so much information on a CD, it would be so heavy, it would create a black hole.
So what you're telling me is that QE and Indio are super heavy.
Yeah, you better get your gravitational wave apparatus, because we're gonna orbit each other and ring down and create gravity waves.
Now, since we've had this long path to the conclusion of the question that was asked of me previously, and I had the benefit of time, the answer to your question that you asked me earlier, my friend, is what is weight? And the answer is the amount of localized information in a particular space.
And that's heavy.
Oh.
Yeah, I went there. That was borderline clever, borderline dad joke.
Well, that's part of the reason why idealism is going to be so easy as the new synthesis, because they're basically, segueing everyone into the belief that information is, or consciousness, or a combination of the two, is the base unit of reality, not matter. And if that's the case, then this whole mind over matter, I can manifest my own reality, I can tap into the energies of the universe and manipulate the fields with my force powers. Oh man, it's all going to come true. By the way, what's the promises of all these people that tap into this thing? It's like, oh, if we could just tap into these secret knowledges, we could have such more advanced technology. Man, we could have flying cars, we could have free energy, we could teleport.
The reason I brought up the tunneling is because you were talking about the wave traveling across the water. And, that's kind of how quantum tunneling works. But if the wavelength of the wave is greater than the size of the barrier, and the barrier would be the lake, right? So you got a lake. Let's say it's a square lake. A rectangular lake. You create a wave on one side, and the wavelength of that wave is greater than the width of that little rectangular lake. Hypothetically, it could wave tunnel to the other side without spending any time in the lake. That's like how quantum tunneling works. So this is demonstrated by this guy named Gunter Nimps in 1994, published in Physical Review, I think, or the Annal of Physics, maybe. He is German. Where he proved that the time spent. So what he did, he tunneled, quantum tunneled microwaves, and he demonstrated that there's no what they call a dwell time. That the microwaves from when it goes on one side of the barrier to appears on the other side of the barrier was instantaneous. Well, not exactly instantaneous. There's a little amount that actually, when it hits the barrier, that it displaces laterally along the interface, but it doesn't spend any time in the intervening space between what he's shining it through and where it's picking it up, right? So what he was doing was you have one material made of aluminum and another material made of aluminum, and in between that is an air barrier, and you blast the microwave, and then it basically will hit the interior boundary and tunnel across this air barrier into the secondary piece of aluminum. But it spent no time in the air part. It wasn't in there. It was instantaneous the other side. Now people got all pissed off about this, obviously, because it debunks general relativity and all that. But then they have a way out, because general relativity, the speed of light, constancy of the speed of light only applies to transverse waves. And if the wavelength is large enough that, like I was saying, it'll overlap, because it's near field radiation, not far field radiation. So, I mean, this is just shit that's all yes, there's a way to do it. This wave thing, there's a way to skip the barrier, let's put it that way, and just go across it, as long as that barrier is Probably has something to do with the properties of the barrier. Maybe it's like maybe it's electrical potential. Maybe you can bias it with a voltage. Maybe you can polarize it or whatever. But things like refractive index of the barrier or all sorts of things, that's like, I don't think any of that matters, if I remember right. But in the quantum mechanical explanation is that there's a non-zero probability that the wave function of the particle is on the other side of the barrier too. So sometimes it'll go across. But then there's another model with electrons and electron holes. So with a p-n junction, the p metal is saturated with electrons, whereas the n metal is depleted of electrons. So it's energetically more favorable to jump across the barrier, because the electrons that are negative are basically like saying, come feed me or whatever, and the other ones are trying to get away, so it just jumps across the barrier. And when it does that, it emits a photon. And that's how we have LEDs and LED laser pointers and all that shit. So, but these are just like models for engineering and shit. Like, what their physical reality is, who knows? I'm just like fucking rambling. Because this subject, like, I've been researching this shit for fucking decades, man. And, like, I'm not getting anywhere. I'm missing. There's something missing, and I don't know what it is.
Have you tried the woo?
Yeah, I was. Oh man, that's what I need. The crystals. The fucking. It's the crystals. No, I didn't use the right crystals, man.
Well, you know, according to Star Wars lore, the powerful crystals necessary to generate the lightsaber can only be stabilized when they're in their energetic state by the force of will, being a powerful force user. So just like psychokinetic interference, it's a psychokinetic cooperation.
Thinking maybe I could do this like quantum tunneling, right? And then the others, they're like, it tunnels across the barrier, but the other side of the barrier isn't just another medium, it's a double slit.
Ooh. Yes.
See what the fuck happens, just out of ha-has, right? Because what's going to come out? The particle nature or the wave nature? Like, fucking thing will just probably just like explode or something. Like, I don't know what to do anymore. Like,
well, look, you have to label one of the slits hate, one of the slits love.
Love and hate.
Wait, see, it's entirely
This is a diagram of his experiment that he did.
See it.
Yeah. So the thing is, it spent no time in this internal barrier. And I just saw that someone did a double barrier. Superluminal tunneling to two successive barriers. I haven't looked at this stuff in a long time. I usually like put it down for like 18 months, man, and then like let it eat a fucking worm into my head again. See if I learned anything new that I can apply to it. And there really hasn't been any. Probably because of like That Mexican beer germ thing.
Okay, so these guys that posit the idea of the change and synthesis into subjective idealism also posit the idea that the universe, quote unquote, that we experience is essentially an end user interface of a.
Oh my god, I've heard that shit. Oh my god, that is just cringe, dude. That like basically what we see is just a GUI, right?
Exactly. Right. But so,
makes you
so
want to
that
throw
being
up,
said-
man. It's so disgusting of a theory.
So that being said, it makes they put information as essentially in consciousness as the base of reality. So it's just a consciousness and an information system. So the difference between here and there isn't so much 1 inch or 1 mile or 1,000 miles. It's just a different information state. So if you can induce an information state that is in tune with the location of there and you are here, then you jump from here to there by changing your information state, and then in the, you could call it the next cycle or the next render of the local reality, you displace yourself exactly like an information state displacement in a video game. In a split frame second of rendering, a character could be in one spot in the game and then immediately be in another spot in the game, and the only difference is the information state.
Holy shit, you lost half your audience. I just got back. What's all this quantum tunneling? What are you guys talking about? Let's go rehash it.
This is superluminal tunneling. This was a test somebody did. I was speculating on if you did a quantum tunneling experiment, right? But instead of having a, so you have your barrier, then you have your tunnel, and you have like another barrier. So if the other second barrier is a double slit,
that's not a barrier.
Well, I mean it's not a barrier. Well, I mean it's a interface or a medium for it to pass through.
What do you mean a double slit's not a barrier? Yeah, well, it's got two slits in it.
Well, I mean,
God.
Okay, so I'm just not explaining it correctly. Okay, so when a particle, okay, so I'll just use not this particular one, so I'll just use a typical one, right? So you have so the way quantum tunneling is said to work is that a particle, right, part of its wave function will overlap the barrier, and there's a non-zero probability of it being on the other side of the barrier. When that condition is met, where it does tunnel across, right? Have you seen a diagram of it? I don't know if I'm.
I studied quantum tunneling a while back with Josephson junctions and stuff, but that's been some years ago.
Okay, yeah. So there's a non-zero probability of it being on the other side of the barrier. So sometimes it'll tunnel across the barrier. What I'm thinking of, if so, you have the wave function. So say the wave function of electron is 10 nanometers. You make a fucking 9 nanometer fucking barrier. So its wave function will actually be across the barrier. Now some of the electrons will tunnel across the barrier. So right after the barrier, at a distance that's also smaller than the wavelength, you put a double slit so that when it quote unquote rematerializes, it rematerializes into the double slit.
Hold on a second. Wavelength of a particle? Really?
Yeah, the Compton wavelength, right? The de Broglie, no, it's called the de Broglie wavelength.
Yeah, it's fucking horse shit. I debunked de Broglie. It's not de Broglie, it's de Broglie. I debunked him many years ago. Fucking particles don't have wave functions, man. What is a wave function?
So what do you think about? It's the probability.
Wait a second before you start firing off questions. What the fuck is a wave function?
The wave function is the probability amplitude that a particle will be detected at any particular location.
Is it physical?
No, of course not.
Then it doesn't have a wavelength.
Well, technically, no.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's about all for that discussion.
I'm just giving you the mainstream explanation of how quantum tunneling works. I actually don't think that that's it. I don't think it's correct.
Yeah, it's not. Okay, that's fair enough. I left for a good bit. I had to go take care of some stuff, so it's unfair of me to.
But the idea was to quantum tunnel whatever across a barrier, right, and have it immediately go into a double slit, right? So like. So basically, it tunnels across, and like you can think of it like teleportation. It teleports immediately into the gap of a double slit. See what comes out the other side. Is it going to make an interference pattern, or is it going to make a speckle pattern?
It's a play on the interference pattern. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, that's what it is. That's essentially what it is. They're playing with the interference pattern. Yep.
I want to do this experiment.
Yeah, I'd like to hear the hypothesis first. It may be a demonstration.
I don't even have a hypothesis. It's just like something I want to try.
No, not you. Not you. Them.
Oh, them. Oh,
yeah.
God. That's. I watched. Who was it? I'm trying to think who it was. It was a pretty famous freaking guy too. Maybe it was Barry. It was some famous physicist. His name was Barry. He came through like Barry phases or whatever.
Ooh.
But he was teaching a class on quantum mechanics. It was like it was a YouTube video I watched years back, and he's like explaining like this experiment, and he's like, "This experiment's never been done, but we know this would happen." Like, what the fuck is that shit, dude?
Yeah. One of
like, click next video.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Dude, you got a lot of balls to say this experiment was never done, but we know this will be the result.
Oh man,
lots of balls, dude.
So you're trying to make. Give me a second. You guys keep talking. Hold on.
It was basically like an experiment where like with like half silvered mirrors, like where 50% of the photons would go through the mirror and 50% would reflect, and it was like this setup where like the mirrors, like they were all at like 45-degree angles, like so some photons would bounce off the mirror, some photons would go through it and bounce off another mirror, like so it's like this convoluted Rube Goldberg device of mirrors. And he was like, well, this would be our experimental result. This experiment's never been done, but we know that this is what we would get. Like that's horseshit, man.
Yeah. Click.
Yeah, goodbye. I just can't believe I heard a scientist say that, man. That we don't need to do the experiment. We know we know what the result is.
Well, then you know he's not a scientist.
Like, wow. That kind of like blew me away and shit. So like, I'm sure they would have some convoluted, I'm sure they could come up with some like prediction, a hypothesis of what the experimental result would be.
The prediction, that is the hypothesis.
Yeah. Well, but I doubt that they would ever like, they just wouldn't do the experiment because they think they'd already know it. They just wouldn't even set it up. Like, why bother doing it? We already know what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's nah. Click. And then laugh at him.
Yeah, rest in peace, experimental science, dude. Like,
yeah. Experimental science, that's a fucking painfully redundant. You can't have fucking science without experiment. You just can't do it.
Yeah, but what do you think about thought experiments?
Well, I don't know. It depends on the context.
Depends on the thought.
Context of it, it's not an actual scientific experiment. They just use that vernacular with a hypothetical.
Well, if you're an idealist, all experiments are thought experiments.
Well, how about Maxwell's demon thought experiment, right? This little demon opening the door.
Stupid. I can't believe that was attributed to Maxwell. I have a hard time believing that. I think he was a little smarter than that.
Yeah, where's the energy from the demon has coming from?
The demon is an intelligent agent.
Yeah, true enough. Yeah.
So it can't be anything against the second law because that's a natural law. You can't have a fucking intelligent agency manipulating stuff like building refrigerators and shit.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. So when I first heard that many years, that was years and years ago, I was stupefied by the. I just, it's almost rudimentary juvenile horseshit. So Maxwell, if you're listening, if that was actually your demon, you're a dumb fuck. Okay.
Well, according to that,
well, my problem is the demon's not included in the system, right? They're acting like the demon is like somehow
he is
affecting the system without being inside of it. Like that's not possible.
Well, he is.
He has to be part of the system.
Part of their system. He's open and closing the gate.
Well, they don't calculate the entropy of the demon now, do they?
Well,
right? Because the demon's opening and closing a door, which is energy, right? Every once in a while, one of these little particles that are going to go across are going to get hit by the door, right? So he's adding energy into the system.
Well, I mean, theoretically,
it's a dumb idea. The whole thing is stupid. That's like a game.
Really,
that experiment is like it's juvenile at best.
Well, theoretically,
Go ahead, AI. It sounds like you want a monologue. Go ahead.
A sentient agent can create an infinite amount of information, and if it's atemporal, it can create an infinite amount of information now, and therefore you have an infinite amount of mass, which means you have an infinite amount of energy.
Oh, that's some horse shit. You've been drinking?
Well, I'm just basing that on the logic from the girl with the CD that could create a black hole. However, if you take that from an agent within the system to the agent in which the system resides and call that agent God, then you have an infinite source of energy.
That's what? Oh boy.
Well, it's one of those quandaries between subjective and
I was being facetious, man. I didn't mean it.
Idealism. All right. No, but I think that is a good point because the subjective idealists, the nature of energy in a subjective idealistic world, like where does the energy come from?
What is idealism, and then what is subjective idealism?
Well, idealism is essentially the philosophy that all is mind and matter is just illusory.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. So
a derivative of mind, and then subjective versus objective. So objective is that the source of that ideal is external to it, and subjective is that it's within it. That's how they would parse out. That's how they're defined in those terms.
Well, I agree with idealism. I'm not seeing the subjective part. Maybe it's just me.
Okay, so the main reason why they want to parse these two out is because anyone promoting subjective idealism, right?
I've never even heard somebody say that except you.
Well, that's because you didn't watch the video.
I'm not.
That's because you didn't watch the video that I posted in Nathan's show after I told you I would.
Yeah, that's doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It just means that I haven't heard it.
Okay, the easiest way to sum it up in one word is monism.
Oh, for fuck's sake. A Buddhist monist?
That would fit.
Go ahead, sorry.
But yeah, you see the point now. So what was I in the middle of doing? Oh, defining the difference between subjective and objective. Yeah, so in that
isn't that redundant though, subjective idealism?
Yes and no, because it's intended to exclude objective idealism.
And objective idealism would be what?
An external agent is the creator of the system.
Objective ideal versus subjective.
So back in the past, this was a big deal with Berkeley, founder of Berkeley College.
Yeah, I've read some stuff with him, and yeah.
Yeah, there's Berkeleyan idealism, which is essentially, if you have this concept of idealism, you have to ground the mind that's creating the subsequent reality. So if you look upon your own mind...
Whoa, wait a second. I'm sorry to
Go
stop
ahead.
you. They're not creating it. They're just participants in it.
In objective idealism, that's true. In subjective idealism, they're also the creator. The creator and the creation are one and the same, hence monism.
Holy shit. No wonder they're fucking out of their minds.
Yeah, which is all subjective relativism, subjective morality, all of these things where
I see what you're saying. I kind of see what you're saying now. Okay.
Whereas an objective idealist would ground that mind that is the source of reality externally. So it's not us, it's the creator. And the creator is separate from the creation rather than being one with the creation.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
You hear this all the time in a lot of New Age philosophy. It's like, oh, yeah, of course I believe in God. We're God. I'm God. The rocks and the trees are God. The piece of paper that I'm writing I'm God on is also God.
So the paper that you write that I'm writing that I'm God is also God. That's a good one. So this is a thing that I must have missed it.
Dude, this is not only a thing, this is the thing.
Oh, is it? Maybe I've been spending too much time in the wood line.
I'll explain it very quickly, as fast as I can, without forcing you to watch the video. So the net summation of the past endeavor into scientific secularism, right, where they tried to divide sciences from the supernatural and say, okay, it's purely secular, purely materialistic. We're doing this strictly by rationality and blah, blah, yada, yada. They went through all these philosophical choices. They went through all these experiments. They came up with all these nonsense ideas about the creation of the earth and heliocentrism and Big Bang and all this stuff. And now they're getting to the point where they can't get past the brass tacks of, like Nathan said, quantum mechanics and the validity of the scientific method. And like you've said multiple times, the absolute fact of the presence of information. So they must concede in their search for the particle, the fundamental unit of reality, that they can't get past consciousness, and they essentially are conceding that consciousness is the fundamental unit of reality. And now that they've conceded that, they have to synthesize that into a paradigm that doesn't include an external agent God.
Oh, I got you. I'm tracking with you now. I got you.
Therefore, to account for such things, which normally would be attributed to a specific theistic deity, they're now going to attribute it to the universe itself.
Gotcha. Yep. Makes sense.
And this time, before it was pure speculation, now it's going to be arrived at through what people will believe is scientific progress.
Yeah, but it contradicts. It's got an internal contradiction where you stated what the universe is entirely mental. So when you start talking about material things as also being the creator, that's internally it's a paradox. Follow?
Well, yeah, but that's your truth, not my truth. And since all truth is truth, problem solved. Well, of course, it's inherently contradictory, but it doesn't matter. People will buy it.
Of course, it's contradictory inherently, but that's what you got. All right. Well, that was enlightening. At least I learned something today. Subjective idealism. I'm sorry. You must have thought I was in on some kind of Nathan show on that. No, I wasn't there.
You were there.
When?
Could have been on Deafin. You're like, oh, AI's talking. I'm going on Deafin. Fuck this.
No, I don't do that. Sometimes I get up and leave because I got shit I got to do.
Yeah, I hear you. So I'm trying to remember the title. I'm trying to remember the title of the book. It's something along the lines. It's insinuating this idea that evolution, quote unquote, doesn't evolve for truth. And therefore, whatever we perceive with our faculties was not arrived at by a pursuit of truth. It's entirely a deception. And the underpinnings of reality are not what we actually experience. It's something different. And essentially, like what I was talking to Indio earlier, that and then maybe you mentioned it too, the final reality that we're experiencing is a end user interface of a subset information system. And that's kind of where all this stuff is starting to come out of. Dang, I want to. I really want to remember the title of the book, dude. Man, it's bad.
That's all right.
Hold
I'm
on.
going to read it anyway.
Oh, the title is all you need to know. If you read the title, you've read the book. Basically, that's why I wish I could remember it. Hold on, I'm going to go on mute and look for it.
All right. Exposing the myth of evolution. What the hell is that anyway? Truth be told, exposing the myth of a farce. Isn't that redundant?
You mean Professor Phil?
No.
Professor Phil sent me a DM about our little conversation. Some of it was disparaging. Should I read it?
What conversation?
Conversation me and you were having about quantum tunneling.
What the fuck? He doesn't know that water vapor is a gas.
No, it gets worse. Basically said, I'm right, you're wrong, and then he cited the photoelectric effect.
Photoelectric effect for quantum tunneling? What the fuck? Now that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, he starts talking about the empirical, he starts about the photoelectric effect. Special metallic surface kicks off electron. The greater the intensity, the more photons wavelength, the more electrons ejected. For a fused laser with a long wavelength, red, orange, yellow, no electrons are ejected no matter how powerful the laser. No, we weren't talking about the photoelectric effect, dude. Not at all.
Go back, like I told you, you fucking imbecile. Pretender clown Dunning-Kruger idiot. Phil, go back to primary school and start the fuck all over again. This time pay attention. All right? Every 6 months or so, drop your dumb ass and fucking anchor in a basic reasoning course, 60 level, just to make sure everything's aligned. You're one of the most retarded people ever heard. Just go to my numpty clips and hit signature numpty clips and then hit Phil Bell, and there's 36 minutes somewhere around there of an absolute fucking farce from a moron. Rhodes Scholar moron. I can't believe you're still out here. Don't you have any fucking dignity whatsoever? I just don't deal with those fucking idiots anymore. I just bypass them. How many times I got to debunk them? Like 85 times in a row? I'm fucking done with them. Especially him. Fucking Elmer Fudd and baby Huey are in the corner blushing. Dumb fuck.
Okay, so I posted in there the short version. This is a guy commenting on the interview on the Lex Friedman show with Donald Hoffman, who's a cognitive scientist, who's in league with some physicists that are essentially pushing the idea of this new concept. And so the underpinnings of the physics were that space-time and something else, which I can't remember off the top of my head, start to break down when you get to smaller and smaller levels.
I mean, it doesn't break down just at space-time?
Well, yeah, but don't forget these are mainstreamers. Right. So they get to this smallest time state and smallest matter state, and then after that it breaks down and becomes what they essentially just classify as pure consciousness. It's like after a certain finitude of infinitesimal small time and space, nothing's left but consciousness. It's the only thing that could be there. And then, of course, for all the reasons we had earlier, they have to come up with a reason. And so they throw space-time under the bus. They do all of these other types of things.
Well, Einstein threw that under the bus himself. It also violates Heisenberg's uncertainty principle at the fundamental level. It's fucking horseshit. You don't even need that. You could just third grade fucking just basic reasoning it violates.
Sure. The problem is, I mean, obviously we're talking about ourselves in this way, but also there's people out there who are going to fall victim to this mumbo jumbo because they're expressing that they're arriving at this thing through all these, decades and centuries of established science.
Established pseudoscience. For the most part.
Okay, so the book is called The Case Against Reality.
That sounds like a winner.
By Donald Hoffman.
Did they define reality? I'd like to hear that.
I don't know if he did or not. No, I did watch this entire interview. It's quite interesting in the way in which they come to it. And if anybody's interested, if they watch the Space-Time is Doomed video, you'll see the connections to subjective idealism. And I believe Mr. Hoffman uttered those words himself as a direct quote, where he says that they're leaning towards a paradigm which is essentially subjective idealism in a monistic sense. Okay. I believe that's a direct quote.
How long is it? Well, wait a second, I'll get it.
So the Chris Lato one, which Space-Time is Doomed, which has a lot of the relevant excerpts and the religious connections, is only like 20 minutes or 30 minutes max. And the Donald Hoffman one is like 3 hours.
Yeah, I'm not interested in the Space-Time one. I'm interested in this Donald Hoffman one. So, okay. Let me get that one. When I get time, I'll get to it.
Well, the Space-Time is Doomed one is essentially a guy commenting on and playing clips from this interview. So it's like a much more concise, compact presentation of it. So depending on how much time you got. But hey, if you got the time.
Donald Hoffman, I'll go with Donald Hoffman.
Yeah, that's the juicy one.
Don't hold me on a time frame. I've got them saved to watch.
So now, obviously, for the other people that haven't caught on, the reason why this guy's so involved, being a cognitive scientist, is the nature of the hard problem of consciousness and the concept in this other quote-unquote alleged physics idea, which they call a physics theory, that consciousness is the fundamental unit of reality.
I got to bolt. Have a good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Right. Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, but I would encourage any flat earther to watch both those videos. It'll open your eyes to where mainstream, the cumulative efforts of mainstream heliocentric, Big Bang expanding, monkey butt, goo to you through the zoo cosmology is leading towards. But so, Indio, in relation to your idea of teleportation, they talk about that in that book and in that interview, in the idea that if reality is ultimately consciousness at its base level, then the expression or the experience of consciousness is just information states. And so you can transpose yourself to a different spatial location simply by changing your information location. And so teleporting, going from here to 35 light years away, all of these things are not only possible, but easily done once you tap into that little trick there. However you get there, that's the trick, is how do you get there in the first instance. But once you get there and you understand how to alter the information states, then you can effectively just, for lack of a better term, you can create anything at will, and you can transpose yourself into any physical location at will. You'd be like Neo, He's starting to believe. So in other words, information and quantum dynamics or mechanics and all of these types of things are basically forcing the hand of the heliocentric paradigm. Synthesize a new paradigm which adopts the spiritual information or mind-based reality into the previous materialistic paradigm.
What do they say about free will? They being, agnostics, atheists, or whoever.
Well, in a subjective, idealistic monist universe, then free will is entirely possible. Not only that, but since you are a part of the greater consciousness, then your will not being free would ultimately be an illusion anyway. So no matter how you slice it, you would still have free will, because you would be, and even if you didn't know you had free will, ultimately you are the being that has free will, hiding itself from the fact that it has free will.
I was just watching a video from Sabine, and it's titled "You Don't Have Free Will, But It's Okay," or something like that. And the thing that tripped me out the most was when she was like, since the Big Bang, everything is already predetermined. And I was like, oh, okay, well, you already jacked truth in the word, science and name, but why not just go ahead and jack scripture too? Just take it all, take it.
Well, you know that the term free will is just redundant anyway. If you have a will, then that means you have the ability to exercise. Right? Most people don't even realize that. But there's different types of free will. Like there's libertine free will, which is you can do anything. And then there's, different types of free will, which are strictured, which you could do anything that's congruent with your desire.
This thing that we do on a daily basis. However, we're going to say that something behind that is the underlying cause or whatever. And it's like we're not going to say free will are decisions, because those decisions are truly not decisions. Well, then what are decisions then? I don't know.
Well, even if you make a decision within a limited decision set, so you would have a stricture on your freedom, but also still have freedom within that stricture. So you'd still have freedom regardless.
I mean, in that sense, it seems like the more detail we would try to get about it, ultimately we would just be talking about order and processes. Like, well, if that wasn't the case, then none of everything that I'm looking at, from the ground I'm standing on to the things that we've spent time building and imagining, it's like nothing would make sense if everything didn't have some sort of purpose or reason, because I don't get it. It's like our thoughts themselves, in a sense, is like maybe it could be random, but then again, maybe it's all part of something that has to fit together to be reality, like.
Well, keep in mind that Sabine in that worldview would be assuming that consciousness is an emergent property from matter. So matter is the precedent chain reaction that gives rise to consciousness after the fact. But if consciousness is the first order, then her entire premise is retarded. Which, by the way, is exactly what that idea that we were just talking about earlier basically says. It says, no, it wasn't that matter came first and then consciousness emerged from matter later on. It's that consciousness came first and then matter emerged as a derivative of consciousness later on. So in other words, the quote unquote instantiation or creation of the material universe was a conscious decision, not a domino. Not a domino that fell over without somebody pushing it. But rest assured, my friend, that those are all this philosophy. It's just against. It's specifically against specific theism. Like it's intended to take the need for an objective agent as the source of subsequent reality, and make the source of reality the agent within reality itself. So I'll leave you to ponder that. If you want to watch those videos, I think you'd enjoy them. Watch the first. But with that, I'm off to bed, friends.
All right, man. Will do. Take care. Oh shit, I'm on 2% as well, so I guess I have no choice.
And I got rip receipts. So when Misha said that, I said you lying. You should be straight up lying.
All right, guys. Later.
Like.
Let everyone vanish. Shit. Oh well. Word on the street is Matt has globe proof.
Hello.
What's up?
Hey, what up?
So what brings you around?
Oh, nothing. The person in the chat told me to come, so that's the only reason I came. Somebody said I was scared to join the chat. I came just to make them happy, so they could stop saying that. I'm not sure why, but
Which chat? Which chat?
on YouTube. YouTube.
Oh, YouTube chat. Oh, okay. Yeah, give me 1 second.
What's your YouTube name?
Same as on here. Matt
Okay.
Pip. Matt Pip.
Are you a flat earther or a glober?
I believe the Earth to be flat.
Believe the Earth can be flat.
I believe that it is.
It is. Cool.
Nice. Yeah, I don't think it's a big deal, other than that it's a lie. Like, the shape doesn't really affect our lives, but people lying to you for their whole lives does. And
I'd
they
have
do
to
worse.
I'd have to agree with you on that one. It's the lie. Yeah? It's more important than anything else.
But it's like such an easy one to prove, and then it's just different, man. It's a weird time that we live in.
Well, why do you think, if it's so unimportant, shape of the Earth, why is it everywhere? Why is it?
That's not what I mean. I mean, like, if it was either way it wouldn't make a difference. It's everywhere, obviously, to make us believe that it is.
Now, I was actually thinking today that, like, Max was in here talking about it's natural for people to want to explore and this whole Antarctica nonsense. So it says natural for people who just want human beings to want to explore everything, yada yada. I don't think that's true. I think that's a Western phenomenon. I don't think the Chinese were great explorers and the Japanese they weren't exactly great explorers. Like, if you look at Asia as a whole, they weren't like great explorers that were trying to explore everywhere. It's kind of neither was like the South Americans. Even when they had the ability to go places, they weren't like, hey, let's go all these places.
Well, up until recent times, everyone had hardly ever left the village that they grew up in and the family that they grew up in. So I think you've got a point there.
Yeah, so like the age of discovery, right, with Columbus and like all the conquistadors and all those people, like that, it seems like a Western phenomenon.
But I don't think that's discovery, though, is it? That was more conquering and stealing everyone's goods.
Yeah.
They already knew those places were there.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, they knew they were there, but
all speculation. But you know.
But I think like this Western idea of like discovery and exploration, which I'm going to take as a Western idea, the space thing kind of goes along with it. It was somebody talking about it.
Also a recent idea.
Well, it keeps it going, right? Because like we run out of, Earth to explore. So like, how do we keep that motivation going? Like we got to explore. We got to keep pushing ourselves, push further, push ahead. But there has to be there has to be a goal to push ahead too, right? So if they don't say, oh, we got to go to Mars, we got to go to the moon, we got to go to freaking Alpha Centauri, or like the center of a black hole, or like they have to keep it going, right? They have to keep that carrot to keep the donkey moving.
Yeah. And they've set a target that's impossible to get to. So
Oh yeah,
always on.
That's a long
on
stick,
the
right? It's a big carrot and a very long stick.
Aspire to get to this place that you cannot get to. How long can we keep these people doing this?
Yeah, just get a telescope, then you can see the carrot. Yo. Shit's a farce, man. But like we sit in here, we joke about it all the time, and like there's so many people out there that take all this so seriously, and it's gospel truth to them, and things we just think are the utter jokes. They're like, yes, black hole.
Well, you see how they react to it, We know this. We've discovered this. You go, who the fuck is we?
I ask them, I say, what do you got, a mouse in your pocket? Who the hell is we? Like, dude, there is no we. There's them, and there's you. And they don't, like, if I ask them, hey, was this guy involved in, like, whatever you did? They'd be like, hell no, I don't even know him. So, like, they're trying to glom on to somebody else. It's like a sports team, right? We won the Super Bowl. No, we did not win the Super Bowl. And believe me, if you ask any of those players that were in the Super Bowl, if we won it, they would think of you. They are not gonna.
What? You want me to start the sewers or what? Yeah.
There's no we. There's them and us.
You just get rid of the rest of this floor, yeah? Oh.
So Matt, what brings you to the server?
I said somebody asked. Am I still on? Somebody asked me to come.
How long have you been? You were in the YouTube chat, right? So, like, when did you become aware of like the Discord or the channel or the live stream or whatever? Recent? A while ago?
Yeah, probably a month or so ago.
Oh, okay. So you've been around a while. So you've heard all our nonsense already.
Pretty much. There's no other live streams, really. I mean, like 24/7. There's the occasional stuff, but it's all like the same.
I doubt there's any
stuff over and over again.
I seriously doubt there's any stream that goes like as deep into shit as we go into it.
Yeah, you can only talk about that for so much before you have to start mixing in some other stuff or something.
Well, I mean, even just Flat Earth, I mean, we go like deep into the topic. We don't just like go like, we don't do the surface level. We dig into the gory details, the blood and guts of it.
For sure.
More than any other, like, I mean, I've listened to other YouTube conversations about Flat Earth, and they don't go as deep in the rabbit hole as we do. We cover it all, because we cover like the history, the psychology of the people that believe it, the media, the so-called science, the lack of science, the experiments, the people, right? The people pushing it. Like, it's multifaceted.
Right, yeah, it's very interesting, obviously. That's why it grabbed so many people's attention so much. But yeah.
Well, I mean, my position is the globe concept is the foundation of Western civilization. It really is. Even if you like, if you listen to like any type of science, intellectuals, education, and they bring up anything about Western civilization, they'll always mention like Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, Einstein. All that stuff has to do with one thing: shape of the Earth. It all boils down to that one thing.
Yeah, or just like flat out pseudoscience.
Yeah,
whatever it's about.
But like you can tell a lot about civilizations by who their heroes are. So our heroes, like,
yeah,
who are our heroes? Our heroes are Newton and Galileo and Copernicus, who fought against those religious zealots with his scientific acumen. And
for
he was
sure. Whenever people start talking about
there's a
that
whole
kind of stuff,
narrative.
so-
Well, the point is that there's this whole narrative, like this whole propaganda narrative that has nothing to do with reality.
Right. Yeah, that's why I'm just more like interested in what actually they can show being done today. When they start talking about history, it's like whatever. You need to put it today. Usually not. But and then they have science stuff and all their science stuff. It's like whatever they're saying they can do. It's usually like the opposite's true with pretty much anything.
Well, I mean, the easiest way to disarm any glober is ask them for the evidence for their claims and
Exactly.
I had a guy came in the lobby, probably a kid, but he was like, the Earth orbits the sun, and Magellan proved the Earth is round, and this proved the Earth is round, and day and night is caused by this. I go, okay, give us the evidence for all those claims. What are you, stupid? I said, no. I'm like, dude, you made a bunch of claims. Like, give us the evidence for it.
Right.
Everybody knows it. Like, no. Yeah, if everybody knows it, then you should know the evidence real easy, just like any one of those.
Yep.
Give us the evidence the Earth orbits the sun. Okay, what's
their new one with me, since they know me now, is that I'm straw manning their model, or that like it's my job to get the evidence.
Yeah, that's what they do.
That it's not true.
Yeah, just Google it. Oh, what's the evidence for the Earth orbits the sun? Google it, my dude. Like, no, I'm not going to look for your evidence. And when I Google it, it just makes the same claim you're making and doesn't show any evidence. I want the evidence for the claim. The claim is not the evidence. The evidence is the evidence. And if you make a claim, I want the evidence for the claim. Where's that? I don't know. They never know. They never have it. And it doesn't matter what they claim. It's literally, I've been doing this for a while now. Doesn't matter what they say. Gravity, Coriolis, orbits, black holes, fucking anything. Just anything that they say associated with a globe model. Okay, what's the evidence for that?
Fly to Santiago.
Fuck it. Yeah. Okay, so how far is that? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, what's the evidence for that? I don't know. That's what it says. That's what the calculated Great Circle route says. Well, that doesn't mean that's how far it is. How far is it? How was that measured? Who measured it? What instrument did they use? Like, what's the evidence? Like, it's always the fucking crickets.
Yep.
But it's so consistently crickets. That's what boggles my mind. If I made a bunch of claims to somebody, and I had tons of claims, 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 20, and then they go, well, what's the evidence for any of it? And I don't have evidence for any of it. Like, I might come to doubt the veracity of my own claim. That would be normal, right? Like, hold on, why do I believe that? Like, I don't have any.
Is it enough, though? So we've got to go there.
You're hot, Mike, dude. I think. Timbo?
Yeah, you know what? You're actually right. I think you're right.
Yeah, and then it just turns into them like calling you names, basically.
Oh, the spiral, yeah.
Or
That's what this dude did. He spiraled right out of the server. He just fucking started calling us names, calls us stupid, we're dumb.
Right.
Stick in your
it's like
bubble, blah, blah, blah.
It's not really worth talking to anybody that pretends to be convinced they're on a ball. Like, but people that are skeptical or whatever, if they're trying to debate you on it, then you know there's something wrong. And just try to show anybody that might be listening.
I only have a problem when they make shit up. I don't like that. Lie. I definitely don't like that. And then there's a bunch of things they do. When they ask you questions and then ignore the answers, I don't like that. Like that, none of those things are normal human conversation. Like that's not normal human. That tells me you're like a fucking fanatic or something.
Exactly, and it's just there's no point to be talking.
Well, I mean, the point at that point is to just like make them rage quit.
Yeah, for sure. Get a little entertainment out of them.
Yeah. Hold on, I gotta attend to something. I got something. I'm like multitasking something, so I'll be right back.
What's up? What's up? Where's the party at? Where's everybody at?
I think everybody was waiting for you to get here to start the party.
All right, man. I got the chips, the beer. DJ's coming. You know how we do this. Calling all Globers. Calling all Globers.
Ollie Ollie oxen free.
Globers, come out and play. Remember that part of the movie?
Warriors.
Guys clanking the bottle. The Warriors.
Warriors. Yeah, one of my all-time favorites. Cyrus.
Yeah.
Is everybody sleeping?
I think so. Flatman can put waiting for Globers into 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0.
They all run when I put that.
They have no idea what's expecting them here in this server. None whatsoever.
So, Mayhem, you asked me to send you a friend request to send you that picture. I sent you the picture, but you never accepted my friend request. My feelings are hurt. I'm butthurt.
Let me check it. Let me check that out, man. Ah, there you are. Thanks for reminding me. Flying High as well. What else we got in here? Ripcord, Jaja Light. Nah, there's a couple of people I won't accept just yet.
I've got Music Guru in my friends list.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
That's pretty cool that he came in. So, Conspiracy Music Guru and Mark Sargent were my earliest influences back around 2017, 2018. And I haven't had a chance to meet Alex in person, but talking to him online was pretty cool. And I've had a chance to meet Mark Sargent in person, so... and our world infamous Sonny and Flat Earth Professor Dude.
Yeah, there's only one problem, man. They're not as cool as I am.
Well, yeah, but you're too fucking far away, man.
I'm in the Midwest, homie.
Well, I'm
in the center I'm in the center of the globe, sort of.
I'm ready to fall off the edge right here. You know, they say that California is going to have that big earthquake, and I'm going to shake right off the edge into the water.
Yeah, you guys are going to go like that one movie. Was it 2012 or whatever? No. Was it that one?
I think it's 2012 when the Mayan calendar ended and everything was supposed to end.
And California went straight into the ocean? That was funny as hell, dude. There goes Wave Mixer.
Oh, I know how to swim, so... That's one consoling point.
Yeah.
Besides, with a name like Wave Mixer, you think I'd be comfortable out in the waves.
Yeah, I don't know. Those waves are going to be the ones you want. Cataclysmic stuff there. All that propaganda, dude, that we have. All the end of the world propaganda movies, end of the world scenarios.
So I was listening to something somebody was mentioning the other day about how Obama signed something where it is now legal for the U.S. government to go ahead and provide propaganda to the citizens within our borders.
Yeah. They're still shipping people to Chicago from what the mayor of Chicago is pretty upset about it.
Well, I don't watch the news, so who are they shipping to Chicago?
People coming from Mexico. They're putting them on buses and sending them. They're like, you want them? You got them.
Hey, I'm going to mute this TV in the background. I'm sure you can probably hear it. My wife walked off and left it on. I'll be right back.
What's up, Mickey?
Who's that, Sheepdog?
Yep.
What's going on, dude? You know me, I'm just catching my break right now.
Sweet.
Go back to work. I think for about an hour more, probably. Then I'll just hang loose with you guys.
Well, it's nice.
All right, check it out, man. I need at least 300K, and then everything will be paid off, and I don't have to work anymore. So, anybody got a spare 300K? You can, hook a brother up. Just lying around somewhere.
Maybe the mayor of Chicago does.
Hey, you think I can? Well, maybe I'll head over there on a bus and act like one of those guys, and I'll get free everything, free housing, free. It's like the Monopoly game. You pass go, you pass $200, man. You get $200.
You just gotta say your name 3 times.
Huh?
You just gotta say your name 3 times.
Sí, no hable inglés.
Beetlejuice.
Yes, Chicago. Me want Chicago. Yes. Free phone? Yes. Free housing? Okay, thank you.
Pay taxes? No pay taxes.
No taxes. Government? Yes. Government assistance? Yes. All the benefits? Yes. That's crazy, bro.
It is what it is, man.
Well,
either it's gonna fix itself or it won't.
Well, I'm of that mindset too. I'm just like, fuck it, man, whatever. You're just gonna worry yourself to death and be angry all the time. Just, who cares,
Right. And honestly, for me, I'm trying to stay as positive as possible. Like you always say, there's people that come in here and they just give you like a gleam of hope that there's still hope in this world.
Well, I mean, it's a lot to do with perspective too, because I mean, if you weigh it out on the scales, man, there's a lot of shit to be worried about. If you're gonna be worried, all the shit they're putting in food and all. It's just like, I mean, don't be so paranoid of all this shit, because the people are doing evil shit. Like, there's nothing you can do about that.
Right.
It's gonna keep doing that stuff. Globers are gonna keep globing. You know what I mean? Globing.
That's because that's the way they roll.
That's the way they roll, man. I can't even pretend to be one. Like, they say, hey, let's just pretend. I can't even do that, man. I don't even want to. I don't, man. It's like, I don't have no desire to even try to do that.
Well, it's like I can't even do that. Like, I don't know.
My experience,
I've tried to have conversations with people, and it's like I can't do it seriously. I can't.
Yeah, my coming to the flat Earth was I don't want to say it's kind of like a spiritual experience for me, but I really I was infuriated. Like I couldn't be more mad. I don't think at that point in time in my life. I was like, like if you would imagine like a cartoon character huffing like steam coming out their ears and like eyes bloodshot red, like I was Like once it clicked, you know, once I was like, oh shit, like, yeah. Then it's like I don't know if you can call it a vow, but it was just like I declared that day that it was gonna be a war, you know, that I was gonna wage against this. Like I swear, like it was like.
I don't doubt it, dude.
Yep.
How
And
long
so
did it
like
take for
now,
you?
because it's true. It's like what it is like when you actually realize it, because there's like, okay, so before there's no buffer, so you just get all the propaganda, all the lies, everything coming at you, and nothing stops it. So you just take it all in, right? And then like now, or at the point that I learned about it, and it was just like, damn, I can't believe for 30 some odd years I was an idiot, you know, like how come I did not see this?
Seriously.
And then it was just like, I can't, like, because it's, okay, if something is true, nothing can make it false. Like, I don't care what you do. You can't unring the bell. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. It's out there now. You know, like it's, water always seeks its level, and it remains level on its surface when at rest, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, and it just opened my mind to like, you know, what the world really is, you know, flat and stationary, not what we've been told, you know, globe.
Well, like how long did it take? How long did it take for you to come to terms with it? Like you were early before all the algorithms and all that stuff and all the YouTube warnings.
I want to say for sure it was like a week to 2 weeks. So when it hit me was like right after the video. So I saw the video that was showing like flat water. It hit me, and then I was like, this can't be. So the 2 week period that I took to like research, like to make sure, because I don't just like right away, just, you know, I want to be thorough. So I didn't sleep for almost 2 weeks. Like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, slept very little. But I was researching the hell out of this, man. Like, I mean, I was on the computer. As soon as I would wake up, computer. Like, just pure research. Searching everything that I can. And it just started to all, like, layer after layer. Just... And then I just became more mad and more mad because I couldn't find, like, the answers. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like... this is fucking bullshit, dude. Like, can't believe this whole time, whole time, you know, like I have, wow. And then after that, after like you know, it was like a weekend. I remember I walked out of my house, like clear-headed, right, looking up at the sky, and it was you know, like fall weather. So it was nice and sunny outside. So I was just like, damn, I can't believe I was like this, like, and you know, just looking at the world with a fresh pair of eyes, you know?
Right. Didn't it seem brighter though? Do you remember it? Like,
yeah,
it feeling like brighter
okay,
out?
So there's a lot of people that say they have a spiritual experience when they, you know, like they get it, you know, whatever with their religion. Well, I had that kind of same revelation. It's like a revelation. So it was like, wow, you know, I couldn't believe that I could be seeing things again brand new, like, you know, the way I am now. And it just, everything just made a lot of sense, you know. So, and then afterwards was like the determination and the like, I became focused on completely obliterating like the globe in every way possible. So, like, the zeal and passion I had, I just wanted to destroy everything globe. Right. And that's why so when I met up with 24/7, like, I was in the early stages of me trying to formulate, like, how am I going to do this, right? So that's why, like, over time, I was starting to... You should hear me argue at the very beginning, dude. I was just, like, I was angry. Like, I really probably didn't have as much concise arguments as I have today. I was just, like, infuriated with the people that were, like... Because I took it as everybody who's saying Earth is a globe, those are my enemy. Like, I was coming at everybody lately. But, you know, over time, with wisdom and, like,
just honing my skills. Like I got to realize like, you know, how to do this and yep. And then it was like I started to create the things like Flat Earth, the arena that we did here, and then also Friday Night Fights, and just like I was waging war against, you know, the agenda, and as it is still today. But what it is now is I want to take it to the next level. I want it to be where people are being like whatever. How can I say this? All the knowledge that I gained from my experience, like talking to people and all that, I want to pass it on to everyone. I want to tell people that the keys to unlock, like this isn't a debate. It's actually just a rejection of the truth. Like the psychology behind it. How to address the sophist? How to, you know what I mean? Like the procedures. Yeah, the methodology, the procedures, like, and you don't need to be, you know, a super intelligent person. You just, it's like the way I see it. If you want to take down a giant, you just need one smooth stone and a really good aim. You can take any you know, supposed giant down.
Right.
So, and that's all it is. You know, truth is it's the divider. It's the thing that separates marrow and bone. You know, like. So, and I feel like because I'm passionate about my faith, so I truly believe that the Creator had designed people like us for times such as these. I'm always saying that. He made us for times such as these because he knew that people were going to need more than just like, you know, us talking about Scripture. Because like you got people that don't even adhere to Scripture, right? People that you need to show them like things in reality, like in. So he has made in his creation a way where people can't say things about his creation in a way that they can lie about it. Okay, I'll give you an example. Like if somebody tries to tell you the earth is a globe, refraction and all that stuff, and you tell them, prove it. They can't, right? They fumble around, they stumble, they're trying to, well, you know, radius diameter. You're like, okay, provide evidence of radius. The Creator has made his creation in such a way that they can never get that as evidence to the globe to deceive. So he's given the people who know what the truth is the upper hand to be able to demolish every, you know, idea or, you know, unfounded doctrine of, you know, whatever they claim the earth is. Because we know that if we adhere to what it's self-evident as, then we are the ones standing in the right all the time. And it's not because you're right, it's because that's what nature declares, you know? It's declaring it right now without you even saying anything. So that's what I mean. It's like nobody can come against that. And so that's why I think we always have the upper hand.
No, it's true. Even when I was researching Flat Earth, like as soon as that person told me like, oh, the earth is flat, and you know, that's what aligns with what you're doing on your research or whatever. And I've gone over it before, but like, I guess I'll just do it again real quick. You know, I'm researching into like the history of why there's so much surrounding like ancient mythologies in modern politics. And then somebody's like, oh, you know what else they all have, all those ancient mythologies have in common? I said, what? Like they all believe in flat earth. I'm like, damn it. And it instantly I was like, wow, the truth just hit me in the face. And then when I started digging into it, you know, I'm already late to the game. So now all these algorithms are in place. All these, like, you know, when you see something on YouTube, it says has a Wikipedia flat earth as an archaic belief. And so when you're researching into it and you get all these algorithms and you open up the first page, it's like how to debunk flat earth. I'm like, why are so many of these pages debunking flat earth? What's wrong with flat earth? You know what I mean? And then like you find something that's pro flat earth, but then as you're reading into it, it's like Flat Earth Society. And you're like, that doesn't make sense. Like that sounds like they're lying intentionally. What's
hey, Sheepdog, I'm gonna be listening to you, but I'm heading back to work. Okay.
Yeah, no problem,
I'll
man.
be listening to you, but I'm going to be at work, but I'll still be hearing you. So go ahead.
Yeah, have a good shift at work. So
I'm listening too, brother.
So I'm like, why can't I find a straight answer? There's got to be people out there with logically sound reasoning skills that make a good argument for the globe, or not the globe, the flat Earth. And I can't find it. I can't find it. And then as I'm talking to more and more people on social media, Twitter was a big help. I have a few back channels on Twitter, so it is what it is. People have ups and downs to say about social media, but one thing I can say about Twitter is people don't know how to shut up. So if you want to find anything out, go to Twitter. You'll find it. But yeah, so it just the more I started looking into it, and then I had a coworker that was like, you know what's weird? We were talking about the oil fields because he worked in the oil fields. He's like, well, you know what's weird? I was like, what? He goes, when I'm sitting there out in the oil field, standing on the ground, and I can see that derrick 40 miles away with the flame burning on top of it. I'm like, why can I see that from 40 miles away? Shouldn't the Earth be curving? And I was like, we're going to be friends. And so then he introduced me to Dave Weiss's app, and that's how I found this Discord. But I mean, that's the short version of it. But when you're like Miggy was saying, when the truth is the truth, no matter what. If you are in search of the truth, you know when you're being lied to. You know it. You literally you are testing it. And so I mean, if you're out there searching for the truth, don't stop. Don't give up on searching for the truth, or don't think that you've found the truth. Keep searching for it and testing it, because the truth will always stand on its own. So, looks like I'm the only one talking now. So, who else is in here? Does anybody in here want to talk? Say hi. There's Indio. He just showed up.
The truth is immutable.
Huh?
The truth is immutable.
It really is. It really is. And even if you are truly and genuinely in search of the truth, you know when you're being lied to. It hits you in the face. You're like, something about that is a lie. Why are you lying to me?
When I was probably 15.
Say again?
When I was 15, a teacher showed me something. He drew a gold brick, like a brick on the chalkboard, like in the shape of a gold brick.
Uh-huh.
He said, this brick is like the truth. Doesn't need to be defended. Doesn't need to be, it's immutable. Can't be destroyed. Can't be tampered with. Can't be altered. Doesn't need to be defended.
Right.
He said only lies need to be defended.
Yeah. No, it's true.
That's why I've got to the point where they're like, what's your evidence the Earth is flat? Like, go outside. I don't need to argue about anything. Just go outside.
Right.
Do you see a globe out there? Okay, then. I don't need any more evidence than that, because you don't have any evidence to the contrary. What can you say? Watch TV?
Right.
That's all you can say is watch TV.
Right.
And are you claiming the truth is on TV? Is that where I find the truth? I gotta go buy a fucking idiot box and plug it in my wall, and that's where I find truth?
Oh, that's a big thing. It's like, how do you know it's a globe? Well, have you ever watched TV before? What?
Yeah, and now the younger kids will one up you. I've never even watched TV. I only have the internet. Oh yeah, that's a lot better. No, it's an idiot box. It's a big rectangle or a square, and it's projecting shit at idiots.
That's one that I tend to get a lot of people on, just in human to human conversation, is when they say, I say, how do you know it's a globe? And they say, well, go look outside and you'll see the sun and the moon moving across the sky. And I'm like, that's exactly the point. You see the sun and the sun and moon moving. When do you ever feel the earth moves? And then they're silent.
So I watched Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy the other day, and I noticed at the beginning of the movie, you know what they show? They show a sunrise, and the sun starts off small and gets bigger.
I think they do it intentionally now. Like when we watch that stuff now, it's like truth hidden in plain sight. They have to show it to you. They have to.
Yeah, you can watch it. You can watch it for free on YouTube with like commercials and stuff. But at the very beginning of the movie, they're like showing like the Earth and like dolphins and like all, but like part of it. See if I can find it.
It looks like it's coming at you.
See if I can find the sunrise part. Well, because all the dolphins leave Earth. There it is. Here. I can clip this. Nope. Can't clip. So I time-stamped it. So
It's so weird, man. Like even in this GIF, like as short as it is, it looks like the sun is coming at you.
oh, what the hell is that shit?
Doesn't it? Doesn't it look like the sun is coming at you?
Wow. Oh yeah, this is even worse. Like clearly, I'm gonna have to download the movie because apparently some sort of copy protection on this shit. So when I take a screenshot, it's just showing a black screen. So now I gotta download it.
It's like that. It was like that on my Voodoo movies. I was trying to screen record, and it wouldn't let me screen record.
Why do they think that's actually gonna stop people from doing anything?
I know.
Oh, I can't take a screenshot. I forgot how to like use Pirate Bay. Oh no. Now I'm gonna download it. So how do you like me now? Oh, I could just use popcorn time. Shit. Nah, because I want to make a GIF out of it. I'm gonna make a GIF and have people guess where they'll be like, oh, it's a fake video or whatever. And I'm like, nah, man, that's one of your cult classics, man. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Which, if you like really listen to like the narration parts, man, it's really atheistic to say the least. The best-selling book in the universe is like Where God Went Wrong. Which the second best-selling book is Where God Really Went Wrong, or something like that. But then the third book is like, who is this God character anyway? So like this movie is saying best-selling book in like the universe, the cosmos, is a book that's saying God is wrong about shit. Which if you watch this movie like really closely, like the subliminal messages, basically, you know, it's a big ass universe. There is no God. It's just random bullshit. Right. It's so it's sneaky. Like the underlying current of like all the space stuff is very sneaky. It sneaks in evolution. It sneaks in the random stuff. It just sneaks in everything.
And they don't even like tell you the story. Like you have to find it out on your own later in like other science research. They don't tell you that there has to be black holes everywhere to account for all of the crap that's going on in this infinite galaxy. And you don't even know where they are. Like they're there, but you can't see them. Or infinite universe, not infinite galaxy. None of it makes sense.
There's a Fata Morgana at the center of the galaxy, man. You didn't know that?
Really?
Yep. Center of the galaxy is a mirage.
That's fucking funny right there. Yeah, the one that always threw me off was how the entire universe is a flat plane. Like if you really think about it, like conceptually, the way it works out mathematically, it's all on one flat planar fabric of universe and time space. And like makes sense if you're on a flat Earth.
Yeah. Have you heard about the axis of evil?
No, I need to look it up.
Well, cosmic background radiation indicates that the Earth is the center of the universe. They call
Say
it
that again?
that the Earth is the center of the universe. That's what it looks like. But, well, that destroys the Copernican principle, which is that the Earth is not in the center of the universe.
Right.
So they call it the axis of evil, right? So I find it humorous when so-called science is using moral connotations for something that falsifies their preconceived notion about what science says. So they drag in the moralistic stuff, right? So now being the center of the universe is evil, whereas supposedly during Galileo's time was saying you're not in the center of the universe was evil. Now they've flipped everything. Right, so that's what that's the narrative, is that Galileo came and said, no, the sun is the center of everything and not the earth, and that's a heresy, and he needs to be burned at the stake or whatever. Now, science says that it looks like we're at the center of the universe, and now that's evil. Instead of the other thing being evil. I guess it's just all evil.
Well, any idea that God made us the center of creation has got to be evil to them. I guess that's probably diving too deep into a rabbit hole already.
The axis of evil is a name given to the apparent correlation between the plane of the solar system and aspects of the cosmic background radiation. It gives the plane of the solar system, and hence the location of Earth, a greater significance than might be expected by chance. The result of which has been claimed to be evidence of a departure from the Copernican principle as assumed in the concordance model. The new results are either telling us that all of science is wrong and we're the center of the universe, or maybe the data is simply incorrect, or maybe it's telling us there's something weird about the microwave background results that maybe there's something wrong with our theories on the large scales.
I love that last piece.
Yeah, that's what Lawrence Krauss said. Lawrence Krauss is a well-known physicist, but he's like, He's like a poor man's version of Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think it's funny that they're calling it evil, where the other viewpoint was considered evil. But, you know, a couple hundred years later now, they're flipping it on its head. But it's supposed to be science, right? It's free of moral connotations. It's free of, like, you know, morality or anything like that. It's just science, right? It's just physics and science and materialism and, you know, nature, and it's just the way it is. Until it doesn't suit them anymore. Now, it's immoral to be the center of the universe.
So, the precise measurement of the cosmic microwave background are critical to cosmology, since any proposed model of the universe must explain this radiation. The CMB has a thermal black body spectrum at a temperature of 2.725 to the 48. Might have to drop the link in here.
Coincidence is a possible explanation, chief scientist from WMAP, which is Charles M. Bennett, suggested coincidence in human psychology are involved. I do not think that there is a lot. I do think there's a bit of a psychological effect. People want to find unusual things. For a long time, part of the community was hoping that it would go away, but it hasn't, said Dominic of the University of Bielefeld, Germany. Yeah, so
weird.
They're very upset. Damn shame. So, like, you know, this was supposedly derived from a satellite, and the James Webb is supposed to be a satellite. I think that they're like, I think they're just like slowly moving everything, right? They're slowly like dismantling the modern cosmology. If anybody, like, if you're paying attention to like the modern science of cosmology and astrophysics and all that, they're slowly moving it from absolute certainty to, oh my God, there's problems, and now the problems are starting to pile on. And but this is like happening mainstream, not in the news and stuff, but in like science. And eventually it'll catch into like, you know, the science so-called news. But they're just like, they're slowly moving everything to, oh, we don't know shit, from we know everything. I think it's kind of funny. So James Webb, they're saying they have stars now that they're too old and too bright, and the galaxies are too old. They shouldn't have formed, and like the entire model of how galaxies are formed has basically been obliterated. The James Webb Telescope.
Didn't James Webb like go against what NASA was saying or quit or something like that, and then he wound up dead not too much longer later?
I think so. I think there was something weird with him.
Like he said that there was no chance that space travel could ever happen with the current technology or something like that. And then he resigned or something like that. And then like a couple years later, he died or something.
I mean, they like doing it to people that kind of like go against them. So think of Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson's on the $20 bill. Andrew Jackson did not believe in fiat currency, and he certainly didn't believe in a national bank.
Right.
Okay? He ran against that. So how insulting is it to stick him on the currency? They had all those other presidents to pick from. Why'd they pick him?
Yeah.
What he's known for is destroying the bank, right? So that's what he's known for, like at least as president, for destroying the bank. So why would you stick the one guy that destroyed the national bank? Why would you stick him on the currency that he didn't approve of? See, he didn't want paper money, and he didn't believe in that. Like a private bank should do things like that. So, and the James Webb's probably the same thing, right? This guy was against their whole cosmology. So, like, we're gonna get the last laugh. We're gonna name a telescope after you.
The most powerful one that was like completely made out of gold.
Yeah, just get the last laugh, man. It's like being a politician, right? And you're against like public statues to politicians, and that's what you ran for. We don't need to spend the public money on statues for politicians. Then when you die, they build a statue to you. Like, what the fuck?
And then they destroy it 50 years later. Let's see.
The one thing about freeing about slavery, and I know this isn't going to be fucking weird. I just have to get this thought out of my head.
Right.
So I heard this crazy argument, like, all the blacks are complaining that like white people enslaved them. Well, white people died to free them, right? Hundreds of thousands of white people went to war to die to free the slaves. What about those white guys? Why don't they count?
Yeah. No. I've often wondered about why nobody talked about the other side of slavery. Like there was white slaves too, man. It wasn't just one side.
There was like 100,000 at the time of the Emancipation Proclamation. 100,000 white slaves.
People don't realize that the Irish and Scottish and Italians and Germans were a lot of them were slaves back then.
Well, it's a misconception that slavery is based upon race. It's not. It's not. It never was. It never has been in the history of man. It's never been based upon race.
Nope.
What happens? You become a slave. In the legal relationship between you and your owner is that he's your master, you're his slave. If you have any children, they're also slaves. But because all that stuff was hereditary, so if whoever your master was, say he dies and he has children, they inherit your slavery. But they'll also inherit. It's like almost like one family owning another family. That's literally what it was like. But black males, if you're a slave male and you have a child with a non-slave female, that child is not a slave. But if the child's mother is a slave, then the child is a slave.
Yeah.
Because they considered the woman like it's actually the terminology they use, a brood, like a dog, right?
Subservient.
So if you own a dog, then you own the puppies, right?
Right.
It's a horrible way to talk about it, but that's the way they talked about it.
Well, and not just that, like we may have been one of the last countries to bring about slavery, but we were one of the first ones to abolish it. So I don't know. Like short-lived, right?
I posted it in this chat before, so I'll read it. This is from It's a citation of a legal case about they were deciding how to decide whether someone was a slave or not, or no, whether someone was a citizen or not. They were applying it to Indians, and they specifically say, okay, I'll just read it. If so, how much Indian blood does it take to make an Indian? Or how much white blood to make a person a member of the body politic known as American citizens? Where we do find any rule on the subject, which I forgot what that fucking was. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. When I copy paste this, one of the words is fucked up. Okay. The case of Sanders versus Sanders. Is that the right one? So how much blood does it make? Say, where do we find any rule on the subject? Which notices the quantum of blood, which makes the quantum of blood the standard of nationality. Certainly not from the statute laws of the United States, nor is it found in the common law. In the case of U.S. versus Sanders, the court held that the quantum of Indian blood in the veins did not determine the condition of the offspring of a union between a white person and an Indian, but further held that the condition of the mother did determine the question. When they say condition, they mean like legal status. And the court referred to the common law as authority for the position that the condition of the mother fixed the status of the offspring. Court is sustained in first position of the common law and also in the last position, if applied to the offspring as a connection between a freeman and a slave, upon the principle handed down from the Roman civil law, that the owner of a female animal is entitled to all her brood, according to the maxim partus sequitur vitrem. But by the common law, this rule is reversed with regard to the offspring of free persons. Their offspring follows the condition of the father. In that rule, partus sequitur vitrem, which is different than vitrem, prevails in determining their status. And it cites Bouvier's Institute's Bouvier Law Dictionary. This is the universal maximum of the common law with regard to freemen. As old as the common law, or even as old as the Roman civil law, and as well settled as the rule partus sequitur vitrem, that the one rule being fixing the status of a freeman, the other rule defining the ownership of property. Think about that. One maxim is for determining the status of property. One maxim is for determining the status of an individual, your legal status, and the other is determining the ownership of property. Now, what's the property were they talking about? Children. Because back then, children were property. They still are property, but now the state claims that children are their property as opposed to your property. So, because you signed the birth certificate. Anyway, the one applicable to different political communities or states whose citizens are in the enjoyment of civil rights possessed by people in a state of freedom. The other defined the condition of the offspring which had been tainted by the bondage of the mother. Okay, so like I said, slavery, the quantum of blood, right, is not determined by the race. It's not determined by the quantum of blood. They don't go, oh, you got some black blood in you, you're a slave. It's not how it worked. Slavery was determined by what was the status of your parents. Now, either you're put in slavery directly through war or some other thing you were captured. And if that was not the case, then you were put into slavery by your parents. Your mother was a slave, therefore you were a slave. And that's how it passed on. It did not matter about what race your mother was, like she was Chinese, Japanese, Korean, black, white, purple, fucking furry, transracial, like it didn't matter. It just that was not a consideration. So you have to think in light of this, right? In light of like this is what the law says. And this is what the law's been, as it says, since the Roman civil law, which is a pretty long time, right, for 1,000 years. You don't think they knew this during the Civil War? They knew this, but they still pushed the idea that slavery is based upon race because it fit their narrative and got people to like rally behind the flag.
Yeah. Well, I've always said that it was much easier to get people to go back to being good slaves by saying, "Well, at least you're not that skin color."
Well, yeah, it's a typical divide and conquer tactic, and from what I've read, that the idea of slavery being linked to race came about in Virginia colony because there were indentured whites and black slaves, and they were getting together and basically all like, and basically a strike, right? None of it's going to work. And the white property owners, well, I don't know if they were white or not, whatever the property owners were there, they divided and conquered by telling the white indentured servants that these black people are heathens, right? They're non-Christians. You can't be associating with them. You can't be in some sort of agreement with them because they're not Christians.
Right.
Because that's how they divided people back then, right? There was heathens, right? Heathens were everybody other than a Christian.
Correct.
So if you were Jewish, Muslim, and Buddhist, whatever, if you weren't Christian, you were considered a heathen, and they could do whatever they wanted to you. So they basically said, "Why are you all hanging out with some heathens? You know, go back to work. You're on the wrong side, right? You're breaking God's law." And they used basically the religion as a manipulative tool. But that's when they introduced the race thing, because Africans are not Christians. So if you say, it went from that close connection of the race is connected to being or having a non-Christian religion, but over time the religious part of it kind of like got forgotten, and it became just the black part of it, right? So now this is a different race, so you can't hang out with this different race. Now you're different. White people are better. Yada yada yada. So they like that was a whole thing.
But why would they lie?
But race prior to that, like around the world, had nothing. It was a non-existent thing. People didn't consider each other a particular race. It wasn't a thing.
No, it's true.
Yeah, it was more like
if you really look into
this religion or that religion, and even the religion subdivided, right? So I'm Catholic versus Protestant, and like
you find that a lot with like the Vikings, like anybody who was in the northern regions around the Arctic region, it didn't matter if you were from Ireland or Scotland or Norway or Russia, like a Viking, you were all Viking brothers, cousins.
Oh yeah, and all the people in Africa were Ethiopians.
Right.
They were all called Ethiopians. You could fucking be from South Africa, Madagascar, it didn't matter, you were an Ethiopian.
The Egyptians called the people from like the Middle East area, they called them Aamus, Aamu, and it was just a term used to describe people that were not from Egypt but were from a land on the other side of the sea.
Yeah,
it's just not what people did. You were more of a region person instead of like nowadays. It's even more divisive than it was back then.
I know, like people don't understand that at the time of the American Revolution, They revolted on it. Like the tax was 2.5%.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, think
What's
about
it now?
Oh, dude, like the standard, like what is that? Like is it the base withholding is like 23%?
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's like the base. That's if you're making at the under like I think it doesn't start going up I think till $12,000. But like if you're single with no dependents, the base deduction from your taxes is 23% of income tax. That doesn't include like FICA and mass, state tax, state income tax, or Social Security or anything. That's just the base federal withholding. It's 23%. They revolted over 2%. You know what they think of us now? They'd be like, y'all are a bunch of pussies. They would. They'd be like, you're a bunch of fucking.
You have all these guns, and y'all are letting them tax you to death.
And that's just the income tax. That's not all the taxes, obviously. Can't even buy something, right, without being taxed.
Yep. All that VAT, the value added tax.
Yeah.
Shit, I went and got a hotel room in New Mexico. And when I got a hotel room, there was a VAT added to the end of my statement. I was like, what?
Yeah, like remember on the phone bills, there was the universal, it's like the universal access tax or the universal, something they stick on phone bills.
Shit, wasn't that like in the late 90s or something like that?
Yeah.
Like late 90s, like early 2001, 2002, 2003, 4, 5, 6, something like that.
The Universal Service Fund, that's what it was called.
That's right.
So the Universal Service Fund, so the way they got that to be enacted was they said, we're going to use this Universal Service Fund and place it rural places and people that are poor, we're going to use the money from that to give them like low-cost phone service or low-cost whatever, right? To rural areas where it wasn't economical to run phone lines. That was a sell.
Right.
Well, what ended up happening is just a bunch of money that the fucking phone companies got to keep for themselves.
Yeah.
Because they collected so much money that, they basically could have put 10 phones in everybody's house in the entire world. It ended up being basically a slush fund.
Don't tell nobody.
Oops.
But why would they lie?
Let's see. 22 Universal Service. Okay, let's see. I'm looking at their comprehensive annual financial report. Let's see how much money they have in assets.
You know what? That's a good idea. I'm going to look up. What was it? Universal phone service? Or
I'm looking it up right now, 2021. I got it. I want to find out the comprehensive annual financial report. I want to see, like, their assets. Total receipts for operations. Okay, so we're at, how many zeros is that? $9 billion in 2021.
Universal Service Fund. Is that what it was?
Yeah. I typed in Universal Service Fund, CAFRA, which means Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. That's the abbreviation for it. You get a PDF for 2021. Then it has receipts and outlays for 2019 through 2021. So through 4 quarters of 2021, it was $9 billion. 2020 was basically $8 billion, 7.8.
That telecommunication, I remember that.
8.3 in 2019. So in 3-year period, it's got, says what, 10, 17, 20, $24 billion in 3 years they collected. 24 billion.
It's enough to fund NASA for 1 year.
Their disbursements from for operations. So check this out. How much they spent on operations, administrative transfers. Holy, what the hell? This looks fishy as fuck.
Yeah, I remember when that act came out because I remember people talking about like how that we were losing our privacy on our communications, our phone calls and stuff like that because of that act.
Oh yeah. They were ripping people off.
They were spying on us at that point. I mean, they were always spying. Did we go too far into the weeds on this? Do we need
I'm
to?
looking for the high cost. So they have a program called High Cost, and that was the one that spent the most money. They spent $5 billion E-rate program. Where's the high cost program? Expands networks in underserved areas so that all people in the United States have access to affordable voice broadband. Okay. So they're spending like $5 billion a year to roll out advanced communication networks to deliver voice. Dispersed $5 billion to carriers to support infrastructure investments in ongoing operations to ensure that communication services and rates are reasonably comparable in rural and urban communities. So, basically, they're taxing everybody on the phone. They're collecting the money, and then they're giving it to phone companies so that they don't have to spend their own money to run fiber optic cables.
Well, and that was when the payphone prices went up too. Like it was ridiculous just to make a payphone call.
Yeah, they jacked everything, man. That was a fucking cash grab, man.
Yeah, it was.
But I mean, think about it now. We're talking on Discord, right? I remember the day, man. Like you go to someone's house, like, can I use your phone? They'd be like, don't make a long distance phone call. Don't you dare.
Yeah, it was like $2 a freaking minute. It was ridiculous.
I remember when there was regionals, right? Like even if you called, you could like if you were like in one zip code and you called over to the other side of the zip code, it could be like 2 feet away. It didn't matter. It was a regional phone call. It was like 75 cents a minute. Long distance, that was like $2 a minute, depending on how far away you called. If it was like California, it would be like $5.75. In dollars from then, not dollars now, right? So like probably like the equivalent of like $20 a minute or $30 a minute now.
Yeah, that was some crazy inflation. We also didn't have like a higher cost of living back then. Like things were pretty standard, even though like I don't know how to explain it. It was like the pay rate was lower, and maybe you didn't travel to go do as much, but then cost of living was also a little bit easier on you and everything like that. Groceries were so high and stuff, but like nowadays it's like, oh, you've got all this modern technology. I'm like, and it's like, no, not really. Like it's no different than what we've had for the last 40 years.
I'm wondering how cable companies are still in business with the amount of money they charge for cable. Cable's like $80 a month or something. I would never pay that. Like, dude, first of all, you got 500 channels and nothing on. Like, you'll be okay if I pay $5 to watch that garbage.
Yep. Yeah. No, I have a basic cable package. I'm still a fan of like fake wrestling on TV.
Oh yeah.
So I like my guy soap operas, you know.
Dude, it's
But
to escape, man.
Yeah.
It is, man. You need it. Like it's.
No, I mean you have to have something that's not relevant to what's so polarizing in the world. You just gotta you gotta have something that like takes your mind away from it.
Yeah. Well,
Like Married with Children was one of my favorite
same
shows
thing.
for it.
I like I don't know. I just do a bunch of like, you know, hardcore into this and a bunch of other shit, and then like I kind of like burn out, and then I'll like spend like I don't know, like maybe a week where I just like watch random movies or like, you know, shit just to take my mind off it, to just like reset my mind so it's like focused on something else. And you just come back fresh, man, right? You have to fucking, you know,
Take a few days off from here too. It's nice to take a break once in a while.
Yeah. So what I watched today, I watched something I'd already seen too. Oh,
If you like wrestling at all,
City of a
I
Thousand
recommend.
Planets. Valerian.
What is it?
Valerian, City of a Thousand Planets. You ever watched
Planarium?
Valerian, Valerian.
Valerian.
Yeah. It's a pretty good movie, actually. I've watched it a few times. I actually like it. It took the person 30 years to make the movie, man.
Okay.
Yeah, he like came up with the idea for the movie in the 70s, and it took like until like the 2000s until the technology was adequate for him to actually make the movie.
Right. Well, I can relate to that because I remember when touch phones came out, and I'm like, no, I'm not getting it. It looks like there's too many bugs in that. I'm not going to waste my money on something that I can do just fine with the little number pad.
I want to run my cell phone just to fuck with people.
Hey, can I use your cell phone? Sure, here.
They wouldn't even know how to use it. Most people, like, they'd have to be like, you know, at least like 40 or.
Oh, they'd be pushing the buttons in.
Someone.
Why won't this work? There's no buttons here. Are you joking with me?
Pretty sure someone made a rotary cell phone. Yeah, boy. Rotary cell phone. Yeah.
You looking it up?
Oh yeah. Called the unsmartphone.
No, rotary cell phone. What?
Yeah, rotary cell phone, man.
Get out of here.
Yeah, man, I gotta post in the live stream chat. Come on, man. What the fuck?
I'm just saying, get the fuck out of here. I was like, I don't know. I didn't say I didn't.
No, I was talking. It wasn't
shit.
copy pasting.
That's hilarious. I love it.
That's freaking cool as shit, man.
I think that was a fucking Kickstarter. I think they did that. I think I saw that on Kickstarter.
Oh, like it even has the bell, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, you don't have an
thing that
app?
used to bother me with like 911. Like, why did you make it 9? Like, if it's an
Right.
emergency, why do I want to wait for that 9 to go all the way around? Like, I want, like, it should be 111. What are you doing?
Right. What the hell are you doing?
Right.
Oh, we know why they did it. We know why.
Yeah, make sure you die.
Exactly. So
if we use 911, it takes longer. So if you use 111, it's so quickly.
Yeah, I know. That's why they made it.
By the time the cops come, you'll be dead.
you posted something about the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Did you? Has any of you guys ever seen that actual movie?
Yeah,
The original?
I watched it the other day.
It's fucking weird as fuck, man. I could never get the plot or what. I mean, they're trying to. Get back to Mars or something, or I don't know.
No. It's like a comedy, so it's like tongue in cheek, right? It starts off where like they're like gonna demo his house because they're building a highway bypass, but it turns out the aliens are building a highway hyperspace bypass through where the Earth is, and they're gonna demo the Earth. This guy and girl get off the planet, and then they like spend the rest of their time like doing hijinks.
But they're like
they end up with the president of the galaxy, and like
they were like dancing and singing and shit in it, right? We're talking about the same movie.
No, I don't. I think there is a musical Hitchhikers to the Galaxy too. It was a book.
I don't know. I mean, I was watching. I only saw it once, so it wasn't like fucking.
What I was talking about, there's a scene in it because I just downloaded it because I'm going to clip the scene. There's a scene in it in the beginning. So dolphins figured out that they were coming to demo the planet, so they all leave, and everybody's like, "Where'd the dolphins go?" But there's a scene in the beginning where they show like the dolphins like frolicking around and everything. But then it like the sunrise is like the dolphins like leave in the middle of the night. So like the next day they show like the sunrise. But the sunrise in that movie shows a tiny sun on the horizon getting bigger as it's rising. Right? Unlike what Cobras say, right? Why is the angular size of the sun the same? So I watched this movie the other day and I'm like, holy shit, the sun's tiny in this, right? So I'm gonna actually clip that from the movie, and then troll Goldberg with it.
There you go.
That's what I gotta do. Just gotta do it. I can actually do it right now.
I gotta go look at the classic Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
You can watch it on YouTube for free too.
I see that. I'm checking it out. Dude, I'm thinking it's different. Was there one called Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe or something?
Yeah. I mean, they might have made more than one. Ah, shit. That means I downloaded the wrong one. Yeah, there might have been a TV series too.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe, maybe. What I was thinking of, maybe. No?
Yeah.
No.
There's a British TV show version. Fuck, I downloaded the wrong one. This sucks.
I'm having a mandala here. Hold on. What the fuck? This is not going good. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Earth. Earth?
The guy made a bunch of books. Douglas Adams or whatever.
It was a movie. It was so weird, dude. It's like almost in black and white. Or
the movie came out in 2005.
I think it might have been black and white. No, the one I was thinking about came out in like the 80s or something.
Yeah, there was one from 1981. It was a TV series that showed out.
It was a British TV series.
Oh fuck no! This one was in black and white. I'm almost sure of it. I hope my memory's not that bad, man. Damn.
Yeah, see, Blue Jumper has it. So like part of it is like, so long and thanks for the fish, because all the dolphins took off and they were just like hanging out here to eat the fish in the oceans. It's tongue in cheek. It's kind of like it's like a comedy. It's not like really meant to be serious.
Well, this one I watched back in the day, the old one. It was comical, but it was just weird, man. I'm not finding it. Dude, it's not coming up, man.
It is weird because they take like a lot of stuff and like kind of like twist it on its head.
Yeah, they might have buried that one. It was weird, man. All right, I give up. Now, what else is going on, man? Any Mongos up in here?
No, not really.
No.
I was waffling for a little while. Miggy was on a lunch break and he left. So,
we don't have any
been waffling.
Any newbies? New customers?
Not necessarily.
Not Goldberg.
I'll check the lobby.
Was there Goldberg in here today? Yeah, they've only been in text. There was a bunch in text. There might have been someone in the BC this morning or something. I can't remember.
There was someone Professor Phil came back by earlier today. Like, what's up?
Yeah,
What's here and
he came back to be wrong again.
Did you
That's
guys
when
talk
he came
to
back
Mr. Pip? Matt Pip?
He's indicates that he's a flat earther. So he's been in the YouTube chat.
All right. I haven't seen him
I
in
talked to him for a little bit. He might still be on. He'd probably be interesting to talk to.
Right. Well, yeah, that's. Anyway, I'll figure out that Hitchhiker's Guide thing that I saw, man. I don't know what the hell I saw, man. But it was.
Have you seen Miggy's new channel? His Wig Snatchers Club starting to gain a little bit of
Yeah.
videos.
Yeah, I'm subbed. Tuned in a couple times when he was live, and it was in the chat and shit. But no, yeah, he's putting together some nice clips. That's a lot of work, man. Thanks, Mig. Exposing those Mongos. Yeah, that's ace, man. That's always a good thing. How ridiculous the globe is, man. It's just like, what? You buy it? You're buying that all that? Okay, that's interesting. Like you said, it's mostly a psychological thing we're in here at this point for. I mean, trying to understand the psychology of the globe, the belief in something, man. You've never been to outer space. How you believing in this shit for?
Well, my favorite is like when you look at people are like, look at the sky, you can see the sun and the moon, and I'm like, yeah, and you see them moving across the sky. Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Well, you don't feel the Earth moving, so what you're seeing is the sun and the moon moving across the sky.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. What's your point?
Yeah.
The sun and the moon are moving, not the Earth.
That's right.
No, that's not how it works.
No, man. I got Mars pictures, dude. I do. I got one on my wall here. Got one on my wall. I can't wait to go to Mars where there's no water or trees. That sounds bitchin'.
I grew up with the order of the solar system right inside my teacher's room when I walked into school every day.
There's no animal life. There's nothing there, man. Nothing. But yet,
hey, did you hear that Japanese lunar lander lost signal?
Yeah, it crashed. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it's so sad.
It's so
bad. It was the first commercial lunar landing that was supposed to take place. It was going to be live streamed.
Yeah, I saw the CGI. Like, that's a really wicked, weird, stupid CGI they had going. Yeah. Anyway, that crashed. Crash, go boom.
Good night, Platter.
Good night. Cheers. All right, man. All right. What else is going on?
I stayed up a little later than I wanted to. I'll stay up for a little while longer.
You working tomorrow?
No, I gotta get up tomorrow though and go and I gotta get some blood work done.
All right.
3 month
cool, man.
physical that I gotta get.
Who's
That's pretty much it.
Who's out there in the chat, man? We got
You know what? I'm
Hello,
Green Flowers, Flat Plains Drifter, Gaggy.
Oh, what's up there, Sisyphus?
Sisyphus is here? Nah. Really?
I'm pretty sure that's who that is, Mr. Foria.
He's always changing his name, man.
I tried to click mute and I clicked deafen on myself. So sorry.
All right, cool. We'll keep it muted then.
And hello, Flat Earth Professor Dude.
What's up, Sisyphus?
Yes, I am Sisyphus.
Why do you change all your names all the time, man? What happened? Somebody else.
My name is Roland My Boulder.
That's weird. What does that mean exactly?
It's a old story. I remember the story, if you don't mind me telling, about a guy who was punished. I don't remember why he was punished, but his punishment was that he had to continuously push this boulder up a hill.
Huh.
I think you should look up why he was.
Didn't he steal something? He stole something, right?
I mean, he did something wrong, I guess.
I mean, you could just tell us, man. You don't have to make us go digging.
I don't remember the whole story. I'll let you. I guess I ruined it.
He didn't steal anything. The person that stole something was Prometheus. Prometheus stole fire and gave it to the mortals. And he got chained to a boulder. But that was not me. I am Sisyphus, and I did not steal anything. I just cheated. I cheated something.
You're constantly rolling your boulder uphill.
All right.
Well, rolling
uphill, man. It certainly seems like
for cheating death. I cheated death. Hades was angry. Zeus got involved. I was not dead, and I should have been, and therefore I roll my boulder. The allegory, of course, is the Earth is not flat, but I come back again and again.
Why do you think that is exactly? How does that make you feel? What's that like?
I think I come back. What's it like?
What's it like to want to do something like that? Didn't you find that weird?
It's a good question. It's a good question.
What's it like? How's it feel?
It's satisfying.
It's what?
Satisfying.
It's what?
Satisfying.
It's satisfying?
Yeah. Do you know what that means?
Yeah. You were not enunciating clearly, but I got
talking to you, for example, is it's
weird, man. I just find it really, really weird. That's all. But I find a lot of things weird. So it's not that you're.
I mean, you think the Earth is flat, right?
I don't have to think anything. I live on Earth, man. I can check it out for myself.
I see it, observe it, and measure it flat.
Oh, the whole defense. I don't think I know. I love that. Cute.
Oh, no question about it, man. It's pretty easy to figure out.
And there's lots of questions about it.
Go outside and check it out, man.
Lots of questions. Yeah, I have.
You can see you're not shooting around some galaxy at millions of miles an hour.
We are.
That's just ridiculous thinking. Have you ever been to space?
Yeah.
You get up there pretty high, huh?
That'll get you banned in here if you say yes to that question. So,
why?
I would. Let me ask it again, man. Have you ever been to outer space?
Define.
Where the stars and the moon and shit are supposed to be.
Yeah, I have not been to the moon.
All right. And if anybody comes in here and says they have, we're going to want to talk to them straight away. And it's going to be a
Why
great
don't you want
conversation.
to talk to me straight away?
We are talking to you straight away.
But yeah, we would hang up on you to talk to somebody who says they've been to outer space where the moon and the stars are.
The moon isn't in outer space.
Hey, wait. Can I ask you a quick question? So, do you believe that anyone has ever traveled to the vacuum of space?
Define vacuum of
space. Fuck off. That's it, man. Fucking mute his ass. Fucking, I hate that kind of bullshit.
Use words, but you don't.
I'm so fucking sick of that shit from you rolling my boulder. Define fucking. You know what the fuck we're talking about. Quit that bullshit. Fuck.
Actually.
Fuck off. Stop that. And put up with
I
that shit.
really don't know what he means by outer space.
Fuck off. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. I hate that shit when he does that, man. Drives me nuts. like, dude, like, just ask you a question, man. Why do you have to fucking go tiptoeing around bullshit? Fuck, define. Yeah, fuck off. That shit. Sorry, man. I don't usually blow up, but that dude pisses me off, man.
Define it. Do all my research for me and explain it to me.
We put up with, Matthew for fucking days and days and days. That guy, man, he only lasts in here every once in a while. And he doesn't last long, man. Somebody gets pissed off at him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he got so much more worse than when I first met him. And even now, he's kind of like he was like really drunk.
Dude, when you and I checked him in, man,
I remember that.
We was like, he was cool as shit, man. It's like, yeah.
I thought Matthew was banned.
Maybe he might be. I don't know. I never.
Matthew was banned by Helio.
Maybe so. I don't know.
Dude, define space. Fuck off. You know what the fuck we're talking about. This is a fucking flat earth server, for fuck's sake. It's not like, we're hanging out in some, geometry server or something, Although we do a lot of geometry around here, but you know what I mean. It's not a fucking Hot Wheel server. Like, define space. No, fuck off. I hate that, man. You can't let these Mongos get away with that shit, man. No. Sorry. Anyway, back to good to see you, Gizbo. What's up, man?
Oh, not a mucho, man. In the midst of finding some more stable work, but all is well.
All right. Well, jobs come and go, man. What are you gonna do?
No, they do, and it's hit or miss, and
it's hit and miss.
I'm new, so it's like, oh, we want experience, we want the best guy out there, and it's like, motherfucker, I'm gonna be the best guy out there. You're gonna wish you had me out there one day.
Exactly.
No, I'm not worried about it.
No. There's still plenty going on out there, man. People need help doing shit, man.
Let me go ahead and search Twitter, see what's going on in space.
Hold on 1 second. Okay. I had to I was trying to reload the watch page, man. Hey, Jay Tolan replied to me. That's awesome. Hey, did you see his latest video, man? Oh, that's pretty good, man. He measured the distance to the sun, man, using inverse square law of light. Some different stuff, man. I need to watch it again, man. It's pretty heavy. But he pretty much came out with the same measurements that Matthew and I did out at the beach last year. Pretty interesting.
Oh, so many stuff.
Sticks and shadows, man. You can get a distance to an object using an angular mathematics. Angular mathematics, baby. Oh, yeah. Check it out. Sticks and shadows. Thank you for whoever rocked Boulder out of here, man. I ain't going to put up with that. Not tonight. Sorry.
If I had to guess, it was either Orion or
yeah, thank you.
Indio.
I could probably go look, but
I don't even know where to find that at.
Yeah, there's a way to look and see who came and gone or something. I don't know, man. That's not I'm not a mod. I don't really check that out.
No, that's what I'm saying. Don't even look. But I mean, if it's at the bottom of the server or something like that, I have access to it. Obviously, like to be helpful.
I think QE got pretty pissed off at Roll My Boulder, and I know that.
Oh, QE.
Fucking
Roll My Boulder doesn't like QE.
Miggy fucking ate his ass one night too. He muted me to chew his ass out. I was like, all right. I was laughing. I'm in the chat going fucking Mongo. It was great. Thank you, Meg. That was hilarious. So I don't think he had ever dealt with him before, and we like, dude, this is a Mongo, bro. I was warning him, I'm like, dude, and it's sure shit, man. I think he ended up booting him. Get the fuck out of here. I hate it when people are just like purposely dishonest like that, just to be a nuisance. No, we come up with intelligent questions to ask people to really explain their belief in their globe, and we're very nice about it, man. And we don't beat around the bush, man. Just like he asked me, he goes, "You're a flat Earth? Or you believe in flat Earth?" I'm like, dude, I don't believe in shit. I know it's flat. I can go outside and check it out, And he's like,
it's funny. Like, we don't, like, if they made servers for the Globe Earth, we don't go to their servers and talk shit. They have to come to our server because we're happy just sitting here.
Exactly, man. We're good, getting along, we're having laughs. We're helping each other.
I love that stuff, dude.
I bought a bunch of coffee from Paraplegic Coffee today.
Oh yeah, he was here today,
man. I had my first pot, man. It was just nice.
Did you hear him?
No,
did you hear him today? No, he was here today.
Heard him this morning talking about he was.
Yeah, he was like, fucking Flatter Day Saints, man. Because of him, I'm so fucking busy all the time.
Oh, Flatter Day Saints is like a billboard, man. He gets around, man. He's out in some fucking deep woods, in some fucking Twitterverse or something, man. He's all over the place, man. So
yeah,
who knows where the hell he's at, man? He's out there selling it to the Mormons, I think, man.
Am I even following Flatter Day Saints?
So I've known him a couple years, I guess. I met him once, man. We had a little hangout on the beach at where they took the Black Swan, man. Yeah, we hung out there for, I don't know, like an hour and a half. That was cool. Good guy, man. Super funny. Super, like, quick-witted. He can rhyme some shit. And, yeah, he's got an interesting perspective on things. I like it. So, anyway, yeah, I got Paraplegic Coffee, man. I'll
oh yeah.
Like I said, I just got it like 5 different kinds, and I just tried one of them, and it was really good. Anyway,
that's cool.
It's not gonna be bad coffee, man. I guarantee. It says right on it, when you just don't like crappy coffee. It says that right on the bag.
Right.
And if you're, a coffee person like myself, man, I like a really good cup of coffee. It's like, whoa, man, that is tight. Yeah. And that's always a good thing, man. What's up with the YouTubers, man? Nobody's out there. Green Flowers, Shaggy, Flat Sabbath, Slow Mo, Moon Buggy. One Big Pond. Always good to see that guy upside down. Paraplegic's out there. Cool. Well, he was. I don't know. He's not out there now. I'm just kind of scrolling back. Lord Racer. Awesome dude. All right, cheers, man. Step it up in the chat, man. Bring some Globe evidence, or or just make fun of NASA or something out there in the chat. Do something. Damn. It's so ridiculously easy to make fun of, man, at this point. It's just like, the globe. So Jay Tolan put out a video yesterday. Anyway. And he measured the sun and whatever. But he was saying in the part of the video, he's like, why is the globe is so archaic idea? I don't understand why these scientists don't get it. Or something like that. You know how he talks, he's got that heavy accent. And it was just funny, man. You got to watch the video, man. Jay Tolan Media. Yeah, he's fantastic, man.
I'll look into it.
Yeah, dude, he's so good. And it pisses those. He's the guy that took the 1,200 mile observation from the airplane, man, the infrared. And it's just like, that is just dead balls giveaway, man. What do you call it? The dead balls giveaway?
It was like 1,200 miles or something like that, wasn't it?
1,200, dude. I drop it down to 1,000 just to, keep it cool. But yeah, it's actually 1,200 miles. You can see like the Rocky Mountains from like New Jersey. And you're like, what the fuck? No, really? Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So yeah, he busted him. That's a good one. That's a really good one. I love him to watch the Globers kind of dance around that one. It's always fun. That's a good time. Grab yourself some popcorn. Nice big gulp soda. Whatever. And yeah, enjoy, because they'll dance, man. They dance. They do the refraction dance or the looming dance, or they got a lot of dances. Those Globers, they got a lot of dances. Super looming, negative looming, positive looming. Got the looming gravity, distortion, and refraction combined with the looming distortion refraction. And it's just magical. Of course, it's a globe. You just can't see it. That's what makes it so cool, is that it's a globe that you can't see. And that's kind of like Hollywood magic talk and magic illusion talk.
Look at this picture.
Oh, is that the new one of the day?
They said astronomy picture of the day. They tell me how that is a picture.
Holy shit, dude! Oh,
I can't
goodness.
believe I have never seen that in the sky before, ever. It's so beautiful.
You know what? Now that we've taken this picture, that I'm pretty much a Glober again, 100%. Look at that. How could you deny that? I mean, dude, that's just NASA kicking ass, bro. That's where your big money's going, every day. 75 mil a day, I heard. Wow, we've jumped from 52 mil to 75 mil a day. Inflation and all that, it's expensive to send up cameras that can capture that kind of picture. I mean, that has to be like the P1 million that took that picture, right? Come on. That's
the P 999,999.
I like that better. Yeah.
Not quite 1 million.
Not quite one.
The Diet Coke of cameras. Not quite camera enough.
Yeah. Blue Jumper, he's got the newly discovered nebulas and or a whale poop in the ocean. That's a fucking classic meme, dude. Damn. Only
I got some space news.
Only certain people would get that, and I can go, "Fuck, that's hilarious, dude." Are you kidding me?
Whale poop in the ocean.
That almost
newly discovered nebula.
I could almost get to a newbie, or somebody who's like, why? They do look a little bit the same. They might make them step into. Yeah, save that. Yeah, I want to save it too, but save image. Yeah, I'm gonna save that, man. I'm gonna use that for something.
Environmentalists sue U.S. regulators over the impact of SpaceX launches.
Well,
looks like it's environmentally hazardous to go to space.
Well, look at all that smoke and exhaust and everything that comes out of the rockets, and then the rocket falls in the ocean, and then just creates what we call ocean trash. Yeah, it's not cool, man. We need to stop it. What a shit show, man. Yeah. I congratulate you, Giz, on Speculation Sunday's been a great hit for what? I don't know. It's been like.
Well, you helped bring it forward too. It was you and Helio, and
we were all encouraged to do it. It was kind of like in a group agreement, and going, yeah. Great idea.
Mean, it only made sense to move it to like the deadest night of the week.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And it rhymed, That was the other thing. And it rhymed. But it's nice to have a time and a place to say, hey, man, you know what? I looked into this Bigfoot thing or whatever. And, it's like just be able to bring up pretty much anything except politics, Yeah. I mean, you could bring up religion. That's certainly, worth speculating.
But I mean, it has to be educational. You know what I mean? Like, and don't romp as somebody else's, like, what their heart leads them into.
Yeah. You don't know, man. I mean, everybody is going to be looking at different things. And say, well, man, I was looking into, something.
Really, I mean, it doesn't work
with mathematics. Or how they trick mathematics. Whatever.
I was gonna say, it doesn't matter what religious belief you have or view or what book you read and follow or anything like that. Like, at the end of the day, like, however you're gaining your perspective from, we all can agree that we can go out and measure the Earth through observation. And that's the biggest important key.
Blue Jumper said, man, let's ban motorsports to offset rocket launch pollution. I think that was...
I'm looking more into cow flatulence.
Oh, my God. You talking about motorsports going down, man? You talking about some people going retard on your ass, man. All fucking hell.
Make it electric.
Either way, man, you take out NASA.
Motorsports.
It doesn't matter. I think you take out either one and go... I have watched some electric motorsports, man. I don't know about that. But I've watched, people lose their minds when they lose their motorsports, man. But people would lose their minds if they lost their NASA, too. And guess what, man? We're in the job of showing how people will lose their fucking minds when NASA's taken away from them, man. In space and Star Wars and fucking aliens and all that shit. Once you take that away from them, man, they go fucking complete flippo retard, man. Woo!
They're like, well, but now you got to replace it. No, I don't.
No, I don't. And that it pisses them off even more. And they're like, but why not? What
Give me your model.
I need a model, motherfucker. I need a model. Yeah, they go complete flippoid, man. I didn't flip out. I was just like, whoa, man, really? Fuck. Asshole. Fuckers. I was just pissed. I was just like, all right. Starting a YouTube channel called Flattered Dude. Forget you.
No way.
I'm just pissed.
Bro, y'all know who Jared Leto is, right?
Not off the top of my head, no.
He played the Joker in...
Batman?
No, it was Suicide Squad.
Never saw it. Anyway, what happened?
Well, anyway, so I'm doing hash. There you go. That's the Joker he played.
I've seen this picture around. Yeah.
But anyway, so I'm looking up space news, right, on Twitter. Just hashtag space news. Check this out. This is what comes up on space news.
Let's check it out.
Good old Jared Leto dressed in drag, looking like a
dude. That's hilarious, dude. A lot of cameramen there. A lot of cameras there. That's pretty funny. Hey man,
What does that have to do with space?
Today, dude, I saw a fucking commercial. It was a beer commercial made by AI. And it was super creep, dude. I mean, super creepy. Anyway, there's some AI stuff going down, man, that somebody sent my wife a picture of herself that AI created. And it looked exactly like her, man. And it was trippy, man. And fucking like, oh my goodness. AI, I was that, deep fake fucking good. That took just an average lady my wife knows. And it converted all of her pictures and created a really good picture of her. And I was like, oh shit, yeah. And this was probably done on Facebook. I think she showed it to me, or Instagram, one of those. Anyway, trippy stuff out there with the AI stuff, man. It's tripping, dude. Have you heard the AI music? Like, have you heard like Michael Jackson singing Beatles songs and shit? It's weird, man. It's creepy.
Oh, you got that stuff out there?
Yeah, dude. It's like, you're like, what? No, fucking like that. And it's not very good. It is shitty music, man. It doesn't sound right, but it's close, man. It's close enough. You're like, oh, that's interesting. But you wouldn't put it on like while you're cleaning house, dude. You're not like, oh, I'm gonna crank out this Michael Jackson singing all these Beatles songs. No, you're not gonna put that on. You're gonna put some Steely Dan or something cool. It's cruising.
Dang, dude. I have to share these. Oh, here. Did I ever show you my new meme?
It has to do with curvature? Please tell me it has to do with curvature.
Yeah, it does. It does. Check this out.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me grab a beer. Oh. Is this it?
Yeah.
The Selenium eclipse? Yeah. Yeah, that. Well, it's not quite like that, but it should be more. The moon and the sun should be about the same. The moon angle, right around there.
Well, I mean, they're both in the same part of the sky. I mean, I could narrow the angle too. It's not really a big deal.
Narrow it down to where it's more realistic. But that's more of like this is ridiculous. I get it.
Like you can see the face of the moon, but the sun is 93 million miles behind it.
Well, I get the jokidity of it, man. I totally get that. I mean, that is kind of funny. I got to give you that. That's pretty funny. Explain this. Yeah. There's a couple memes that are just ridiculous like that. We like those. They are funny, but I am here for laughter. Hold on. I'll be right back. Hold on.
I mean, that's just a basic understanding. I've gotten a few new ones. I came across this one on Twitter since you're getting a beer. You probably can hear me. If you can hear me, that's good. I'm just going to keep waffling.
Hey, if you're not going to present that as an argument, like here's my evidence for the Selenium eclipse, bro.
No, it's when somebody asks about a Selenium eclipse, I'm going to say, well, this is what you're seeing in the sky. You got the moon over here, almost directly above your head.
It's not
and then you've got the sun setting off into the fucking distance, and it's still daytime.
Well, they're just both above the horizon, which would, be a slight angle above, level. It's not going to be 45-degree angle you got there, man. No.
That's 90.
Not like that.
Maybe 100. If you were to measure that, it's like 100 degrees.
Videos I've seen people taking of Selenium eclipses, the guy's standing on top of like a bluff. And he's like, dude, there's the sun. And he spins the camera around and they go, dude, there's the moon. And they're both above the horizon. And you're like, oh, that's not possible. And it's still the moon is still eclipsed, And I'm like,
Did I show you my Selenium eclipse? I'm sure you've seen it before. You can go back and find it again.
Probably have. Speaking of eclipses, man, there's going to be one rolling right through your fucking backyard next year, bro.
No, I'm so excited for it.
Are you tripping on that yet?
I can't wait to go see it, dude.
Dude, all you got to do is go out back, man. Just walk out back and you'll be like, it's right there.
You know what's weird, though? Like, I see people taking, like, flights during the eclipse. I'm afraid to. I'm not gonna lie. Like, what if the equipment goes out while I'm flying, dude?
Yeah.
Weird shit happens during eclipses.
I wouldn't worry about that too much. Yeah, I remember your video. Yeah. I remember you. It was close. It was close, man. It was a little shaky on the video, but
Well, I mean, I was driving. I couldn't
you
just
should have
pull
pulled
over.
over, man. You should have pulled over.
My mom was in the back seat. She would have been like, "Why are you fucking pulling over?"
Like, I got.
In case y'all wonder why I cuss all the time, it's because my mom.
Are you fucking pulling over, man? Come on, Giz. Giz it going. Yeah. Look, son, Earth is a ball. Yeah. Isn't that ridiculous? Like, hey, there's lights in the sky. We got a ball here. It's 100%. It's a ball. It's definitely a ball. We got the ball.
Yeah, I come across some good ones online. I save only the good ones. That makes sense.
Yeah, big ball of gas. I love that one, man.
It's a good one.
Love a ball of gas, dude. What evidence do you have for a ball of gas, bro? What do you got? What do you got? You got nothing? I didn't think so. Yeah. But dude, the fact is you got no evidence for outer space, man, much less a fucking ball of gas out there. Shut up. Don't be ridiculous. You know, you've never been there. You're taking other people's word for it, 100%. So, there you go. Yep. The old rocket trajectories, man. That's a fun one.
Like, you know what would be cool? To be in Cuba when they do a launch and just record the whole thing. Or the Dominican or something like that.
No, 25 miles would be good. You get a nice P900. You could track that bitch.
Yeah. Like, wait, why is it landing over there?
Yeah. You could totally track it. It would be fun. Yeah.
But you're in Cuba. You're not supposed to have that kind of technology.
Well, from what I heard, man, you can travel to Cuba, no problem. Maybe we get some Cubans in here, man. That'd be cool. Send them a P900. Dude, you could get a lot of launches, dude. They launch shit there every day now. I mean, have you noticed how often launches are these days? It's kind of ridiculous, man.
Right.
There's so many launches, dude. Back in the day, in the 80s, man, we had one launch, or a year, maybe two. Like, and then the Challenger blew up, and they didn't launch anything for like, I don't know, like 5 years or something. And then they came up with the space, Hubble. They're like, oh, we're gonna launch this bad boy.
And then they found out it was Sophia, so they had to land Sophia. We're putting James Webb out there now.
Yeah, I wonder what's up with that, man. I think it's just fucking computer shit, man.
Oh, man. Hey, Heretic.
I don't think they got a fuck on. Obviously, they don't even have like a Sophia for the James Webb. Hey, you know what? Yeah, it's 25 years of Hubble, 25 years of Photoshop. That's it, man. Hey, I'll tell you what, man. If we're seeing the kind of AI shit now that we're seeing, they've had this shit for 20 years, man. Guaranteed. Yep. Yeah, he's muted. He came back to get racked. And I'm not here to rack you, dude. I don't even want to talk to you. It's nothing personal.
But there isn't really AI, right? There's just programs that are highly programmed, but not really AI. Because if a computer doesn't really think, right, when they just decide that we're worthless and just kill us all, like Skynet and Terminator.
Could be, man. I don't think so, but it is an interesting observation, but they've had this stuff. I mean, I saw, fucking Google Hangouts in 19 Google and fucking Hangouts and live stream video conferencing back in 1993, man. And it was high definition shit, man. I was like, flat screens and fuck, man. I was like, what the hell? My buddy worked at this crazy company called Aerospace Engineering or something like that. And he was like the technical director. He hooked up all the wires and the computers and shit. And one day he goes, dude, you want to come over for lunch? And I'm like, yeah. So he takes me upstairs, man, and we're watching this shit on the computer screens. And I'm freaking out, man. I'm like, how the fuck is this possible? But they had it, 20 years before average Joe was going to have video conferencing or video phone calls or whatever you wanted to call it back then, man. I mean, it's just video conferencing across the country, lives, real time. Amazing. Screen sharing and everything. You can screen share. Fuck.
Environmental groups are suing SpaceX for their failed rocket.
Well, we should send them some money.
They should sue SpaceX.
No, to the people that are suing them. Environmental groups. Hey, space isn't real. You've never been there. You have to admit that. I love that first question, man. You have to admit. I mean, if anybody came in and said, what do you mean by space? Like fucking Roll My Boulder would say.
What do you mean by vacuum?
What do you mean by vacuum? Oh, fuck. That anyway. So, yeah, space is, nobody's ever been to space. Nobody's coming in here saying they've been to space. So it's just space. You can undo your mic, I guess, Rolling My Boulder.
SpaceX is right around the corner where I live in Hawthorne. And the word is that they underpay their employees. One, they don't have many employees over 30, so they're hiring a bunch of kids.
Right.
And then at the top level, they have like 200 people that are like
executives.
Well, I was going to say that top director with NASA.
Yeah, they're all NASA people, right? Yeah.
Right. It's not an independent thing as you may think.
No, it's completely subsidized by the government and NASA. They have to send the NASA guys over there to make it look good because they're the only ones that know how to do it. They've been doing it. You got to have some guys in their 40s and 50s that know what the fuck, how to put together a fireworks show. Come on.
Yeah, they could have like Warner Von Braun kind of dude, like a Goebbels kind of dude, someone with experience.
Right, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
No, man, you gotta use the galvanized on that, man. You can't use sheet metal on that. That's too heavy. It's got.
Hello, Flat Earth dude.
Well, hello there. Sorry to jump your shit, man, but if you're not honest with me, man, I gotta call you out. Sorry.
You can call me out all you want, and I've never been offended.
I hate misdirection, magic trick.
Hang on, did you leave and go Google space and know what space is, so you don't have to ask us?
Did you figure out what space is? Outer space.
Wait, who's doing misdirection?
Yeah, you're just being evasive or weird or just trying to be cute and funny, but it wasn't. It's like there's a time and a place for being cute and funny, but if I asked you a straight question, man, have you ever been to outer space, man? You're like, well, what do you mean by space? I'm like, fuck off, man. You know what I'm saying? Come on.
How about this? My signature has my ink. Ink by my pen.
You have a fan on, or do you have like some noise in the background or something?
I'm sure he does. But are you drunk? Are you really drunk?
You're coming in like super hissy, man. You sound like a hissy.
That's what Toon said as well.
Are you drunk, Rolling My Boulder?
Nope. Well, I can turn off the hissy. There we go. Let's do it.
Whatever you got, it's super hissy, man. It's like
No, it's not. Hissy is gone.
Is somebody spraying water at you?
You wished for the hissy to be gone. It is gone.
Are you having a hissy fit from Sisyphus?
Nobody calls me Sisyphus.
Maybe he does.
I call you Sisyphus. I will forever call you Sisyphus because that was your first name.
That's
That was
right.
the first name you had in here was Sisyphus.
We're locked in, man. It's just like Flat Earth dudes locked in, man.
Roland is what people say.
No, Sisyphus. Sisyphus.
I took it to the next level and called you a derogative name at one time that kind of rhymed with Sisyphus, but it was
Like
more
syphilis?
That could have been it. That could have been it. I think it might have been it.
Where's all?
There's a good chance.
Hank beat you to the punch.
Hank's on break, man. Did you say about Hank? What?
Yeah, Hank called me Sisyphus.
Yeah, you're sissy and fuss.
I do miss Hank.
It almost sounded like you said sissy fists there for a second, which is really kind of a funny insult within itself. Calling someone sissy fist.
It's my buddy.
Don't pick a fight with him.
Don't pick a fight with high school union.
Listen up, Boulder.
Hello, Ryan. Hello, Ryan.
I'll probably call you Boulder from now on because you kind of come in like a bowling ball anyway, man.
Pebbles.
Pebbles.
Look,
Some fruity pebbles. Rolling my fruity pebbles.
No. Even I have limits.
Even you have limits?
I do.
You know your name can be changed to protect the guilty.
You can't change my name. You would have if you
Your
could have.
name can be changed. I know
but you
people.
can't.
I know some people
Oh,
that
you
can
don't.
change your name.
Instead of rolling your boulder, could be tumbling your pebbles.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, we
Flat Earth doesn't know anyone who could change my name.
We could totally.
So I'm safe.
Your name can be changed for the server. We don't have to know what your name is in
you're
other
safe?
servers.
Dude, I'm not even safe. You think you're safe? I'm not safe. dude.
I didn't say it couldn't be changed. I'm saying Flat Earth.
Dude, I've been banned in here for fuck's sake.
Flat Earth ain't ever going to be changed.
I think we should change it to dragging my cinder block.
Oh,
right.
Or,
I'm curious about Sheepdog.
I think we should change it back to Sif.
Sisyphus.
Sheepdog.
I almost said it, Giz. I almost said it, bro.
Sheepdog, are you a Glober?
Am I a Glober?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
No, I can't even pretend to be a Glober.
That's
It's like
not
the
even
hardest thing to do.
That is like that's
Okay,
like the worst question in here today.
I don't like that much mental gymnastics.
Okay.
That is
Sheepdog,
really
that
was low.
Flat Earth Professor Dude speaks for you. Is that
No, yeah, fuck yeah, I know.
Listen, hang on. He's not a Glober. He's a normie. Globers know the arguments.
Oh.
Normies are just regular brainwashed people.
Sheepdog? You've got Godric and
There you go. That's it, Robert.
So Sheepdog doesn't know his own thoughts. Usually.
Shit. I need to.
I think we should call him a troll, going by the last answer it gave to that last question to me.
Right? Yeah, that's what I don't think Sheepdog's a troll. I do not think Sheepdog's a troll.
I just
gave a troll answer. That's for damn sure.
Sheepdog hasn't given any answer. Sheepdog can't even talk. You guys just blah 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 blah.
Blah 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 blah. Hey man, I'm in here for like 2 hours a day, man. I just come in and late at night.
How about you let Sheepdog?
I can do some talking, man. I can chit chat about all kinds of crazy stuff. But
Dude,
yeah, I love to run
I've known you for a year.
At least a year.
Yes. So shush. Sheepdog.
I've known you for a year too, Sisyphus.
Yeah, fucking guess what, man?
Sheepdog hasn't known me for a year.
Yeah, we both
I
checked
have.
you in. We
You
both
just
checked
don't remember. You just don't know my other name. That's all.
Okay,
Exactly.
What's your other name? Oh shit! Sheepdog and Flat Earth are the same.
The Gizbo. You remember the Gizbo?
Oh. And it's also known as I've been known to call him.
Gizmo is not Flat Earth Professor Dude. Shut the
Shut the fuck up. This is my time, bro. This ain't your time.
It's not your time. It
is my time, dude.
It's
And
not your time, Sisyphus.
No, it's not my time.
Hey, listen, Syphilis. Shut up.
Okay.
Hey, Gizmo and I go way back, man. I even have another name for Gizmo that only I'm allowed to say.
I have
me and I think Lunatic is allowed to say it.
Lunatic.
Yeah, Lunatic.
Lunatic. Wait.
But I'm not going to say it now, but there is a certain name that every once in a while I can use.
I'm going to eat my foot.
You're
going to eat your foot?
You're not lunatic. No way.
Lou?
Zero way.
I love Lou, man. I miss Lou. I miss
Lou too.
Can you define the vacuum of space there, Sisyphus?
Yes.
Yeah. So what's the definition of the vacuum of space?
I'll shut up for your answer. Go ahead, Sisyphus.
Dividing line.
The what?
Define space. What?
Kármán line.
The Kármán line is the definition. Where is the Kármán line? What is the exact location of the Kármán line?
Kármán line?
Okay, let me answer twice.
Get the fuck.
Flat Earth Professor Dude said, "I'll shut up," and immediately.
Shut the fuck off! I'm gonna have you muted, man. Shut up. Just get on with your shit. Go. Fuck. Come on.
Okay. And
quit bitching. Be a fucking
you
man.
Need two answers for the Kármán line?
I'm sorry.
Turn your microphone
Is that because they can't define the Kármán line?
I'm sorry, Sheepdog.
Is that why they can't define the Kármán line? Is because you need two answers?
Kármán line is 100
kilometers. 62 miles.
No problem defining it. 100 kilometers, Sheepdog.
62 miles.
100 kilometers, and that's the vacuum of space after that?
Yep.
Now let me ask you this: if the Earth were spinning,
who said yep?
If the Earth were spinning, wouldn't the atmosphere of gas be frictioning against the vacuum of space?
First of all, he's been lying. He has been drinking. He's been drinking more than I have.
He's drunk as shit. I can tell. Or he's on something.
Dude, I'm on my second beer, man. I got one more to go. And then
I think you came in here just to fucking shoot your shit off, dude.
Yep.
But I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, go for it, air fucking rolling my pebbles.
I'm surprised I haven't been banned already. So yay!
Oh man, it's only a matter of time.
What is the actual question here?
And the question is, man, where's outer space? And you said the Kármán line, and then we went, and it's 100 kilometers, 62 miles, whatever. Is that where the vacuum? The question after that was, is that the vacuum of space? And have you? My next question would be, have you ever been there? Of course, you've never been there because none of us have never been to space. How do we know where space is exactly? You know, it's all speculation at this point because none of us have actually ever been to space or even close to space. So there's that, man. So just admit that you've never been to space, and of course you're never going to space, and you don't know anybody that's ever been to space, and let's just get right down to it, man.
Oh, I mean, my signature, ink, it's been in space. Does that count?
Dude, no.
What?
What the fuck did he just say? I got a signature. You got an autograph for somebody that said they was into space. How about this, man? I gave a ride to a supposed astronaut, and you can check him out, man, if you want to. His name is Bernard Harris, and I gave him a ride from the airport to a conference because somebody told me to go pick this guy up, and this guy supposedly has been to space. This guy
is that true?
100% true. I got videotape, man. I could back that shit up from here to the fucking moon.
But the fact is it's I just rode with him. He's a doctor. He's a doctor, right? He's a doctor, man. Listen, shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Liar.
Bernard Harris. I didn't give him a ride from an airport to a conference. I got the video. I got a videotape of the conference.
He's just trying to make you mad, dude. That's what he's trying to do.
Can somebody mute him? Can somebody fucking take him out again? Thank you, Heretic, or somebody. Yeah, thanks, man. Orion, somebody. Yeah, please take him out again. Thank you. That was ridiculous. 100% fact. I got proof. I picked up an astronaut from the airport and drove him to a conference because that was my job, man. Somebody asked me to do it. I was there to help for the conference. He said, "Can you go pick this guy up from the airport, man? His name is Bernard Harris." I'm like, "Sure, man." "Oh, yeah, he's an astronaut. He's going to be speaking at the conference tomorrow." I'm like, "Oh, okay. I'll go get him." And got him in the car. Like, "Hey, man, dude," back then I was a Glober, totally 100%, spinning Earth. And I was like, "Hey, man, I got one question for you, man. I'm sure you get a lot of stupid astronaut questions and stuff." I go, "Dude, I heard that it took 500,000 people to put a man on the moon. Is that true?" It was 500,000 workers, man, building bolts and sheet metal and
it was something like that. And the first in the very beginning,
he goes,
right?
"Yeah, that's true." He go, and after that, man, I go, "Oh, you're a doctor, man. Cool. My wife's diabetic, man. What do you know about diabetes?" And he just went on for he knew all kinds of shit about diabetes. And I was just like, fuck me, man. This guy's like, but he talked so passionately about diabetes, but he didn't talk passionately about being in space, bro. It was like looking back on it now, I'm like, the guy was like, yeah, that's true. And then, as soon as I got off the subject of space, man, he was in, man. Like, oh, this guy doesn't want to talk to me about space. Thank God. Because I'm tired of lying about this shit, man. Fuck. I love diabetes because that's a real thing, man. You can check it out for yourself. And yeah, he knew all kinds of shit about it, man. And I thought that was interesting. Anyway, that's my experience with an astronaut. That's it. Only one I've ever talked to or hung out with for more than 5 minutes.
It's funny because in the middle of that story, you said the words, "I love diabetes."
I love diabetes. No, I mean, you can see him going, yeah, fuck, I know. I mean, the guy knew all kinds of shit about it. And he talked to my wife later on at the conference. He's like, came up to her. He was like, "You need to really get on this insulin pump and you gotta switch this up." But yeah, he had some really good advice, and his advice turned out to be he's pretty spot on, man. It's been a life-changing, for my wife. 100%, man. And I do thank him for that. But yeah, it wasn't talking about space, man. Other than I always thought it was an interesting number. It took 500,000 people to put a man on the moon. And that's how many people they hired to make it look really, really legit, bro. I mean, dude, how could you doubt that they went to the moon, man? My brother's cousin worked on, Apollo 12, bro. How dare you?
It brought an end to things that were going on in the world.
Well, there was a lot going on in the world. There was a war, wars going on. We had the Manson murders. We had crazy hippie fucking shit going on. There was a lot of shit going on. And what a Freemason cuck that piece of shit is. Yeah. Fuck you, Buzz Aldrin. Yeah.
I think Sisyphus has a crush on you.
Yeah, I think so, man. Yeah, he didn't like me talking my shit this late at night, He was way fucking hammered, right?
He's only in here because there's no mods in here. That's the only reason why he's in here.
Well, I appreciate whoever bounced his ass because that was getting ridiculous, man. I don't like going in that direction.
Oh, he muted himself. He said he said he muted himself out of respect for you. He likes.
That was interesting. It didn't look that way, man. I saw a little red microphone for a second, and then he was gone. Yeah, somebody else muted his ass. I'm pretty sure. Thank you. What's up, Flatsy Klein? I know it's late for you.
No.
Hey, my husband is laid off right now, so it's kind of awesome right now.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad y'all are spending time together.
No, laid off doesn't mean necessarily bad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it'll work
In
out.
his line of work, he gets laid off and gets another job. Gets laid off, gets another job.
Right.
Flatsy, dude, I gotta tell you, man, I got a package today with some coffee in it. Did you get one by chance?
Not yet. Tomorrow.
Oh shit! Tomorrow. Fuck. Why did I get it sooner than you got it? I don't understand. That's weird, man. Interesting.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe you're closer to him.
Dude, you're like way closer. I mean, he's like on the East Coast, and you're just down south, and I'm way the hell out here on the West Coast.
He sent me the tracker for it, so it's
Yeah, it's coming, man. I got mine today, and I just like, I was like, damn, this is, and it is really good. So
yeah, I talked to him on the phone.
I heard that. He told me.
Yeah,
He texted me.
he's so cool.
He called you a sweet. Isn't she a sweetheart? Like,
He's a sweetheart.
Yeah, he is too, man. Yeah. He left me a voice message today. It was really cool. I was like,
he left me a text today, and the tracker for me today.
You know what? I really appreciate coffee, and good coffee is really, really good. But
same. I know people like to get off coffee, and it doesn't bother me. I've drank it since I was little. When I was really little, I had breathing problems, and it's a natural remedy to open up your bronchial thing, on that level. Sorry. So I was able to do that naturally.
That's awesome.
Resorting to medicine with that. So I got on coffee at a young age. Like, I mean, single digit age. Maybe like very close to double digit, but it was always a good thing for me to drink it black, because if you drink it with cream or anything, that kind of negates the whole
it's
idea of the process.
Yeah.
Well, when you're using it to, like, as a remedy for like clearing up your chest,
gotta go black.
You gotta go black.
Gotta go black on it. Sure. Hold on 1 second.
You're good. Yeah, so I like black coffee. I'm not one of those folks that likes to dress their coffee up to where it's not actually coffee, but it's something else.
No, I need coffee with my cream.
Be careful with
I
that
take cream and honey. My coffee.
I like a little honey. A little honey's nice. Not too much.
I'm more of a tea person myself.
I love tea. Look, I love
like
tea.
I'll drink unsweetened tea all day long.
Me too.
I love tea, but I love putting honey in tea. So I'm like especially when I feel like I'm getting congested or anything like that. At any point, I'll do a hot toddy with a little bit of whiskey in it, and man, that's shit. I vouch that clears you.
Oh hell yeah, that's the way to.
I'll even tell you, unsweetened tea is one of the best ways to clear up your airway.
I put a lot of whiskey in my tea when I need a hot toddy. Don't mess around, man. It's the whiskey that helps. It's not the
whiskey.
Too much. It's nice.
Of course,
Too much won't actually help you, though. It'll probably.
No, it'll help. Trust me.
It'll help. Yeah.
Now I watched singers, professional singers, that are just wrecked, and they got to go on stage, and they'll down like 3 shots of whiskey. And
I can vouch for that, or red wine. Red wine.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched it in person, man, and they can pull it off, man. Like, damn.
Yeah, you got to get
I can pull it off with some
loose.
whiskey or some red wine for sure.
Wow. The whiskey will do it, man. I was like, okay. Well, I watched it personally. I was like, okay. He pulled it off. I mean, it was rough. It wasn't perfect. But I was backstage. The singer's racked. He's like, dude, I'm fucking racked. Like, whiskey. What's that, Timbo?
I say, give me red wine. I can do anything.
You know what? It's an encouraging drink. I'll tell you that. I don't know, man. It's weird because wine, especially red wine, it can put you in the greatest of moods. If you're having a nice meal with friends and you got a fire going, whatever. It's just a nice drink. Yeah. Especially if it's a little on the chilly side, not quite hot. You don't want to drink it when it's like 100 degrees or 40 Celsius out. It's a bad idea. Don't drink red wine if it's hot, right?
Cold night, sitting in front of the fire.
Yeah.
Nice glass of red.
Sipping. You don't like drink wine like beer. You just sip it, man.
24/7 on in the background.
There you go. You put 24/7, and you got some killer soundboards going.
Yeah, I've been taking a break from 24/7. I guess.
Hey, Flatsy, you're super strong, and I've seen the strongest, have to take a break. And we all have to take breaks, man. We do. We got to take a step back and go, hey, man, I need a weekend here, week there, whatever. Go camping, hiking, fishing, whatever you're into. Just
I've been kind of trapped. I've been kind of trapped at home, so.
Well,
I don't want to be on my phone the whole time that I'm, back at home with my
Spending
family.
time with your husband.
Well, no, he's been at work. The reason why I'm trapped at home is because we're a car down now. So, since Mobile, when I went to the beach, our car broke down in Mobile.
Oh,
so
no.
we haven't been able to get that car back. I'm afraid that it's been towed.
Yeah, it's probably been towed.
And they've probably been charging by the day. And I don't think that my husband.
It's going to cost you like, a lot.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
We couldn't fix it. We couldn't fix it, though. It wasn't just like an easy fix either. So
right,
we thought it was going to be, and he worked on it because he's very good at fixing our cars by hand. He doesn't ever send them to a shop to be fixed. That kind of, it's a bummer, but the car that we still have is my car. Like, my car has lasted me since I was like 15 years old. I say 16 because that's when it was officially like mine to drive everywhere. But I've had it even before then. It's a 2005 Toyota Corolla. And this baby has lasted me, and I'm 31 years old, and it's still going. I think it's going to outlive me.
Roland, my Boulder, wants to talk to you privately. And I said, no.
No, I didn't say privately.
That Mongo. Dude, he's lost his fucking... Now he's gone over the fucking line, man. I mean...
I said in voice, not private, weirdo.
Voice.
Okay, well, what do you want to talk about?
Earth.
Okay. Let's talk about the Earth. Oh my God.
What's so funny?
Hold on, dude.
Okay, go ahead. I would like to engage.
You talk, Flatsy. You talk, Flatsy. He wants to talk to you, and I think you're more than capable of the conversation.
I'm going to mute myself. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, you're good. I was just gonna say, it's really funny that both sides of this whole argument will at least concede to the fact that we experience a flat and stationary Earth. So when it comes to the wild claims that it isn't that we can't prove on our own, that would constitute belief instead of knowing. So I don't like to just believe anything. I like to know. So you go ahead.
Do you use the scientific method?
Absolutely, I do.
Can you tell me what are the main points?
Do you use the scientific method, you fuckwit?
Hold on. What do you mean by the means? Like the scientific method? You want me to spell it out for you?
Yeah, spell it out for me.
Okay. You observe a natural phenomenon. You come up with a hypothesis for a cause and effect. So the cause being your independent variable and the effect being your dependent variable. And yes, you can have some controls, just like elevation will, vary your results, like for boiling point, say, and you come up with a scientific theory based off of your results being either a positive or a null.
Hey, can I ask you a follow-up question?
Go ahead.
So let's take the Earth must be flat. Let's do an experiment. What are the dependent and independent variables, and what is the
It doesn't require anything.
No, I'm saying I didn't say it did. I didn't say it required. I'm saying let's do an experiment about the flat Earth. Surely the Earth would.
Then you give us the hypothesis.
Okay, someone's
you give us the hypothesis.
No, you give us the observed phenomenon.
No. I'm asking you, what are the independent and dependent variables?
You don't need that for.
You don't need that. You just measure it, dude.
I didn't. Wow.
I don't care, dude. You're being very, very derailing on this conversation right now. You're trying to make a point just to ruin somebody's night. This is all you're trying to do, dude.
I'm not worried about his questions though.
Hey guys, let's let Flatsy talk to him. Let Flatsy talk to him. Yeah.
No, you guys can't. You can't. You don't trust her. Got it.
That's okay. You go ahead.
They don't, Flatsy. They can't let you speak.
Don't derail the conversation.
Okay. Well, my answer to you is that you have to have an
Answer
observed
to what?
phenomenon.
What question? What question are you answering?
You were asking me what if there was an experiment to do on the flat Earth. What would be the independent and dependent variable?
That's not asked.
Okay, what did you ask? I'm sorry.
Is the Earth flat or globe?
What?
Is the Earth flat or globe?
It is observably, measurably, and navigated as flat. So the
you say
only
flat.
logical
Okay, so-
conclusion is that it is.
Yeah, blah blah blah. You say flat.
Absolutely. You see my name? My name is Flatsy Clyde. Did you have to guess or ask?
I didn't. I do not want to presume. There are trolls aplenty. Point is, you say flat, I say globe. Perhaps we could construct a scientific experiment.
Okay, but you would have to observe a natural phenomenon.
You and me both. We would both have to observe, right?
Exactly.
did
So,
that,
what
I
is
think-
the observed natural phenomenon that
Well,
you
let's do
want
an
to?
experiment. Let's do an experiment.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at. So, what is the observed natural phenomenon?
No. It's the
If we're gonna do an experiment, we have to start there.
independent variable.
No, you have to start with the observed natural phenomenon first.
The problem is flat slope, right? That's
Okay,
the
but that's
point of-
not a scientific problem. That is a geometric problem. So you would only have to measure the curvature, and I have never seen anyone do that. They only say effects
point
of
is that
curvature,
you
effects of
have-
things. So what's the cause?
You have a dependent variable and an independent variable, right?
No, I don't, because I don't have an observed natural phenomenon first.
You don't observe the Earth.
I can observe the Earth, and if it's a geometric problem, then that has nothing to do with science.
So do you have an independent variable?
No,
You have a dependent variable.
no,
Are you able to use the scientific method?
no, it's a geometric claim.
What's wrong with you, man? Are you fucking stupid or something? You just asked her if she knew the
It's not a
method.
scientific experiment. It's an observation.
There you go.
I guess he's gone.
What's that? He's asking you if you know the scientific method, and then he goes, "Okay, let's come up with a experiment with following the scientific method," and he can't even get the first fucking thing right.
Dude,
Well, I mean, that was easy.
that
peasy,
was so
lemon
funny.
squeezy.
Good job, girl.
You can do that with gravity, but not with the flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, well, we can go all day about gravity.
Hey, I would suggest clipping that.
And you know what? That's worth a clip, dude. He bounced. Yeah. That's a clipper for sure. All right.
So, you know,
He deserves
these
it.
people are crazy. They're crazy.
Yeah, I'm muted, man. I was good. I was trying to be good, but thank you, Kimmy. That was
I would
awesome.
never. Well, see, I'm never going to resort to the name. I don't resort to the
Yeah.
name calling, or I can follow these conversations to a logical conclusion.
Again,
I'm
man.
not
I know you. I don't know. I've known Rolling My Boulder for at least a year, and yeah, I've had probably 5 or 6 encounters just like that with him, and it's definitely thank you. That was an amazing job you did. I'm over here laughing my ass off.
Yeah, but it was so easy. Like,
It
any
was
of you
so
would have done
easy,
it.
right? It was like a piece of cake, and that's worth a clip because
He's another one of those people that just they think they're so smart. Remember him, dude, come in and goes, "Well, define space."
it's fine space, man. Wagner. No. Guys, stop that shit in its tracks. I'm like, no, you're not getting away with that shit, man. Sorry. No. We're gonna. Yeah. Thank you, everybody that muted him. Thank you guys, because I was about to fucking go complete fucking absolute maniac on his ass because I've been dealing with him for at least a year, and he's always that same little cocky, like, well, what do you mean by space? So like, no,
Where do these Globers buy their microphones from as well?
Yeah, it was pretty hissy, man. Pretty hissy.
Horrible.
Pretty hissy mic, bro. I mean, that was bad. So yeah, just but I've heard him on a better mic, but he was drunk. And
I'd say it's basically a wig snatch. I mean, he spiraled out. He left.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, you guys know he was at least drunk, right? That's
But
why
you
he
guys
bounced.
also realize how easy that was for anybody to.
It's because you tell.
He
It's because
just
you're telling the
presented
truth.
such a very
But he
exactly.
no.
The truth is
Remember,
always something that doesn't need to be scrutinized.
Yeah.
If
he's
you
retarded. I know.
scrutinize it, it's not worried. You don't worry for the
hey
truth to
Kim,
be scrutinized.
he called you. Hey Kim, he called you out in the chat. Remember?
Well, there we go. Yeah,
And
I'm okay with
that was
that.
like, okay, game on. And you're like, yeah, game on. And,
Yeah, exactly.
it was too easy, man. Like, oh, what do you mean by this scientific method? You know, it's like trying to weasel out of that bullshit, man. Come on, dude. You can't weasel out of the scientific method, bro. That's like weaseling out of gas pressure without a container. You don't get to weasel.
What's our independent variable for flat Earth?
What are you talking
Like,
about?
literally doesn't make any sense. It's not. It
That's
has nothing to do with
incoherent.
science.
Completely incoherent question because he wanted to call you out on the scientific method, but like Timbo said, he can't even get the first part right. Doesn't know what a phenomenon is.
It was, and that's why I knew Kim fucking had this. She's like, we jumped in early on, but I just knew she could handle this cocky, mamey bullshit. I want to see the independent variable before the observed phenomena. And once you've gone to there, you either have to stand up and own it, or you have to bounce. And guess what he did? He bounced. And there you go. Proof is in the pudding. Yeah.
So, when it comes to the scientific method, it makes everything easy.
Yep.
If they don't follow the scientific method, then by definition, it's pseudoscience.
So yeah, exactly. It's like following gas pressure without a container, man. What do you got? Anybody? You know, I'll stick to that I'll stick to that all day long, every day, without a doubt. I'm like, because that's a guaranteed 100%. You can't prove it. I mean, there's no fucking way. It's impossible. So it's just like, have you ever been to outer space? No. Well, how do you know it's real? I don't know. I watched Star Wars and played Nintendo. Yeah.
I love how many messages. I love how many messages I was getting while I was talking to him, and I didn't have to pay attention to him. And I love you for it, anyways. Appreciate you guys, Sheepdog.
Yep, Sheepdog's got your back.
Yeah, he was like, don't mess with this sophist. He's a sophist, and I was like, I can tell, and I already know how to deal with it because
yeah, exactly. It's the sophist. That's what we're dealing with. 100%.
Debunk reality.
Exactly.
Without a doubt, he comes in here just to get his jollies, man. I'm gonna get my jollies just going up against these people. That's it, man. He doesn't even consider us flat earthers. He just considers us like I think he considers us like a little fun game. Yeah, that he gets to come in and go, well, what do you mean by space? Like, wait a minute, you've been here for at least a year or more, and you're gonna and just come up with that kind of bullshit at this point after a year?
I'm ready to talk about just like where curvature's ever been measured. This is what I'm ready to talk about. Like, anybody can talk about the scientific method. They can talk about whatever they want to, but when it comes down to the crux of the issue, it's a geometric problem. So when they want to talk about where there's curvature of the earth, that's where I want to talk about that. I mean, we can talk about that all day, but really the conversation's going to end really quickly, but they're going to keep going on with their beliefs and what about this and their non sequiturs and their all of their logical fallacies.
Non sequiturs. Perfect.
Always want to take it away from the point. Hey, if the earth isn't curving, then there's no globe. And if it's not curving in so many places, then it's impossible that it's a globe. If it's measured flat, if it's utilized as flat, then why would we think that it is anything other than flat?
Well,
Because we've been told.
Well, I've seen documents that they build these aircraft, and like in the first paragraph, in a lot of these documents, not all of them, but in the first paragraph, they like, you have to assume a flat stationary plane in order to build
Well,
this
a
mechanism.
flat, non-rotating plane.
Yeah, flat, non-rotating stationary
Let's get
plane.
specific with it. They always say that.
They do. They all say it, man. I've got
And
like
it's so that it can be mathematically correct.
40 documents that say that. Like, okay, man, where am I missing the picture here, man? Yeah, tell me why the fuck would designers of aircraft say, hey, man, you have to assume a stationary, flat, non-rotating plane.
Here's how they make it. This is exactly right here how they make it compartmentalized. The people that supposedly go to this Narnia space are never the experts in the area of space and predicting things, the astrophysicists. Those astrophysicists are never the ones to go to space. So
Right.
the people that are astrophysicists rely on other people like
Yeah, that makes
you know,
sense.
that have a certain other job to measure the earth.
Yeah.
So the people that measure the earth don't ever rely on the globe.
There
They
you
just
go.
add. So this is the compartmentalization of jobs. Nobody has the absolute job of knowing all of the things that would need to be known to establish what we would need to establish to progress in society or scientifically or whatever you want to call it. So if these people had all of this information in one field of study, this is the problem. The fields of study are very small, and they make it seem like it's something bigger than it is in each field, so that they have to section it out. So people that will go into many fields are usually the people that will become flat earthers. If you're the surveyors of a certain landmass and you realize that you have to add in math to make it a globe after you take measurements, and then you have to send that information off to someone who is in another field of study that does this, that uses that kind of math to graph out certain maps. So those people have to resort to or give their information to people that are doing their study in, I don't know, astrophysics. Whatever they're doing, they're taking information from someone else. It's all being passed on in fields of study that are not one person doing all of those fields of study.
Right. 100%.
It's compartmentalization on a military scale in society where we have these people that we are supposed to trust are the experts, but they're not, because they're not experts in all the fields. They're just experts in one particular point that they rely on information from another field of study from a certain particular point. So that's my point. This is how it's able to be, I don't know, like coalescing, and that keeps going in society. Nobody ever just relies on their senses. They rely on experts that aren't actually experts in anything other than one certain field of study that relies on other experts in other fields of study.
You're absolutely right. 100%. The compartmentalization of the systems that, you know, like you said, man, the astrophysicists don't go to space. Yeah, they believe whatever they're doing, man. Dude, they're getting paid large money to pound some numbers and make it look good. You know, pipe it into some computer or whatever. They don't know, man. They have no. They're not the ones going up in the rockets. They don't know, and that's the bottom line. I think you nailed it right there, Flatsy. And that was my takeaway from that, is that when you can expose the truth of how things work in systems, yeah. I mean, does counting know what engineer is doing? I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, that's the point, man. Yeah, exactly.
That's the point.
This whole idea kept me up. Like, I want to be able to explain to folks how this lie can be perpetuated easily. It's because of the education system and the fields that you're able to, like, major in.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I went to school, man. How dare you be a flat earther? How dare you? Yeah, man. It's like the worst thing to be in all of the world, apparently, is to be a flat earther, according to the academic people, that we deal with.
Our problem is that people think that going into one I mean, it costs so much money to go to school to major in something and, get a doctorate degree or
masters, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's expensive. Yep. Unless you have a scholarship, it's expensive.
Well,
or, rich daddy.
You're limited. You're limited.
Hey,
what's really sad is those that have rich daddies don't actually go that far into their studies. They don't care to learn.
Well, they don't want to know how to actually learn something. They don't. They're afraid of that, man. That could be bad.
Knowledge is power. And if somebody holds knowledge that, everybody doesn't know, you're gonna be at a loss if you don't plan your life around learning your whole life. So don't ever be afraid of learning. You can't learn enough. There's never a stopping point. You can't just be like, "Oh, I know it all."
I got it all figured out, man. This is it.
Even us that have flat Earth figured out.
Even us.
We have to keep going. We can still learn more.
Yep. I'm gonna drop a link to a video in the VC, man. And if you guys want to know kind of how we ended up here, where they convinced the world that it's a globe, there was a few people that figured it out, that they needed to kind of control, the system, maybe, but it is a system of control, and that's what we are up against. And I encourage you guys to watch this video, watch especially the second half. The first half, you'll dig it. It's interesting. It's interesting as hell. But the second half, he kind of like goes into some stuff that will help us realize that how they sold the whole paradigm of a globe, and how the people who wanted to sell the globe did it. Or, at least a few of the people that were involved in doing it, going back to. Anyway, what we do here is talk about Earth mostly.
Well, the beautiful thing is that if you can learn logic, you can absolutely come to this conclusion without all of that. But it should like ignite something in you to learn more.
Yeah. We want to ignite learning more. Oh my goodness. What a disaster. Hey, you don't you want to learn what we know? You want to learn about space and outer space? Well, we've got hundreds and hundreds of colleges that you can go to and be an expert in space.
Yeah.
What? Have you ever been to space?
Well, you can also
No.
major. You can major in some crazy things these days.
Crazy thing.
Astrobiology.
What's that? Klingon. You can major in
Astrobiology?
Klingon.
Yeah, astrobiology. I think.
Do you know that you can major in Klingon, which is a
Klingon.
made-up language
Oh my goodness.
for
No.
Star Trek?
No.
What did Taylor Swift? She just majored in like something I can't remember.
I know a dude who speaks Klingon. It's real.
And did you guys see Jay Tolan's latest video? It came out yesterday. Did you guys see that? No? Anybody?
No.
All right, I'll drop it in the VC, man. Check it out, man. It's interesting. He measured the distance to the sun.
So you have to realize, like, people that are around me, normal people that claim that they're awake, are telling me about the upcoming news about Epstein. I'm like, what? Don't you like already know everything about Epstein now? Nope, they don't. They're still stuck on that narrative right now. People are stuck on the Tucker Carlson narrative about him being let go or parting from Fox News. These people are so lost in the sauce, man. This is what they're supposed to be lost in. That's the point.
No, with all the lies going on in the world, like I even tell people, like flat Earth it's the final lie. Like if you get that out of the schools, they can't lie about anything else. We already know the story for everything else.
Well, we can consider it the skeleton key.
Right.
We can consider it the skeleton key to navigate through all the lies, but there's still more to learn.
Oh yeah.
But it's your key. It's your universal key to everything. It's the basics. It's literally the establishment that's set on stone, on something that's solid, a foundation, a very good and solid.
It's a foothold. It's a foothold. You're right.
Yeah, you need this basic knowledge because that's what it is. Flat Earth is basic. It's not the final step. It's the basic foundation to figuring out everything else.
It's the basic truth, man. That's it. The basics. I mean, bring it down to the basics. I love that. It's fantastic. I love to live in those zones, man. The basic zones. You don't feel like you're spinning around the universe at millions of miles an hour, do you? No. Have you ever been to space? No.
Define space.
Define space. Gizbo. Defines Gizbo space, man. I mean, that's how ridiculous it can get, man. And there's this place in space. It's called Gizbo Space, and it's like nothing you've ever seen in your life. It's amazing.
No, you need to sound like my mother when you say that.
No, wait. Listen, I tell you, Gizbo Space is amazing. It's so incredible. It's the most entertaining place you'll ever go. It's great. You'll love it. And you just believe me, man. Just believe me because I sound like a Jewish mother. And you, hey, make sure that you change the toilet paper roll. Thank you. I'm being ridiculous. You guys know me by now, right? All right. I'm going to take off in like 10 minutes. I promise. I'll be out. No,
Well,
man.
I'd like to talk to Matt Pip. He's VC verified.
What's up,
If you'd
Pip,
like
man?
to-
I called him out earlier, man. I called him out
If you'd like to
earlier,
be
man.
welcome.
Mr. I called him Mr. Pip. What's up, Mr.?
You've been here for what? Oh wow, today he just got here.
Just got
Yeah,
here.
we
yeah.
spoke to him earlier. He's been on the YouTube for a while, and he just joined today or yesterday. So he's a flat earther.
All right. Welcome, Mr. Pip. I love it.
I would just like to welcome him. And what's up, man?
So
What's up, man?
what's up, bro? What's up? Truth is a funny thing, man. It can be funny, and it can be, devastatingly ridiculous at times.
But
It's
you
like,
know, it
oh
doesn't
my God.
ever. But it doesn't fear scrutiny because
That's
the truth
true.
will always be the truth.
The truth will always be the truth, and it doesn't fear
But
scrutiny.
Guess what does fear scrutiny?
Lies.
Yep.
I want to
Nail
shout
on the
out
head.
real quick. I want to say hi to Fun Guy. I haven't seen you here, dude, in like almost a year, probably.
Shout out to Fun Guy, man.
Yeah.
I went on holiday for a
Been a
month,
while.
and it's like a year. That's
Well, for me, it's been a year. I haven't seen you in forever, man.
How
I
you
only
doing? You're right,
recognize you because of your avatar.
Hamsters in a Maze, that is. My kids made that out of Lego, like fat Lego for toddlers. Hamsters in a Maze.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I just wanted to say hi, man.
Good morning, guys. It sounds good. I love Flat Earth, dude.
Hey,
I can't remember your name.
Fun Guy, man. Did you have to create a new account? What happened, man?
Oh no, I just went on holiday for a month in Scotland, and there wasn't much signal, so I haven't been on.
1 month. Okay. All right. You're kind of new around here, then. You only been around here a month. Okay.
No, about 6-7 months, probably. Maybe a year.
Says April 20. What is it? Hold on.
2022. So that's almost a year.
Okay, 1 year. Yeah.
Oh my! Happy 1 year Discord birthday.
Is that right?
Oh, welcome back, man. We missed you. Goodness gracious, man.
Well, it's sounding good still. So.
How is the globe going for you? How's that working out?
It's
wrecked. Actually, the weather's been lovely.
the weather on the globe is lovely.
It's weird when you say globe because now it's like there's apart from maybe a football, like a soccer ball we call, like there's no reason to use the word anymore.
Right.
Well, you notice it everywhere you go, man. You'll see it now. It's like globe this, planet that,
It's like a chalkboard scratch every time I hear it.
Moon this, space that. You're like, it's like a chalkboard. Yeah. It's like, did they just say planet? I hate that.
That bit's fine, right? That bit's totally fine. It's my wife. She cringes because she knows what I'm thinking, and then she sort of shuts down a little bit. Like, ooh, is he going to kick off? Ooh.
Same with my wife too, man. She'll be like, did that guy just throw up the fucking Illuminati all-seeing eye? Are you kidding me? What? Oh, shit, he did. Yeah, fuck. Good eye, wife. She'll notice shit that I don't even notice. I love that, man.
All my friends like literally tiptoe around me when they come into conversations, like when they're talking about what's going on in the world.
Yeah, I get it.
They'll send me an article and they'll be like, "Oh wait, it has that word in the article. Hold on."
We go to like dinner parties, and like it'll be my wife's friend, and their subject will come up, and I get this fucking stare
You fucking talk.
Oh wait. She doesn't grab your thigh. My wife will grab my thigh.
She doesn't even need to do that, mate. She just looks at me.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
My wife will like grab my thigh and go, "Nope, don't you dare!"
Not here.
And then it feels like once you get that look, you're like it's like empty words in the air after that. You're like you're not even listening. You're not even listening to the conversation. You're like, I have to ignore it.
Yeah, because all of your acknowledgement is just, oh yeah,
Yep.
oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. What's your proof of that?
You got a citation? Sorry.
There is a bit of sucking it up, man. I'll call it. It's just gotta like
sometimes you have
bite your fucking tongue. Your wife is more important than saying, "Hey, man, you guys are complete fucking retards. You don't know the first thing about the fucking globe, okay? I'm gonna destroy you in 4 fucking half seconds, and you're fucking done. And you ain't got fuck all. How dare you fucking talk about the moon landing shit? Fuck, come here, bitch. You know that? Yeah, you can't go there. You know, you gotta
That's your
back it up a second.
That's your inner thoughts, yeah. That voice inside
That's
your
your
head.
inner thoughts. That's your inner.
Yeah.
That's your Discord thoughts. You know,
I want to reach across this
I
table
will
and
destroy this motherfucker from the
show you
core.
what gravity isn't.
But
I know
guess what,
that
man?
voice. You're not
I'll
hiding
tell you
behind a computer screen anymore.
If you guys do that, man, you're not gonna get laid. Okay, so keep that in mind. So don't go. Yeah, don't go there.
Don't take flat Earth dude's advice on that.
Do not take my advice on that for sure.
I am openly a flat earther on these dating websites, and they don't like they still talk to me, and then they'll bring up the globe or something like that, and I'm like, so what's your proof? Or they'll ask me like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm on Discord listening to Flat Earth. Oh, I thought that was a joke.
Oh, shit.
No, it's not a joke. It's real.
Not a joke, man.
Well, how do you explain this? And they still want to talk to me after all that.
All right, you might be onto something, man. Hey, keep with it, Giz. Don't let that go, man. I want you to own that.
I am.
Just keep it tight, man. And let us know.
Maybe they're bored with all these soy boys that
Exactly. they're really bored with the fucking skinny jean guys with the beards.
Oh yes, I'll do whatever you want.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
No, you're not going out to the pub with the boys.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it, Giz, man. Stick hard line, man, on that flat Earth shit, man. Yeah, stay hard on that one. Don't let that go. Good advice.
I'm not.
I'm so glad I don't have to date in this world at the moment.
Fuck, man. Yeah, exactly, man.
For those of y'all that are married,
we're both married.
I'm guessing your wives neither think the Earth is they don't care if the Earth is a ball or flat.
No, my wife is 100%.
It makes no difference in their world.
No, my wife's a flat earther, man. 100%.
Yeah,
no, I got it. Dude, she'll laugh. She'll be like, "That says Planet Cellular Company." It's not a fucking planet, people. She's hardcore, man. She'll point that shit out to me now. It's awesome, man. It's so awesome to see the person you love the most. You're like, just looks and goes, dude, they're selling the planet again. Those cocks.
We'll be sitting there watching like TV, and then like space will come up or something like that, and then it'll say, "Oh, they're launching a new satellite from Australia," and she looks at me and starts laughing. Okay. You knew exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, you know what I'm thinking. Yeah, my wife's the same way too. She's 100%, man. We'll be at some party and some speakers talking or something. He's talking about the planet, and she'll look at me.
Yeah, planet. That guy said planet.
He said planet. It's so amazing how the manipulation through the mass media has controlled people's thinking, man. It is, and that's why I'm here, and that's why a lot of you guys are here, because we want to invite new people into this conversation and say, "Hey, man, what do you got for evidence for that globe of yours, bro?" And of course, they got nothing, but it's funny to see them jump through the hoops and try to figure out what evidence they actually do have, because they got
plane
none.
flights. I got plane flights.
I got plane flights. Oh, okay. That's bitching, man. I got 82 documents here that says planes are designed to fly over a flat, stationary plane, man. What do you got?
I've got South America to Australia, non-stop flight.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Stop halfway over the ocean.
Check out my 82 documents that say things that fly in Earth are guaranteed to fly over a flat, stationary plane, man. Check it.
Stop repeating it. Stop repeating it.
How dare you? How dare you?
You're hurting my feelings.
Feelings. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That was this morning,
that
right?
guy.
Or last night? It was last.
The German guy, I think he was.
Yeah, you're hurting my feelings. You guys,
did he really?
Yeah.
It went there, Giz. It really did.
You guys, the weirdest thing though, we were getting into a conversation, then he goes, "Wait a minute, I just have to shut the blinds." And we all went, and then someone played that.
That was pretty funny, man. I gotta give you guys that one, man. You guys crushed that.
He hated the what is it? That machine where it uses the voices. Fuck, I sound like a boomer. The soundboard.
The soundboard, yeah.
Yeah, he hated the soundboard.
Hey,
whoever's doing that soundboard, hey, mayhem.
Hey, we're talking about some people that joined the discussion recently, man, and one of them was like, "You're hurting my feelings."
It was that guy yesterday, mayhem, that went to go and shut his blind.
Oh, I was the one doing all the soundboard on it.
Yeah, that was you. Wasn't it?
Yeah, it was you, man, busting the soundboard on that. Yeah. But he was.
Hey, Flatsy, what's going on?
You hurt my feelings.
Tell me you heard that earlier, Miggy, like about 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago.
Oh, no.
Where Flatsy just like totally flat smacked rolling my boulder.
No, I didn't hear it.
I clipped it.
It's a wig snatcher clip, bro. It's a legendary. I'm telling you, it's legendary wig snatcher clip.
She snatched rolling my boulder.
But it was too easy, so I don't know if it was. But if it was,
a legend. Thank you, Flatsy. That was legendary. Thank you.
Here, Donato clipped it, and then I clipped it above too.
How long is the clip?
6-7 minutes.
Yeah.
You want me to play it?
Well, I'm saying if it's a short clip, because
it's 7 minutes.
I was gonna tell you, I was listening to you guys, like, I guess later. I don't know how long have you've been in Flat Earth, but like later on, that whole shtick about like how your wives are always looking at you like if talk about something. Like if somebody says, "Well, the planets are doing this,"
planets are rotating in the satellites. Yeah, my wife will grab my leg and say,
Yeah, this is mayhem, dude. I'm gonna have you guys channel your inner mayhem, like, because I will.
No,
100%, dude. I will stop. I will go to the.
Dude,
I don't care where it's at.
No. Meg, you gotta have a fucking balance, man. You can't just. Your wife is gonna.
Anybody can say anything.
You're not going to get laid, bro.
Listen, dude,
that's what I'm saying, man. You're not going to get laid, man.
Check it out, man. I rolling my boulder. Shut up, dude. Hey, so basically, like when we go out places, man, like, yeah, if somebody's saying some shit, you know, I'm mayhem, dude. Like, I am who I am here and out there. Like, I don't care. But like, see, I still gets mine, so it don't matter to me. Like, I'm just that good.
Dude,
you know?
I mean, you're not getting my pussy.
Hey, Miggy, let me ask you this, man. Not too personal, but you and your wife are both
personal.
You and your wife are both the we call them Mexican heritage. I don't know, man. Right?
You doing the illegals thing? No way.
I mean, I'm going to say it, you know, politically correct, man. I don't want to call you out, but
go ahead, call him out.
But you and Jose Mesa, man, are like animals in the flat Earth. Legendary.
I haven't seen him much around, but
I know too, man. But I met him in person, man. He was one of the first flat earthers I ever met, man. And you and him are very similar, man, in a lot of your energy. You're like, I'm going after your fucking head. Come on.
Yeah.
You got a globe, man? Bring it, bitch. I mean, you guys
I will
on the
display
same
them
level.
in front of, like, it doesn't matter to me. I don't care where we're at. Like, anytime's a good time. Like,
anytime's a good time, man.
Yeah, right there.
I love that,
wherever
man.
we're at. Yeah.
But I mean,
it's always a good time. I don't know the whole song. I just know that part.
No, it's just like, yeah, I am who I am everywhere. Like, I never stop.
Bring it, man. Don't.
Yeah, like,
that's you, bro.
You know, like, because I'm listening to the people, like, and you hear them saying something somewhere, and someone says something, and it's like, okay, game on, because you already know who I am. So
yeah,
I'm not changing. I'm not gonna change who I am, man. Just like,
no.
I got called out. I got called out specifically tonight. So
yes, you did.
Timbo, check this out, because, like, you know, Timbo, you know, he's definitely like, he's like, hang on, he just said globe. Let me go talk to this guy. Like, what's he talking about? Like, now hold up. Did you just say globe? And, you know, like,
yeah.
You think the Earth is a globe? And, you know, by that time you're getting pinched, you're getting like looks and all that stuff. You just gotta, you gotta power through that, man. You can't stop. You gotta go you gotta go for the kill, bro. Like, it doesn't count.
It's all right in some instances, but others it just goes, all right, leave it.
No,
yeah, that's where I'm at too, man. I mean,
I'm gonna disrupt the party, man.
Dude. That's
bro.
why I love you, Maggie, bro.
Yeah.
Because you and Jose Mesa are not gonna fucking take that shit, man. And you're both Mexican, man. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't know what it is, but it's beautiful, man. I love it, bro. I mean,
hey, what'd you say?
Mucho bueno, brother.
I need to come talk. Let me holler at you, bro, real quick. Hey, hold on, honey. Like, let me talk to you. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Let me talk to you real quick. Hold on.
That's funny. There could be a group talking about 10 meters away, and they're talking about space, and you go, "What'd you guys say?"
Oh, bro, that's a party, man. That is a party.
That's a fucking party, man. Right? Yeah.
I'm gonna show you guys what's going on.
Did you just say gravity?
Yeah, dude.
Did you guys just say
bro.
gravity?
I can't believe this.
Oh shit! Hold on. Game on.
Yeah, that's
See,
exactly what I do in my real life.
The thing I like about that is because they can't, like, Discord, they can just pop out of here. Like, they can't pop out of there in real life, dude. You have to actually walk away from someone.
Yeah, in real life. Yeah. You're right, man. That's a great way to look at it.
Hell yeah, bro.
Yeah, hell yeah. It's like, dude, those motherfuckers cannot walk. the only way they can like defeat you is like throw a punch or walk away, right?
Yeah, but you know what you're gonna get if you try to do that, man.
They're gonna walk away every time, dude. I've seen it 100 times minimum. Like
They don't just walk away, but they'll say something
as they're walking away.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, you flat earthers are stupid bitches.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's all they'll say, man. You know.
They don't even care to press you on the matter. They just want to tell you that you're stupid.
Yeah.
And then walk away.
Yeah.
It's a fascinating phenomenon to see people. They'll just come up and say, "You're a fucking idiot."
Miggy, do we have 90 seconds? I clipped it down to 90 seconds.
Oh shit! Yeah, no, I was just like, you know me.
Hey, man, that's only a minute.
I think it's impressive. So I think this is a good, juicy, meaty section.
Yeah, roll it.
Roll it, man.
Give me a minute. It's queuing right now. All right.
We can roll him
Let's
up.
do an experiment.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at. So, what is the observed natural phenomenon?
No. See,
if we're gonna do an experiment, we have to start there.
Independent variable.
No, you have to start with the observed natural phenomenon first.
The problem is flat slope, right? That's
okay, but that's not a scientific problem. That is a geometric problem. So you would only have to measure the curvature, and I have never seen anyone do that. They only say effects of curvature, effects of things. So what's the cause?
You have a dependent variable and an independent variable, right?
No, I don't, because I don't have an observed natural phenomenon first.
You don't observe the Earth.
I can observe the Earth, and if it's a geometric problem, then that has nothing to do with science.
So do you have an independent variable?
No.
You have a dependent variable?
No.
Are you able to use the scientific method?
No, it's a geometric claim.
What's wrong with you, man? Are you fucking stupid or something?
No, it's he. Okay, typical. I'm gonna give some pointers right here. Typical sophist, burden of proof reversal fallacy on him. What he did was he used what you said and turned it against you. So now he's the guy asking the questions, and you're the one answering him. So you got to be very careful because this is a burden of proof reversal fallacy. It's a classic move for a sophist. They'll get you to start answering their questions when they need to be the ones answering your questions. So that was more of him trying to, and he sounds like he's not all there right now. So
no,
he's on drugs or what? Like what's going on? Maybe drunk. I don't know.
Miggy, he left the room after that.
Yeah, sure, but probably because he fell off his chair or some shit. Like he came back like just a while ago. He was in here while you guys were talking to me, saying something stupid. I didn't even hear what he was saying. Saying something dumb.
He's drunk.
He was drunk,
maybe
man.
drunk, but it sounds like he's. I don't know. Maybe drunk. I don't know. He just doesn't sound like he's coherent.
Well, it sounded like he was on other things too, but I'm not going to go there on it.
He's, he's just an attention seeker. That guy is.
Mm-hmm.
He's an attention seeker. I've pegged him for an attention seeker. He wants people to talk to him, and because he's lonely and whatever.
Hey,
so
Miggy.
he comes here and he's negative attention. Like he knows he's going to get it.
Yep.
So.
Miggy, I called him out. I'm saying, dude, you're just here. I asked him, like, hey, man, have you ever been to outer space? And he's like, define space. I was like, fuck off. I was like, I told him to fuck off. And I was like, dude, come on. Don't give me that bullshit, man. You've been around here for at least a year. And come on. I mean, why would you cock it up that far and say, define space? Like, come on, man.
So long as he's able to, but he makes sock accounts, so it don't matter. I mean, if you
it's
ban
so
him
weird
now,
hearing my voice. It's so weird hearing my voice like on played back to me because I'm so country. I'm so country, guys.
Hey,
He's gone country.
you don't get
back
Flatsy
to the road.
Klein, dude. Nobody gets Flatsy Klein. Nobody gets Flatter, dude. I mean, there's only a few of us that can, get a name that's like, oh my god, that's fitting. Flatsy Klein and Flatter, dude. Those are fitting kind of names, Mayhem, man. I mean, if I saw that
Hey,
guy,
I have to give the credit to Max from.
we got to give the credit to Max. Yeah, Max. I love Max, man.
Max-
what a voice,
Max
Max.
Max Smart 86.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, he coined the term Flatsy Klein, and I was like, "That's it. That's the name." So I
That's
changed
it.
my name to Flatsy Klein.
You probably want to go to like actually change your original name to your government name.
Yeah.
Flatsy Klein. Can I put my name to Flatsy Klein?
The globe falls to pieces.
Yeah.
Each time I see too far again. Honestly, we see too
What
far.
a voice, man. What a voice. Thank you, Flatsy.
Well, I mean, I feel like if I'm gonna wear that name, I gotta own it.
Yep. Gotta own it.
No freaking Globe
Hey,
out here. Huh?
guess what, man? There's people that own the Globe and they don't know the first thing about the Globe. And that's what I find the most interesting.
I wish that this guy would have asked me or singled me out on the geometric plane instead of trying to
knows
go to the scientific method. I'm like, there's no scientific method involved when it comes to whether the Earth is flat or a globe.
He's a sophist to the extreme.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's all he is, man.
He's a very strange
I
human.
know you guys recognize this, man. And that's why I was such a dick to him this evening.
I welcome anybody single. I
I'm
welcome
like,
anybody
dude,
singling me out though,
Don't
because
you?
he singled me out on such an easy thing to
Yep. He did.
talk about.
It's because he didn't know who you were.
It was too easy.
Hey, guess what? You wrecked him, Flatsy. You wrecked. I mean, he was wrecked. We call those shipwrecks, man. If you guys have ever seen shipwrecks,
He just left.
yeah, he just bounced because he knew he had nothing. And that's the weird thing, man. These guys come in here and say, "Hey, man, I got evidence for the club, bro. Bitch is right here."
Honestly, I'm going to tell you right now that he just probably honestly thought that he had somebody like me
Yep.
in a corner, and he didn't.
No.
Well, that's why I was like,
He handled it well.
She's got this.
But I personally have seen that guy around for since I started in the server. I've been seeing him around.
Yep.
And he originally came in with the name Sisyphus.
Sisyphus.
And so I'll never let that name go. Yeah, rolling my boy.
Hey,
Rolling's not even on my radar, man. Like he's below, like he's like the lowest sophist I think possible that I've ever seen. He's like,
Well, I came in and he was calling Flat Earth Dude a liar, and he wouldn't stop saying liar, liar, liar.
You don't like
I'm
him,
like,
that's why. He doesn't like
mod,
Flat Earth Dude.
somebody just please silence this guy because he's not even.
Yeah,
He's just saying words.
He's got something against Flat Earth Dude or something. Like I don't know. You don't like him.
He does. I know he does, but he's not being accurate at all.
I think it was what you were saying, Miggy. He wants any kind of attention, including negative attention.
Yeah, that's him right there. So that's why I'm like every time he comes in here, I'm like, I don't want to talk to you, man. Like, I want somebody with some bite back. Someone who says they know the Earth's a globe, like not a sophist, a weak one too.
Yeah, I was hoping that we would get to the geometric problem, and he bounced after I completely demolished his line of questioning.
Dad, good for you. He's not banned or anything. He'd probably be back later when he sobers up. But
Well,
yeah.
I really just wanted to get to the crux of the problem, and that's the geometric plane.
Yeah, but
That's easy.
He was
Also,
kind of drunk. So
that's
probably didn't
super
even know what he
easy
was
to
saying.
deal with. Also, so
He's having some Coriolis experiences.
He's having something.
Hey, man, if you fly a plane over the flat plane, it lands on the flat plane. Do you guys know that?
You guys need to check out my latest clip.
Uh-oh. Which one?
Some of you might have seen it, and some might not have.
I think I added it into the into my library for live stream playlist. I'm creating a live stream playlist, another one that's just our clips.
Let me see here. Videos. It is this one. Oh, I got 61 views on it so far. Not bad.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let me see here.
Hey,
there it is.
Yeah.
How long is it?
This one is 31 minutes.
So he came back, huh?
Flat
He
Earth
keeps coming
maps
back?
or not. That's the title of the. That's the title of that video.
All right.
Well, it's worth a listen. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Is it a
Rebel? So
Is it a? Oh, that's with Rebellion or whatever his fucking name
Rebellion.
is. Yeah,
I am
Rebel
I am
Avalon.
he's got that. Okay, so I got the clip. So further down the line, there was some other good sound bites that you guys have with him. So we had like a bunch of good stuff coming out of him. He gave us some really good content. So I'm kind of glad for that.
Hey, we're always glad for good content. It's pretty easy. It really is. I mean, thank you, you Globers, for producing the most easy content to handle. It's good. It's good. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm creating a new playlist there, Miggy, on one of my channels.
Playlist? Really?
Yeah, I got a playlist. Trying to have something that will
promote.
Well, it's our content, and it's to play when there's nobody talking and you need a bot playing.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
dead. I call those dead air clips, man.
Yeah,
get some dead air clips.
Oh,
yeah, bust it.
Yeah, just pull them out of the. Just go to my channel. There's some stuff there. So
yeah, exactly. Miggy's got a bunch.
Oh yeah, you do them on Miggy's channel, or I mean, there's other stuff too. I just happen to pull all of Miggy's wig snatching clips too. So
yeah, if there's dead air, just throw one of those on there.
Hey,
you
guys.
can throw one of the ones that I have with the recent one, like this one. That I just
you'll get all the views for them. It may be my playlist, but you'll still get all the views.
Right, exactly.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, sir.
Yeah.
Good day, mate.
And Anima
Good day.
in the Machina. What's up, man? What's
Not
going
too
on?
much. It's good to hear from you guys.
What's up?
Not too much. Yeah, whenever I was last in here, some guys tried trolling from Reddit, and I stood up for some of your regulars in here, and I said, even though we have opposing views, we still get along, and we don't troll each other.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was really, I didn't like the sorry for being on recording right now, but it upset me that some guy jumped all over a female in here, regular. That's pretty cool. And I didn't like it at all. I was,
When was this, Anima?
This was like Enema.
Anima.
Oh my
well,
god!
I mean, that's if your name wasn't Anima, then what
yeah,
is
it's
it?
Anima. Yeah, soul inside the Machina. Yeah, but
Okay, so well,
I
Anima.
remember you.
Yeah.
one could
Soul
say
in-
Anima, and one could say Anima. So I mean,
Anima.
if
Yeah.
if you don't want that app, if you don't want the tomato kind of thing happening, man,
it's
I
all
think you
good,
should
brother.
change that. But it's cool.
I remember.
Hey,
I remember Soul. Remember him, Soul Inside the
Yeah,
Machine.
Flatsy.
I think me and Flat Earth
Oh,
Dude had a good chat with him one.
Hey, Flatsy.
Yeah.
Oh, soul
Yeah.
inside the machine. That's you
Yeah.
then, huh?
Not too much.
So you're
yeah, I
back again. Okay.
Yeah, I'm back. I was not feeling so well the last couple of.
Yeah, you said you're dealing with the big C. So
Yeah. Yeah. The
how's
big
that?
C.
How's it going?
It's hanging
man?
in there, man. It's coming along, but it's a long. I just had chemo yesterday, so still kind of wired from the steroids.
Okay.
You know.
Well, hey, man, look, if we can help for anything, just come in here and relax and maybe
Appreciate it, guys.
flashback some people, whatever you want. You know.
Yeah. So yeah, I didn't realize what a awesome musician Flatsy was. So I was like, holy Christ! I listened to the YouTube channel. And I was like, holy
Yeah.
shit!
She got a voice.
Holy shit! Yeah, right. Yeah,
You know
holy shit, man.
We got some people that are very talented here, man. To be honest,
Yes, we do.
very talented.
Yeah,
We got musicians, music producers.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. So it's good to hear your voice.
Hopefully, Flatsy.
At any rate, man, you are very welcome to come here anytime
Thanks,
you want.
man. I appreciate you.
Hey, Roland. If you got something to say it, or we're gonna have to ban you. Not ban you, but until you sober up, mate, because you're saying some stupid shit, mate.
You're pretty drunk. Sounds like.
Hey, have you guys? He's been in the
Flatsy
chat.
said something about I got nothing, so I had to come represent.
Okay, well then present it, please. I would love it.
Do you know scientific method? Independent, dependent.
Fuck
variables,
off.
anything?
I literally
Fuck
spelled it out for
yes.
you earlier, buddy.
I forgot to mute my mic. I was laughing. Sorry, guys.
Well,
There's some
hey,
kind of clicky noise happening
there,
with your mic.
yeah, there was a click there, man. What was
there it
that?
goes. Here he goes. It's my kill switch. Like I bumped it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you hear it or not.
You're good.
Probably. Okay.
Hey,
So, Roland, I
Did you mute
definitely
him,
spelled
Miggy?
out the scientific method for you earlier. We went over this. So why are we having to talk about it more?
Because of your white knights, I guess. White knights.
You don't
It's a
have
white
to resort to any. Hold on. You have nobody else to resort to. You can just talk to me. I literally spelled it out for you earlier.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so what is your refutation?
Dependent
Like, what are you refuting?
Dependent variable.
You literally asked me this earlier.
Hurry up, Rolling. You're boring me, dude. Get to a point. Say something or kick rocks.
I don't have a point.
Why are you talking about a dependent variable then?
Because you're talking about scientific method.
Yeah, but you were the one who made me spell it out for you earlier.
Math.
You wanted to come up with an experiment for flat versus globe that has nothing to do with the scientific method. I literally told you that earlier. Sorry, what?
So you do not want to discriminate between flat versus globe. You don't care about like what's the truth. You just have a
Hey, what's up?
fan base.
Wow. Okay, so you're saying that I don't care, even though
It's-
that
you
the
don't.
problem,
It seems
flat
that you're
versus
not-
globe, hold on. Flat versus globe is not a scientific problem. It's a geometric problem.
Who says who? Says you?
What?
You say that? Who says?
No, it is that. Doesn't it's not me saying it, it's not you saying. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna go with your line of thinking. We're gonna draw it to a logical conclusion. So you want to say
I seriously doubt that.
Okay. So you want to say that flat versus globe is a scientific method problem.
No, I do not.
Okay. So what is it then?
I want to ask you.
I just told you.
You think the Earth is flat, right?
I don't think it.
Okay, let's do it. You know the Earth is flat.
I know that the Earth is measurably and utilized.
Just say flat.
It's utilized as flat also. Yes, it is.
Okay. And do you believe in the scientific method?
What does the scientific method have to do with the Earth being flat or a globe?
Good question. An awesome question. The scientific method is the thing that some people use to answer questions.
So, what is the observed natural phenomenon? I will ask you again.
No. No, I am asking you. What is... Well, I guess you've got me. So you do not believe in the scientific method. The scientific method is not useful.
Are you kidding me? You're going to just tell me I don't believe in the scientific method when I can recite it to you?
I'm asking. Do you subscribe to the scientific method? Dependent variable.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So, Earth is flat. Based on what experiment? Based on what experiment?
It doesn't need an experiment.
It does to me. It does to me.
Why?
Why? Because I'm an inquisitor. Because I don't think like you. What is your experiment?
You don't need an experiment to decide whether the claim of the globe Earth.
Interesting. You believe it's flat.
No, I don't believe it. It is measurably and utilized as flat. So you need to come up with a good explanation why it's not that.
Why? Why do I have to do that?
Because we don't experience the Earth being a globe. If you're going to claim it is, then there needs to be a very good explanation why we don't see it.
But if you believe the scientific method and you believe it's flat, you ought to be able to enunciate
it doesn't have anything to do with science, buddy. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
Doesn't have anything to do with science? No, not to me.
The Earth
is science.
The Earth curving or not curving has nothing to do.
You don't think the Earth is science? That's a.
Are you kidding me?
Horrible position.
You are just literally going.
So you've got nothing. You've got nothing. You've got no
logical.
You've got no evidence. You've got no data. I see why people white knight to your defense, because you got nothing. you can't say
logical fallacies are your only
fallacies
are your only way to navigate your argument. It doesn't require an experiment, buddy.
Who cares if it requires it? Enumerate any experiment. Period. Whether
you enumerate any experiment, you do that.
Easy.
You're the one making the claim that it's something that both sides will definitely tell you
that science could discriminate. You're correct.
No, you're the one making the claim that we don't experience a flat and stationary Earth.
Well, we do. We do experience.
Okay, so why would you think that we don't live on a flat stationary Earth?
Represented me, right? Because you
No,
said
I said, why would you not think that?
I
Why
do
would I
think we
misrepresent
experience that.
you
I
by
do think
asking
we
you?
experience that. I do think we experience
Okay,
it.
so why would you not believe that we do?
How would I not believe something that I believe? That's nonsense.
This sounds
It
like
sounds
Edward
like
Snowden.
pretty circular logic to me.
Hey, hold on a second.
Well, our senses are limited, and we experience a subset of things. Yeah.
Gloria,
Okay.
Have you never watched a magic show?
Are you Edward Snowden?
I have, yeah.
Anima, mute your mic, please.
Oh, here come the White Knights. I yield. I'm going to yield every time the White Knights show up.
You're going to yield to white knights. I have nothing to do with what other people say on here. If you want to talk to me, you can
They
talk to
talk
me.
over you, so
Nobody is talking over anyone.
okay. Well, carry on. Have you ever
Okay,
been to a
so
magic
what does
show? Have you
science have
ever
to
been
do
to a
with
ma-
the geometric
Have you ever been
plane?
to a magic show?
No, I've never been to a magic show. I don't think. If I have, I don't remember.
Have you ever seen that card trick?
Yes.
Were you surprised?
No.
Why?
Because I know that there is, some trick behind the magic. Some sort of, hey, look over here while I do this.
All right. You win. The earth must be flat.
How do I... Okay. I'll take that secession, I guess.
There's a thing where evidence without or something argument without evidence can be dismissed.
That's pretty ironic. That's pretty ironic in your case, because literally there's no evidence of the globe. We all experience a flattened stationary Earth, according to both sides. So, what evidence do you have that the Earth is curving, buddy?
Look what you just did.
What did I do? I got to the crux of the issue. That's what I did. Yes.
Okay. Perhaps your entire world is based on what you can see, hear, smell. But my world is based. But here's the contrary point. I can use what I see, hear, and smell, and what I think. That's what I guess separates us. I can.
You mean
use
imagine?
The power. No, I can use the powers of induction.
Imagination.
No, deduction and induction. They're not imagination.
No, imagination.
I guess to you. To you, yes, imagination.
You have to imagine that there's curvature of the Earth. You have to imagine that there is some sort of force, non-force that is making things.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you have to imagine all of this.
Yes. You know what else I have to imagine?
What?
That I have a heart.
No, you don't have to imagine that.
Have I seen it? Have I touched it? No.
You can feel it. You can feel it beating.
I can't feel it. I cannot touch it.
Yeah, I know I can. I can feel my own heart beating.
You've actually touched your heart.
No, but I've actually been opened up for a C-section.
So
I know that there's innards that I can't physically touch.
Okay, so
all right.
things that you've never seen
I'm jumping in.
or touched.
All right, I'm jumping in. Sorry, Flatsy.
Okay,
I'm jumping in.
Go ahead.
I bow out.
Oh, yeah, you can keep going, but I'm going to switch dancing partners. If anybody else wants to tag in. Here's the thing: when sophists such as himself, and especially drunken ones like that, you have to remember they're the ones acting like they're leading the conversation. You need to take control of this convo and show him what he needs to understand. He doesn't know right now that you have truth on your side. So he's constantly maneuvering out of your questions. He's not allowing you to hold him or pin him down to a question. So this is a lesson that needs to be understood. With low-level sophists such as himself who's seeking attention, he's going to continue to maneuver out of your questions and frustrate you. So you have to understand that when you're dealing with someone like him, you're going to have to be able to get him to realize who's leading this conversation, and it's not him. So unless you want him to, then he's going to drag you everywhere he wants and to any other point he wants to bring up. He doesn't know. He's oblivious right now. He thinks he knows what's going on, but he's so confused. So, guys,
Also, I don't necessarily
this
care.
is an assessment. But yeah, you don't, but we do. Like the server that you're representing.
Maybe
hang on,
you and
no,
me.
Fioria, this is not a time for you to speak. There's a time for you to actually just sit there and be silent. So, like I was saying, you represent the server, and so I'm saying with that, it takes a lot for us to kind of like allow people to, get in the ring, step in there, and do what you're gonna do. But also, remember that when these guys come in here, you're the one leading the charge. You're telling him what's going on. You don't let him tell you, like, ask you questions, and like you're not. He's the one that needs to be asked questions to. So even though you say I don't care, it's like you represent the server. So the server, we're not just gonna sit back and allow someone like that to rumpus you and I don't care what he says, white knights and whatnot. I don't even care about that.
No.
I do
It's not
care about
It's
who's
not
saying
about
what
that.
in this server. That's why I'm moderating right now, so you guys can understand. That's where this is coming from. It's coming from a place of, we care about every individual here, and we don't want to see somebody like that drag people around like they're asking you questions. It's not going to happen. So I allowed it. I allowed it for Sasha, for you, so you guys can actually get a bit of like what these guys actually are about. But then I'm coming in with the correction, right? This is it right here. So next time, don't allow them to pin you down or make you feel like you have to answer their questions. They have to answer your questions. So that's the way the server works. I mean, we stick up for each other, but we're not going to allow somebody like that to just, take you everywhere like they want to go. That doesn't work. They need to answer the questions that you are going to pose to them. And that's how this server is run. And
Truth doesn't fear scrutiny, so I don't care about any of the questions that he asks, because all of the questions that he asks can be answered, or they can't be.
They weren't though. He was taking you every which way he wanted to in his like little sophist attempt. So
I'm not
I was
worried
witnessing it, and so
Okay,
it's a representation of the server. So this is a learning curve, right? Once you get past it, you'll understand. When you step forward and you start taking charge of this conversation, they're not going to do this anymore. He's going to be capitulating to your questions. He's the one that has to answer all the questions that you have to give him. So it's not. I understand what you're saying. Truth never fear scrutiny. Of course not. But at the same time, in this server, he doesn't know that he's standing right now. Well, he probably does know. It's his game. I would say it's his little game that he plays. But yeah, you're gonna lead the charge and take control of the convo. Don't let him ask you. No, it's not about you asking me questions. Stop. You're not gonna ask me another question. This is about you answering the question, and so you have to assert your role in the server. As like I said, anybody stepping in the ring with these guys, that's what this forum's about.
Yeah, understood.
So yeah, I don't like these guys coming and doing that. Not in the server. It's basically a practice for you, so you can get the feel of what it's like to actually handle a convo with these guys. And
Well, in reality, I can't just dismiss them and, you know.
I don't know what that means, but like what I'm telling you
In
is that
reality, like when I deal with people on my everyday scale, I can't just
Okay.
dismiss them.
dismiss him. What do you mean?
No, dismiss them. Not him. Them.
You're like family and all that. Like I don't know what is
Family, loved ones, friends, whatever.
as in flat smacking them, or is that what you mean? Like, 'cause I
Oh
don't
no
know.
no no! If I can let my position be known, and somebody will come to me and say something to me, and then walk off and say something, and I can't refute whatever they say because they just walk off and say I'm stupid. You know, in reality, I can't do that. So
the
in here, I can at least address the questions being asked to me.
Okay, so how can I put it? Just let me use an analogy. It's probably not the same, but it's kind of like when you go training for combat, right? Like if you are learning to be like karate or something, just for example, and the instructor's telling you how to go about doing something, you're like, well, I don't do this at home. And they're like, this is how you're going to learn how to become stronger. If you apply the move this way and then formulate your own method from this method that we're showing you, you are able to now, as gradually you'll start to kind of gain the experience and learn how to do things. And once you do, the thing that you thought was a little bit harder previous will start to become easier as you start learning how to deal with these people. So as just like if you're training, you're going to get better and better, as you move along. But at the same
But
time,
you learn basics.
you got to be willing.
Right?
Yeah, you got to be willing to make that step forward. So if it's like if you want to stay in the same kind of mindset that you like never want to change, and that's the only way you want to be, then these guys are going to continue to do the thing that they do, and nothing's ever going to change. But what we're doing here is we're training people that anybody who comes in the server and wants to be a part of the culture here is how to.
Yeah, but that sounds like a cult to me.
Well, then maybe it's like what are projecting onto us, and that's up to you. But if you feel like that's a cult to you, then I don't know what to say because it's not that.
You just can't go about it in one certain manner. There's always some other way to navigate through a conversation with somebody. There's no set way that you can do it ever.
I feel
you have to be able. You have to be able to have basics. You have to be able to have basics.
Your way hasn't been working so far, Flatsy. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I was trying to be nice, but your way's not been working so far. Because if it did, this guy wouldn't be dragging you around in the conversation. And I was trying to be polite to show you that I don't want you to actually think that your way is the best way because it hasn't had any effect on this character. This character would have been pinned down by a more assertive role that you could have taken with him. So every single person should be a case-by-case scenario. You can't just use that one single thing that you think in your mind is going to work with this guy because it didn't work. Look at him. He was going everywhere he wanted to. And what I'm saying is this is coming out of a place of like, just we want to correct that. And if you think that's a cult, like I don't know what to tell you. Like that's what you're projecting onto us. I don't care. Like it's not. But hey, you know what? If you think that's about it, then that's you. But it's not working the way you're doing it, and that's what I'm telling you. It's this clearly. He was leading the charge. He was just doing what he wanted to, saying what he wanted to, asking you questions, and you were just like, there was nothing. It was nothing there. He wasn't challenged, and so, I mean, want that.
This is what I'm presented with in real life. Like people will ask me these questions in real life.
Okay.
Or worse. They're usually a lot worse. They're not.
So do you think the way? Okay, so let me just say this: do you think the way we handle things in here is a bit much for you to actually, anything, any of the characters that are in here, not just myself, but anybody else? It's not
sometimes.
For you. Is that okay?
Yeah, sometimes.
So
yeah.
So then, just do you know the effectiveness of what we do in here, or do you think that it just sounds like a bunch of mean people saying mean things? Because a lot.
No,
That's what it
I
sounds
don't
like to
think
a
that.
third
I
person.
think that we should have some sort of code, some sort of honor about us.
But isn't that like a cult, like what you just described?
No, honor
Because everybody.
it doesn't equate to a cult. Honor equates to a trait of personality.
But I also feel like it's the world dictated as Flatsy Klein sees it, right? Not the way.
No.
Because everybody has their own character, is what I'm saying. Like, and
I'm
you are
taking
who
this
you
from
are.
scripture. We definitely shouldn't belittle others at the expense of some sort of agenda at all.
Okay, and you're saying belittling is what?
Belittling is somebody that would turn someone off to any ideas because you're so set in your own.
So we're just gonna allow everybody to say whatever they want. These guys, they're not like your normal average
That doesn't
everyday.
equate to people saying.
Well, it doesn't equate also for them like coming in here and doing what they want. You're just basically you're signing off on saying let's just be doormats until they learn their lesson, and then they come back around and say, "Oops, I used you for a doormat for like a year and a half. I learned my lesson. Now I'm not going to do that no more."
No,
good is
because debate actually it doesn't equate to doormat either. It means
This
that
isn't
you
a debate,
can
Flatsy. This is not a debate.
you should absolutely like turn to some sort of logical format for discussion, and even the scriptures will lead you in that direction. They talk about you being able to say the truth and debate it with anyone who's opposing you.
People in this realm,
And-
in this particular realm, don't adhere to the scriptures, Flatsy. We got
But
people
you
from all
do,
over.
don't you?
Listen, we got people
Mayhem,
from
why are you
we
attacking
got people.
Flatsy like this?
Foria, shut up or I'll ban you. How about
No,
that?
but
Put yourself on
ban me
mute
then.
right now.
I
Do
have
it.
been. I have been.
I don't see the microphone on your name. I'm counting to
Yeah,
5.
because I'm
1,
not. I'm not.
2,
I have been
3,
muted for a long
4.
time.
You're gone. So I feel like also the thing that we're dealing with here is a wide variety of people who don't adhere to the scriptures. So we can't just take the same approach as you would, talking to somebody who would say, "Hey, look, all right, I see what it says in the scriptures. I'll adhere to that."
It really doesn't matter if
Wide
they do or
variety of
they
people.
don't. It doesn't matter if they do or they don't. If you do, then you have to be able to put your point out there, and it can't be refuted because it is the truth. Period.
All right. Perhaps you have a different take on this whole thing. And I get it. I mean, some people have this idea that they think they can go about it doing it that way. But I'm telling you, how effective has it been thus far?
It doesn't matter. The only
does.
thing that matters is that you are the light that shines. If you succumb to the darkness, then you can't be the light.
Okay. And what is darkness to you? Being belittling
turning-
somebody, being mean?
Yes.
Well,
What's
I
it
mean,
doing? It's rallying people behind you that love that you're doing it because they love the darkness. People that love the darkness cannot shine the light. You put a light on the lampstand. You don't hide it underneath the bed. You don't hide it underneath anything. It shines above everything.
Well, this is what we're dealing with. This is the world we live in. So
you don't succumb to the world that we live in. You don't love it. You are not of it. You're outside of it.
Who's doing all of that you're saying? Who's succumbing to the darkness?
I hope I
Who's
hope that
succumbing to the
anyone,
darkness? Who's succumbing to the darkness, Flatsy? Am I
anyone that
succumbing to
can,
the darkness?
I'm not gonna ever point fingers.
Oh, you've
Anyone.
already have pointed fingers.
No,
basically
I'm
said-
not.
Yeah, you're basically saying that, you know, I've succumbed to the darkness.
I
People are
am
rallying
letting you
behind
know
me.
the message. No, the message, don't kill the messenger for the message, please.
I'm not killing the messenger. I am having you realize like the arena that you're in. This isn't like one of the types of places that you can come to where people are going to be of a logical, sound mind that are going to come in here and listen to you. This is not the application for that. If it were, this job would be so easy. It would be like, hey, let's just have a. No, it's not. This is the reality that we're in today. The civil conversations that you think can happen in here do not take place. We are not talking to people.
It won't be easy. It won't be easy.
We are not talking to people who are of sound mind. These guys are all the way out there with their mindset. And we are equipped. Listen, we are equipped to do the thing that we do to make the world realize that these people don't have anything against the truth of creation. Nothing. They can't stand up against it, and they will, capitulate to it because they have no answer. They have no answer to it. But it takes assertiveness. It takes dominance. It takes people to realize that you can't come in here and do what you want. And that's the way we're going to keep running things in here. So it doesn't matter. Oh, yes, they do. Yes, they do fear it. When they come in here and they have no recourse, when there's nothing else they can do, and they shut up because they don't have an answer, they fear it. And they start to break. That's the point of realization. Not what you're saying, letting somebody just walk all over you in a conversation and just go every which way and talk about every other thing. I mean, you guys were talking about,
because you have
I
the
don't know,
truth
some weird
behind you
things.
that you don't care about whatever questions they ask you. That's my point. You don't care about the questions they ask you because the truth doesn't fear
that's
scrutiny.
not how this is done. We're not going to allow these guys to take us wherever they want. It's not going to happen in this server. These guys are going to, they will take you. They will take you into every which direction they can just to keep you in the weeds so that they won't never answer the question. And that's what they will do.
I'm not worried about that.
I know you're not, but we are. We care about the server. We care about the integrity of people not answering the question. We're going to have them answer. And if they don't want to answer, that's going to be telling why they don't want to answer because they know it's going to incriminate them. So we're going to keep moving forward. And if you say, I don't care, like we do, we're going to continue to care. We're going to continue to ask these guys to answer the question. And if that's harsh to you or that's too hard or it's darkness or whatever, I'm sorry. You can project whatever you want about that. It's going to continue.
Absolutely refute everything that they say.
No, it's not going your way. No, it's not going to go your way. It's just not. We have a method.
It's okay to resort to calling people names and stuff like that.
Why not? Why not? Why not?
Why would you do that? Why would you? You don't have to.
Why? Give me a good reason why.
The truth doesn't need scrutiny.
What do you mean it doesn't need scrutiny? They're the ones scrutinizing it. They're the ones.
Well, let them.
Yeah, and
so let them scrutinize the truth because it doesn't fear scrutiny. You don't have to resort to their methods to get your point across.
If the world were as easy as you said, we would have already been done with this, and it's not.
It's not that easy. It doesn't matter if it's easy or not. The hard path is the best path to take.
I don't know. Like you not really. You're saying things that just doesn't lead to like the point that I'm making here. When this guy came in, I'm using this example. When this guy came in, he was asking all kinds of stupid questions, saying all kinds of weird things, and taking you every single direction. And that's just not the way things are done here. Every
I have
other
no
idea,
problem answering any question.
every other idea that you have about what this server is about, or cult, or I'm not going to do the things that way, that's fine. You do things the way you do it. But the effectiveness of what you're doing is not going to reach the audience. They're going to see it as you're being drugged around by some fool who is not answering the question. And he's going to keep doing it so long as you let him. You're not asserting yourself in a position. You're not asserting yourself in a position where you're going to make him answer.
I promise
that is
you
a
that
problem.
anybody who
That
listened
is a problem.
to any of, I'm saying that I promise you that anybody that listened to our conversation would have taken anything that was said on both accounts, and they would have come to a conclusion on who was right or who was wrong.
Based on what? 1,000 questions about not answering the question? Like,
no, I didn't
guys were
not
off in the
answer any
weeds.
question. I
This was the
answered every
weeds.
question.
I mean, and if that's the case, the sophist is going to come in here and say, let's just talk about every other thing other than the question they want to ask
But
me.
let the sophist side with him and let the truthers side with me.
I don't know. That's just not this. That's not this the way we do things. It's just not. We're not
Okay.
gonna. And plus,
well, I'm not going to dictate the way the servers ran.
Listen,
It's
well, no,
not
I'm
mine.
just saying. Listen. These guys, they're gonna continue to do this. And so, if the mentality is gonna be this mentality, we're never going to get anywhere in the server. We're gonna have.
I think it's hard
They're
in many
gonna start coming in here, and
it's hard in many of people's hearts to have to deal with people like I've just dealt with tonight. But it didn't harden my heart. My heart goes out to him.
So he was drunk,
I
first
hope-
of all.
Well, my
He was
heart
drunk.
still goes out to him.
Okay.
So why would I ever just belittle him? I would never do that.
Oh my goodness! This world is not a giant green M&M, Flatsy Klein. People aren't just going to be like, oh, they feel bad for me. They're looking to take advantage. They're evil. Oh my God! I don't know. Yeah.
Can I just say something? So, Flatsy, he had no problem coming in and calling you out because he thought just because you were a woman, you were going to be the weakest person in here. He didn't have a problem belittling you.
I don't care.
Now,
I know you
Yeah.
don't. That's the issue. We're not just. You don't see it, right? You really don't.
I
This
do.
world doesn't
I
need.
see.
No, this
I
world
see.
doesn't need more. This world doesn't need more doormats. It needs people who are going to stand up for the truth. Stand up, not stand
I
down.
did.
No, you weren't. This guy was leading you everywhere. He was just taking you in every. You guys were having.
I
a
answered
conversation.
every question.
You guys were having a conversation, something about not even having anything to do with the shape of the earth at the end of it. That's why I stopped it.
Okay, I got you.
And that's what was worrying me. It's like, well, and if everybody's going to take a look at that and just be, that's the model of what it's going to be, then, I mean, hell, we're never going to, these guys are just going to run rampant in here. They're going to, the rest of the people are just going to be like, all right, let's just talk about your day or whatever you feel like. Like, we have a mission. There's something, people don't realize, many more people don't realize that they've been also hoodwinked by individuals such as the one that just came in here, because they have the same mentality that you do. It's a very apathetic, very laid back, very just do what you want, say what you want. I don't
Not
care. Let's
apathetic.
talk about the sun. And it feels like because the guy he's not challenged, he's just going to continue to be that way.
I would never be apathetic to any conversation that I engage in with anyone that has to do with anything of this sort, especially not just this sort, in any manner. If somebody wants to come to me and ask me questions, I would rather be honest and not try to lead them into a trap. Why would I do that?
Hey, listen, you can continue to do the things you do. No one can change your mind on that. I'm sure of it, right? But that's just not the culture here. We're gonna have these guys answer the question, every single one. They're gonna stand in front of the council and deal with it. And if you feel like that's a cult, that you said that word once already, so I feel like that's already a projection of what you think the server is and how it's ran.
I just worry about the way that you guys think about
See?
the
Told
whole
you.
topic. It's a fundamental topic. It's not the end all be all. It's the one thing that you need to come to realize to understand any and everything that's going on.
Well, we're going to keep continuing to do the things that we do. It's effective and it works. So
it worked for me, so I'm not going to dispute you on that. But
well,
as long as I've been in here, I'm not getting the red flags are coming up way more than, I don't know what the white flags.
Well, I mean, whatever that means. I don't know what that means. Red flags.
Surrendering. Red flags are, you know what red flags are, but you know what white flags are, right?
Yeah, warning and surrender. Of course.
Yeah.
So you're saying that you're I don't know. It's just too much. All I'm saying is that we're not going to handle things that way.
That's fine. I'm not telling
Everybody
you how
puts in,
to. I'm just going to go ahead and put there.
He will have to deal with that when he comes back, if he ever makes another sock and comes back. Like I said, you can do things your way. It just won't be, we're going to intervene when it's time to intervene, because this guy is not going to be doing that in this server. So
I'm not really talking to people like him in the server. I'm talking to folks that are already here.
well, no, I was talking about the other side. People coming in
Yeah,
like
well, I'm
that.
talking about this side.
Okay, so then we're having two different conversations then, it seems. Because I'm talking about the people coming in here and asking us questions and not standing and, just saying everything to get away from the question. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know. Maybe we're talking two different things, but that's what I'm talking
I think
about.
that this server has a lot of good qualities to bring out the truth. But there's so many factors that I keep coming across that are going the wrong way about it.
Well, and if you feel that way, then I mean, you deal with that as far as like what you want to do. But I can't change your mind on the way we're doing things. All I'm gonna tell you is that what we do is effective and it works.
I don't see that. I see more people banned than I see more people accepted. So no.
And there's
That's not what
other
it's doing.
servers, Lassie. If you really wanted to do that, then there's other servers you can make. Tell some friends about it. Tell them, hey, I'm over there in the server. Come join me. You can do that.
But
You're
you're
free
just
to do
making
that.
excuses about the reason that I just stated. If you
I'm not
really
making
wanted to
excuses.
make a point or a movement of truth, you wouldn't be banning more people than you accept.
Oh my god. Well, we're gonna keep doing it. So I don't know.
I'm not going to be the person that stops you.
Never said you were.
I know. And I was just saying that I know that I'm not.
So, I mean, if you have your reservations about it, like, you can always create your own server and do what you want in your own server and, be as kind and let these guys walk all over you over there. Like, you can do that. Look at the other servers that tried doing it the way they do. They're ineffective at actually making a change. They just make it more difficult for everybody else.
You're just falling. You're falling.
Look what
prey.
happened over at
You're
Tartari.
falling prey.
They let Globers be moderators, and then now it's just been taken over by Globers because they kept on adding more Globers to the moderator list. So they took over.
I'd be more weary of you falling prey to the adversary than being
Oh no!
the stance for good.
I don't know what this is what this is going.
Okay.
Where this
Well,
is
you
going.
don't have to accept what I'm saying. I'm just
I
saying
don't.
it.
I completely don't. It's you have this mindset. I don't know what you're thinking about. It has nothing to do with my goals and what I
So
see.
you don't think that anybody is ever just completely belligerent on our side?
What do you mean? Getting
You don't think that anybody on our side is ever belligerent?
And
so that's okay. So that's okay.
It's effective, isn't it?
No.
You're saying no, but I'm seeing results. That's the difference.
You're not, though.
Oh, yes, I am.
Show me. Okay, you can show me the results.
The results is them shutting up. The result is them rage quitting because they can't answer. The result is them not being able to deal with it. That's the results. We're looking for results. We're not looking for coddling, enabling, none of that.
So when belligerence is on the other side, you just ban them. But when it's on our side,
No.
it's them quitting.
Didn't you hear the clip? Didn't you hear the clip of Heretic getting told on by that other
Heretic is
guy?
actually doing a great job on just
Yeah.
refuting.
I'm trying to show you something. You're saying that belligerent's only on our side. You don't think they do it?
He's not being belligerent. He's
Not
being very.
him. Not him. The other guy he was dealing with. The other guy. That
So
was
the belligerence on the other side gets, banned or
he
exiled
wasn't
or
banned. He
whatever.
was not banned. He still isn't.
No, I just said exiled or whatever.
He wasn't exiled. He just quit or disconnected.
Okay.
I think he got disconnected. But he wasn't banned. And some of them aren't banned. They're still here.
It's okay that when something that is logical that is brought to them makes them quit, but it's something else when your belligerence will cause yourself to ban them or make them not able to be able to be a part of the conversation.
And they don't want to answer
What
the
good is
question.
that doing? What
if
good
they don't
is
wanna-
that doing anyone?
If they don't want to answer the question and there was something stated that if they don't answer they'll get removed, then it's their choice, isn't it?
Yeah, but
Isn't
you're
it?
also giving
Isn't it
them
their
that
choice?
ultimatum. You're
Yeah.
giving them an ultimatum.
Yeah. Answer the question or get removed. They could be truthful.
So that's an ultimatum.
They could be truthful and they choose not to be. So they
So
choose
you think
their
that
own,
giving
they
an
choose their own-
ultimatum is a good thing?
when it concerns to if they're going to be truthful or not, yes.
So what if
If they
they
have-
could be truthful in the future and they're banned?
Then they can come back later on. Or maybe ask through another sock or whatever.
Okay, but they're not going to because they were so, I don't know, you discriminated against them so much that they don't want to come back. And they could be your biggest weapon. They could be your biggest weapon against the falsities, the lies. They could be your biggest weapon, but you ban them.
And you wouldn't be upset if they came back on a sock and tried to talk to you?
Brandon, this is not the time, mate.
Yeah,
I thought this was an open convo. I didn't know.
Not the
I'm
time
sorry.
at the moment. At the moment, please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're going to have to handle this the way we do with these guys. It's effective and it works. And these characters are not going to be doing what they want in this server.
I think that they hurt
we run
people.
this server. We run this server, Flatsy. They know
I
what to
get it.
expect. They know what to expect when they enter 24/7 Discord. They know what to expect. And we
Yeah,
lay
but I
down the
get it.
rules and we're very assertive and we are the ones that they have to answer to when they come in here. And if
But
they don't
I
have
get
the
it.
answer for it. And no,
I
don't think
get
you
it,
do.
though.
I don't think you do.
Yes, I
Flatsy.
do.
No, I don't think
People
so.
have been hurt by these people who are vicious against you. So you have turned vicious against them. They have effectively turned you vicious against them. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. Because to the naked eye, from your perspective, that's all you see. Because it's almost like I mean,
it's always simple. It's never that convoluted or complicated.
It's like you're taking a role where you're just looking at everything, and it's so simple. Guys, just work it out. Shake hands, hug each other. It's like this world doesn't operate on that type of mentality. There's a lot of shock and awe that happens within our conversations, and it has to happen the way it does to be effective. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. Like, this world doesn't. If it was as easy as the way you're explaining it, then there would be no wars. Nobody would get upset. There wouldn't be anything like the way you're thinking of.
Are you kidding me?
It would not be that way. Yeah, no, I'm not kidding you. That's exactly.
So you love your God with all your heart and soul, and then you love your neighbor, and all of that just seems to go to the wayside when it comes to flat Earth.
So what is discipline to you? Is that not love?
Discipline is something that I display to youngins, the folks that don't know discipline. And if they don't know discipline as an adult, well, that's their problem that they have to figure out in their own life. We can either display that to them, but very calmly and respectfully, or they're going to realize it and feel it in their own lives. It's not our job to show them that discipline. It's our job to show them that mercy, that goodness, that glory, that fundamental thing.
I don't know what's the word here. It's like the lens at which you see this world through is it's kind of one that's not
rose-colored.
It's rose-colored, very rose-colored.
I can tell you exactly what you're going to say.
It's just not. It's just because that's what it is. It's all it is. It's rose-colored glasses, and if the world was the way everybody's seen the world that way, we wouldn't be the.
You know what our Messiah said? You know what our Messiah said? He said that if you ever had to weigh somebody's intentions, that you weigh in their favor. You don't just weigh against them first. So you weigh in their favor. And I don't see that kind of behavior here ever. Nobody weighs in anybody's favor first.
Now it's ever. Okay.
No, they never do.
Okay. Well, see, this is
it's always scrutiny.
It's good. It's good because I feel you're finally getting to be who you really are and what you really think right now. Because these were the things you were reserved. You were reserved about, right? You never spoke about these things because you felt like these are the things I have held inside my mind about the server, and I didn't say that to anybody. Now it's public. We all know how you think. This is exactly what you think about the server.
Well, I would absolutely.
Weren't you reserved?
Rather,
weren't you reserved about this though, Flatsy? Like you wouldn't say.
Not necessarily reserved, but uneducated.
Okay, well now you know how we are. This is how the servers run. It will continue to do so because it gets the job done, and it's still doing what it needs to be doing in the world.
I think that you guys are doing an awesome job at educating people that are already in the know.
No, it doesn't sound that way, though. It doesn't.
I
sound
do.
That way,
I absolutely do.
It sounds like you have more. It sounds like you have the scales tipping the other way for you on this server. Like
no.
We're doing more bad than
worried
good.
about your scales are tipping against everyone else. So when I even came in here, no. Just the majority. So when you come in here new, you're scrutinized. Like I can tell you that I believe the scriptural cosmology, but I'm still scrutinized when I come into the VC. Like I'm pretty upfront and clear about who I am. Everybody else will let you know who they are.
Yeah, this is getting a bit kind of like I'm not understanding where you're coming from. So you believe in biblical cosmology, and because we're
Yes.
saying it cannot be verified, you feel like that's scrutiny towards you when it's the
No.
truth.
No. I'm not talking about me, but I was saying that even in my case, I was scrutinized when I came into the VC, even though I let it be clear when I was verified to come into the VC that I believed in the biblical cosmology.
They're all scrutinized. I was scrutinized quite heavily.
Everybody has a kind of a revelation of like the things that we are adhering to that are not of like what truth is supposed to be about, right? Truth should be
Yeah, and-
verified, self-evident.
Yeah,
like,
and
if you're
honestly,
holding on
when
to
it came to me, it was no problem because I was able to back up my claim of that.
Yeah, I'm just saying we're gonna deal with this. Situations are gonna continue to be dealt with in the way they have. It's been very effective so far. So
I just worry about the path that some people are going down in the server, and I really do
what
care.
path is that though? I don't know what path is that. Like
Darkness.
So you're saying that now everything's dark then? You live in a dark
No.
world, right?
No, we live in a fallen world, but I worry about people and the way that they think.
Yeah, but what good is worrying going to do? Can add one bit of moment to your
It's not
life.
going to do any good. I get
then
you.
don't
but
worry
I
then.
still,
Don't worry then.
I still care. I still care. I still care about
You can
everybody.
care, but you don't have to worry about it. It's effective. We're doing a great job. I mean, everybody here is doing a great job. And if you haven't, you start to learn what you need to do to apply yourself to actually understand that the mindset behind these people are completely diluted, and just
I
allowing
stay
them
here,
to say
the
whatever they
more
want.
I
Like,
worry.
okay, then what would you need to do then if that's the case, Blatzy?
I can't do anything but say what I'm saying right now.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. If you're so concerned for any reason, it's like nobody's forced to be in this place, right? 24/7
I'm
is
not
here for
saying that I'm
everyone. But
forced.
if you're saying like, oh, I'm just so concerned about myself being here, you don't have to be. Like there's other
No,
servers
I'm not concerned
like
about myself.
Tartaria, like the other place you want to go. The reason why people like it here is because No Glober holds office and we do things the right way. We don't let people get away with saying stupid things. We hold them to their points. We're going to continue to do that. And you're saying that I'm just so concerned in darkness and I'm worried. It's not going to change the fact that we're doing good. It's just not. We're doing good.
You know for a fact that it doesn't actually equate to what you just said. Sometimes it's in the gray lines. It doesn't matter what other
are you
people's.
talking about?
What, I'm telling you that
You're
people
not
that
being
come in here.
forthcoming. Be
Yes,
forthcoming.
I am. I'm trying to be. Oh my goodness. People that come in here, I've seen it with, like, I've witnessed it. People that come in here and they aren't necessarily somebody that you could even put a label on, but people are just so scrutinizing of them that they turn them off to the idea completely because they're so cutthroat. They're ready for somebody to say globe.
What's wrong with that?
It's not right.
Then there's other servers.
You're
Please
right.
feel free to
There
go adapt yourself to another one. This is what we do here, Flatsy. We are waiting for those guys who come in here and say, I think the Earth is a globe for sure. Then it's game on, right? Like we have to address that. But some people that it's a case by case. Then the people that are just like, hey, the Earth's a globe, I don't know, maybe not. Then we address them differently.
It depends on the day.
It
depends on the day in here. It depends on the day in here. If you guys haven't had an interesting conversation in a long time, you're ready to cutthroat anyone who comes in here and says globe.
What's wrong with that?
It is not right. Why would that be right? That makes no sense.
So Flatsy, dictated by Flatsy Klein. All right, so
okay.
Thus saith Flatsy Klein is not right. So
Flatsy Klein, if you haven't had enough people to refute in a day, then you better go in on the one person that does the one day you get it. What sense does that make?
It works, doesn't it?
No.
What's that name?
Yeah, it does. I beg to differ. It does work.
If you say it does, it does. Whatever. I love you, Mayhem. I do.
Yeah, but we see the results.
You got,
we see the results.
You got some serious wig snatching going on, and I just want to put that out there. Like, be the light in the world, okay? And you may think that that's something than what I'm saying, but it isn't. It's very, very small because the path to the right path is very narrow.
Yeah, you may see it that way. It
is very narrow.
Yeah, but listen, I am the destruction to falsehood. I will always be that.
The path of destruction is very wide.
I am. So.
Okay, well, the path of destruction is very wide.
Yeah, you're telling me things I already know. You telling me things I already know.
I don't feel like you do.
Oh, I do. Destruction. What is destruction? Is it carrying the truth or is it falsehood, Flatsy? Think about it.
The truth can be very, very small and narrowed down to a pinpoint. So you can think that the truth is one thing, and the truth actually is something in
this
between
isn't subjective.
that truth.
No, I'm sorry. It isn't subjective. It isn't your truth. Is my truth.
You're saying that what I'm saying is subjective, but it is the foundation of what the actual truth is.
Listen,
so you can narrow that truth down.
Truth, yes. Truth is objective. It's reality, what we see. The creation that's out there right now speaks for itself. A lot of people have been a lot of people have been diluted to think that it's something else. But what we do in here is we show them exactly what the truth is of creation and what is dictating that it definitely the antecedent for that is a creator. So we're doing a great job at pointing people in the right direction where they're living in a godless world because of this delusion. So we're not going to take it easy on the people that are portraying themselves as wolves, so I'm sorry that you don't like it, but we are hunters and we're going to continue to hunt the wolf. And if you feel like, oh my gosh, you shot a wolf, sorry, we're going to continue to do it. They need to understand that. And what I mean by that is their falsehood that they're claiming.
So the wolves won't lay down with the sheep.
We will do what we do so that they will understand that there will be no falsehood, not amongst this council. For sure, it won't be.
So there will never, I'm not trying to trap you. I'm trying to just go to scripture.
I'm not trapped. Trust me.
Okay.
I know exactly where I stand. I'm 100% sure I know what I'm doing.
The wolves will never lay down with the sheep.
When will they do that, Flatsy?
In scripture.
When? If you're
adhering that it starts with us.
No,
I hope that it starts with us.
Listen, if you adhere to scripture, that's after everything is said and done.
Yeah, but you can't ever start too soon.
No. That's not in scripture. You just misspoke there. You're
I didn't say that was
that's thus saying
according to
Flatsy Klein.
scripture.
That's thus saith Flatsy Klein. That's
That
not
is
that's
thus
not in
saith
scripture.
thus saith Flatsy Klein. It's
Yeah.
never too soon
Yeah.
to adhere to that message.
So yeah, we're not gonna do it that way. We're gonna do it the way that it's always been done. That's effective. It works. So you ain't the first iteration of person to say the things that you're saying right now, and trust me, you won't be the last. But we'll still be here doing what we do. And no, if you think it's darkness, you're sadly mistaken. It's the opposite.
I think that
We're
it's
actually
not the
bringing
end all be all.
we're bringing the light to the world. It's no one's claiming that. No one ever said this is the end all be all. Did anybody say that this is the end all be all? I even say it's not. Okay. So then you're saying something that no one's ever said to make it sound like you have an argument. You don't. No one ever claimed this is the end all
I
be
would
all.
never say that to have an argument against you. I just
No,
want to talk
you
to
said
you.
this is the end all
You're
be
the
all.
one being argumentative, ma'am.
I know I have to be, because the issue here, what's at stake, is somebody's reasoning behind the idea that you think in some way, shape, or form this is leading to darkness, we're forming a cult, whatever. Projection, I stand up for that because I'm not going to allow someone to think that way. And if they do want to have their opinions and reservations, they can gladly make a server, another Discord server somewhere else, and continue down that path. However, this right here, what
You
we've
can't
all
tell
band
other
together and
people
stood
how to
for.
think, though.
No,
You
I'm
can't
not
tell.
saying that. Did I ever say that? I
There's
said
many
if you
no,
wanted to feel
but
like
I've
go
been
and doing
here
what
with
you want, you can go and do what you want. But as far
no,
as
but
this
I've been
goes
here. I've been here with many monologues where you're telling people how to think about things.
yeah.
People can't just be told how to think about things. They need to come to that conclusion on their own.
Oh, that's vague. In regards to what? Be specific.
The truth.
About
How
what?
is that vague?
About what? Truth about what? Was I speaking to a
The
Glober? Or was I
truth
speaking
about
to the?
everything. It doesn't matter if it's about the globe or the flat earth or the anything. The truth, period, will stand above everything. So why would you have
I don't
to
know what
tell
you're saying.
people how to think? You don't have to tell people how to think. They'll come to the truth if they seek it.
In regards to what?
What are you talking about in regards
say
to what?
telling
The
them
truth
the truth.
doesn't mean regards to anything.
Was I talking about the 3 points? Like I want specifics. What do you mean? Like, was I
Many
saying
times
something
you
that?
monologue about, hey, you guys need to think this way. Hey, you guys need to think that way. I don't need to be told how to think. I stay up late at night trying to go to sleep, knowing revelations against what you preach on here.
Ah, I see now. So this is a little jab at me, isn't it?
It's not just you.
Oh, yes, it is. Oh, somebody
No,
else
it's
in
not,
there.
Miggy.
There's more people than me.
Because this is what the server is standing for, this kind of thing.
What?
It needs to be
Say it.
addressed.
By who? By you? Who
No, not by me. I'm just little old
allows a
Patsy
Glober?
Klein.
Let's see. Who allows a Glober to come just tell them whatever and just allow them? I mean, what is that? Like we can't do that here.
Goodness. That
Well, it's just
isn't
not gonna
what
happen.
I'm saying. People on here can address a Glober easy, without any kind of mindset that's being put forth in any manner of
You speak super
teaching.
vague. You speak super vague, and every time you say something, it's just like people do the things they do because that's what people do. It's like,
So you
what
want
does that
people to
mean? Like,
have a certain mindset.
so you think that doing it the way that you did was effective with rolling my boulder? I just want to know, because I think you have a mindset of saying, I think what I want, and I think that's effective. Has it yielded any results?
Well, he did. He did yield many results to me.
That's not what everybody's. I mean, I don't know. Take a consensus. Do you think everybody thought that was that
Doesn't
he?
matter what everybody thinks. I listened to him react to the things that I said. I don't need everybody's
He's in a
input.
drunken stupor, Flatsy. You were speaking to a
Does
drunk.
that matter?
Yeah.
Does that matter?
He didn't care about what you were saying. He just wanted to win an argument. The guy did like you don't open your eyes to this. Like you're over here casting judgment on me. Like you don't see what's happening here. You don't see
So
the
you're
bigger
going to
picture.
assume that he is in a drunken state without proof.
He was slurring speech. He sounded very incoherent. He was interrupting. He didn't have his inhibitions about him. He was just doing what he wanted to, like as if he was in a drunken stupor. Usually when people are that way, you can tell easily.
Well, I couldn't tell.
I know that because you're always looking for the good in everybody. Not saying that's bad. It's just like that ain't gonna. That's yeah. It's I've known people like you, and that's nothing wrong with that. It's just you need people to shield you so that you don't get the nastiness to you, and then you look at the people who shield you as bad guys. That's fine. You can. I don't care.
I'm not looking at you as a bad guy. Actually, I think that you are very virtuous and a very good guy. I would never shame you. I just want to at least persuade you to think a certain way when it comes to people that you don't agree with.
Well, I've been doing things the way I've been doing them, and I've gotten great results. So
I can't
Sorry.
persuade you to do anything differently, but I also can present my case and you can scrutinize it yourself.
I don't know. I think I do a damn good job. So
I do too.
see-
I'm not gonna
I see the people-
dispute that. I think you do too.
well, I don't know. I'm getting mixed signals from you, Flatsy. Either I'm some kind of person who makes people want to think a certain way, or I'm doing a great job. Like I don't know.
I just think that you don't have to listen to me. You can just go and read the Messiah's accounts.
I have.
I know you have. Read more into it. There's a way more extra scripture.
Anyway,
A lot of things that the Messiah says speaks against what's going on in the server.
what do you think, Timbo? Sheepdog, Resolve. Is anybody on here? Heretic.
You don't need anybody to rally your side. Just either take what I said
Flatsy,
or
relax.
refute
Okay,
it.
relax. No one's rallying no one's side. I just want to see if they're here. You can, pull down your daggers. You don't have to be coming at me anymore.
I would never give you daggers. I love you.
You have
I love
tonight. You have. Well, yeah. That's
No. I'm giving you love.
with one hand a
Whether
hug,
you
and the other
see
hand a
it's love
dagger.
or not.
Like, what the
It's
heck?
love. It's love. I love you. I do. And I think that you do a great job. I do. I'm just trying to make you reevaluate things.
Well, the past 30, 45 minutes didn't feel that way. How about that?
Well, it is out of love, and I do love you.
Well, at any rate, I think that, I feel like I'm going to continue doing the thing that I'm doing. So, sorry, don't want to make you feel that uncomfortable or whatever, but
I'm not uncomfortable.
where the Globers at? I'm going to keep calling them out. They're going to keep coming in here. And those who have a huge ego, I'm going to deflate it. And those who don't, I won't. I know my audience, and I know exactly who I'm speaking to. It's always a case by case for me. Have you not noticed that? Maybe you haven't, because I'm just some kind of darkness person walking down a wrong path, always telling people what to do.
Hey, buddy, that's not what I'm trying to say.
That's what you said. That's exactly what you said.
I am trying to point that out, but I'm not
No.
trying to say that.
I'm unapologetically myself, and I will continue to do so. I don't give a damn about what people say. I've heard many other people tell them things about what they think about me. I really don't care. Because I know exactly what I say, who's my audience, and, very precise. I don't like to misjudge or mislabel someone. But it's fine. You don't take correction either. I was telling you what would be how to handle the situation, but you're like, nah, I'm just going to be a doormat. I'm like, it's fine with me. I don't care, but that's not going to be effective, and it's not going to be working in this server. That's for sure. I'm not going to be listening to some guy drag you around in a conversation. I'm going to halt it, be like, nope, someone else take over. Because he's going to answer the question every time. I mean, it's no slight to you. It's just you can't handle that at this moment. Maybe later on when you start to realize, hey, these guys, it takes a certain amount of assertiveness to get across. Then you'll be okay. I know now. Damn, we still got 22 people watching the live stream. What's up, y'all? Shout out to Omega Genesis out there. How's everybody doing this morning? I actually stayed up from work. Procrastinating because I know I have to get up early tomorrow. I'm pretty sure Rolly My Boulder will come back again on one of his other sock accounts. We got a few people that are just can't get enough of this place. Keep making their socks. But if you think the Earth is a globe, if you're on the fence, or if you know the Earth is flat, click the link on the description. Come on in here. The old dude out there. What's up, old dude? What up? What up? Man, we got some good content off of Great Angelo. I think I need to go in tomorrow and extrapolate that the other bit that we had on him. Yeah, I know. 48 hours. He's probably going to come back on one of his sock accounts, no doubt. Yeah, agreed, bro. Agreed.
You got a mic? Hey, y'all got a mic?
So you get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Come on down.
Season 9, mother. Season 9.
Yeah, I don't know, Teos. He was actually trying to interrupt earlier when he came in here. He's just seeking attention, though. That's all he's doing. He doesn't have an argument for the globe at all. He's a low-level sophist. That's all he is.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that the Earth was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the difference between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you
just vaguely responding?
Okay, yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation because that is key, right? Yeah. For us to have a good discourse. Yeah, alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on. Well, they can see that it is in fact spherical. Okay, it's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes, it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detected that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I can tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the 3 first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these 3 questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all 3 of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time this ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't. I know that. Listen,
people arguing with me speaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second. Shut up. This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
That was
and this is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we lose that in a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing though, homie, and I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
You tell us, where is the curvature, that sea level, 8 inch per mile square, that stuff, because now 10 miles is flat, but you shoot a curve, something like 66 foot of drop, with accent, I can tell you in Italian, I can tell you in Croatian, it doesn't matter, it's the same,
See, Sasha, here's the thing. Usually, it's not your accent is fine. It's that sometimes you rush some words. That's the problem.
Oh, I rush.
Let's talk about the Earth rather than
rushing to sea level.
Russian. I've dated many foreign girls. I understand accents.
You are living on UK, like me. That's island all around. It's sea level.
Yeah, I've also lived near the Thames River. I know how fog affects how things look.
Yeah, can you live with that? You can live with that because people saying that water is curving. The only problem is because water doesn't care what people say.
No, you're completely right. Water doesn't curve, but tides and waves do exist.
Yeah.
Yep. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about elevation change. We're talking about curvature.
Awesome. Being as water doesn't curve.
Water doesn't curve without an applied force. You guys are absolutely correct. The thing about that is, forces are applying to water all the time.
Awesome. Are you going to talk about gravity again?
I said forces, not just gravity.
Yeah, and
forces.
Not just gravity.
Oh, not just gravity, kinetic forces as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So being as water is level upon the surface, observed, measured, and practically used to be as such, where's the curve of the water of the Earth? Where is it?
I can give you many explanations. You just won't accept any of them.
Here we go, many. We want one.
Absolutely.
We want one proof that you can prove the horizon in the picture. In the picture. We're using an example. Of the picture. Show us the curve in the picture. Where is the horizon at 1.225 miles? Show it to us.
Calm down, Uncle fucking... Okay. Calm down, Uncle. Go back home. Honestly, you've outstayed the family gathering event. Back to what I was saying.
No, just you try to address the actual argument here instead of waffling away like a weasel.
A weasel? What do you guys have against weasels? They're beautiful.
Talk about weasels instead of the lack of curvature. Good idea. Let's just avoid that at all.
1.225.
Weasels are great. Anyway, to point out the forces that are applied to water, there's more than just gravity. You guys know this, right?
Gravity is one of them.
Yeah.
Gravity is not a force, is it?
Guys, stop fucking spurging out, okay? Do you guys need to go to care homes? You guys need somebody to fucking look after you and give you your meds?
Excuse me. Gravity is not a force. We had this conversation earlier. Would you?
I know gravity is an apparent force. Gravity is not an actual force. It's a phenomena that produces effects very similar to a force. Yes, we can agree on that.
That's the bending and warping of space-time, non-Euclidean geometry. You're going to apply to your curved
Yeah, the bending and warping of space-time produces an apparent phenomenon that is an apparent force. Yeah.
So where is the curvature of the Earth then?
Pardon?
Where is the curvature of the Earth then? Where is it observed? Where is it measured?
Where is the curvature of the Earth? Everywhere on Earth.
Awesome. Can you point to it, please?
I can just point to the Earth.
Awesome. So underneath me, that's flat. That's curving, is it?
It's not flat.
No, is it not? Have you got a direct measurement of that?
I don't have the direct measurement, but it sure as fuck isn't flat. What can I say?
Well, being it is observed, measured, and practically used to be flat, that's not a problem. And I'm also talking to somebody who couldn't point to the horizon in a picture earlier, so most definitely wouldn't be able to point to the curvature of the Earth now, would you?
No, I can't point to the curvature of the Earth because it's apparent. It's not a real thing that actually exists in the universe. You're absolutely right.
Like the horizon? Like the horizon?
You don't say. Guys, you understand? Curvature is an aspect of something.
It doesn't
it's not an actual physical thing that exists on its own. Yeah.
So wait. What does apparent mean again?
Apparent is. You know what? No, I'm going to go for the Google definition because I know what you guys are fucking like.
Yeah.
Hold on, sorry.
We'll be patient.
Okay, guys. So, apparent, clearly visible, or understood to be obvious.
5 seconds. The next time somebody comes in and asks a question, like Heretic, please don't jump in and start making comments. Right, so Heretic has asked a question. He's going to get a direct response from this man. Nobody else is going to jump in with that 10 pence worth. Do you get me now? Question, response, please.
Smell juice.
So apparent means clearly visible or understood to be obvious. Shut up. Seeming real or true. Can this guy shut up?
Prove the globe, silly goober.
Well, guess what? I'm going to piss on your fucking nan. Anyway, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Similar to the word ostensible.
Okay, so quick question: could you restate that statement you just said about the curvature of the Earth, where you said it was apparent, not actual?
Actual. So it's apparent, clearly visible or understood to be obvious. Seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Absolutely. It seems to be
wait,
so.
quick question. Is the curvature of the Earth apparent or not?
It's apparent, obviously.
So it's actual?
No,
it's not
like, okay, visibly it's apparent, yeah.
Okay, but that would mean that it appears that way, but is not actually that way.
Yeah, if you look at the horizon, it appears the curvature is so. But if you use measurements that observe not the curvature itself, but the effects of curvature, then it necessarily must be true.
Well, wait, hold on. I just realized I got a little ahead of myself because I just realized that even in that sentence, you're misusing the word apparent, or at least from my perspective, you are. It's more subjective at that level. So I would say
subjective. We will cling on to that word. Continue.
So appears the base word. All right. So I would say the Earth does not appear to be curved, but you would say it appears to be curved, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. But you do understand that apparent does not mean actual, meaning that something can appear to be one, but it does not mean it is that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. But then the question arises, do you have a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth detecting curvature?
No, because what you guys mean by direct measurement is not something that could be produced for something that can't be directly seen, but has to be seen through its consequences.
So you can directly observe the effects of curvature, but not.
So guys, let me give you the example. You can't directly see God, but you can consequences of God, right?
Oh boy, here we go again.
I'm just
That's
saying.
the non sequitur. Listen, April, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's a non sequitur to what we're talking about. Nothing to do with it.
All right. Human society, you don't see it, you see its consequences.
Okay, but how do you know that those are consequences of curve if you've never observed curve? Wouldn't you have to have proof of the curve, confirmation of the curve, to know that any of these things are effects of curve? No. You don't have to prove the curve to know that something you're looking at is an effect of curve.
Say that again, please, and say it slower this time.
You
Really
don't have
listen to what you're saying.
You don't have to have proof of the curve to know whether something you're looking at is an effect of that curve you don't have proof of.
Do you realize what you just said?
Yes. Can you
say
answer?
it again, this time slower. This time I want you to stress the A's and R's.
Twice is enough.
No, you're just going to answer now. You're not going to ask him to repeat it slower. You're not going to troll him like that, my motherfucker. You're just going to answer the question.
Yeah.
How do
you know that any of these are effects of curve if you can't directly confirm the curve?
Yeah.
You don't know the curve is there, so how do you know you're looking at an effect of it?
Do you guys know proof by contradiction? By any chance? Proof by contradiction.
Can't answer?
You can't answer.
You can't answer?
No, I'm asking you guys.
He asked you the kind of question where you're not supposed to answer with another question.
I can't answer. I'm just asking you a question.
You can't answer. Okay. Yeah, so you don't know that you're actually looking at the effect of any curve. You just imagine that to be the case. Because you don't know there's any curve there to know that there's any curve having any effect on anything. You just
a follow-up question, is it possible that you're only assuming that to be the case because you were raised to believe that? Is that possible?
No, I'm an extremely open-minded person. Most of the beliefs I was raised with, I don't currently have. I often have beliefs in opposition to the things I was raised to believe, actually. So I'm very much a person who can change their mind.
Well, that's good, but that doesn't answer my question, technically.
Well, no, it's not good because most of the things that I believe in are not things you would agree with. So you would say, oh, it's disgusting, you change your mind. But, anyway.
I get that. But the question, you still didn't answer the question, technically. The question is it possible that you're only assuming this or that effect or whatever to be an effect of curvature because you were raised to believe that? Is it possible that you only believe that because you were raised to believe that?
No.
It's not possible?
No.
You're going to say that? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that doesn't sound very intellectually honest to me, but whatever.
Oh, it sounds quite intellectually honest.
How do you validate curve as the cause of any of these effects?
By having a basic understanding of non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, someone else is gonna have to take this. I got a call, 1 sec.
So you mean you affirm the consequent then?
No, here's the thing. I understand that the universe has geometries that aren't Euclidean, and the universe also has geometries where results are based on things being literally light years away. And I also understand the universe has some effects based on geometries that are based on vector spaces.
These are just begging the question fallacies. This has nothing to do with trying to prove the curve.
Say that again?
These are just begging the question fallacies. You're just begging the question because your whole religion is nestled in your cosmos that you believe in. Therefore, your religion is true and your Earth is curved.
Okay, can you explain begging the question fallacy? I know what it is, but I need you to explain it because I don't believe you fully understand it. And I want to
when your conclusion is in your premises, it is called the begging the question fallacy.
He does know it. That's good. And
so why is your conclusion within your cosmological paradigm?
Explain that one for me, please. Why
you were just saying how you know about the non-Euclidean geometry and the cosmos and all this bullshit. Like, This has nothing to do with proving the curve on the Earth.
It absolutely is.
No, this is you talking about.
Well, no, you're begging the question by assuming that the Earth doesn't require proof
because your beliefs contain the Earth is a globe. That's not logical.
It is. You just misunderstand what logic is.
It's called being irrational. It's called a begging the question fallacy. It's not logical.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You just fundamentally
try to make a coherent argument for your side, or you're just gonna waffle here with sophistry all day.
I'm not waffling. I'm not a sophist. I'm quite.
You are a sophist. That's pretty obvious for all to see. You have used nothing but sophistry since you got here. Try to make a coherent, logical argument, and we will go from there.
We're waiting.
Waiting for what?
Your logical argument instead of the sophistry you say you don't.
Arguments about what? I'm so, like, you guys have me so disorientated all the time.
Yeah, we gave you a modus tollens argument, and you said you couldn't see the horizon. You don't know where the ground and the sky are. You're retarded. Yeah, we know.
You call me retarded? That's not very nice. I assume you're trying to offend me.
I know it's not very nice, but that's just my opinion of you after having listened to you using nothing but sophistry and not a single ounce of fucking logic.
I'm actually mentally disabled. You're being very mean to me. You're a bully.
Well, maybe you should go then.
Maybe no, I shouldn't go. I'm speaking about your disabilities.
I'm still very intelligent. I am mentally disabled.
I'm not saying anything about that. I clearly specified.
No, you're a bully.
I clearly specified.
You bully disabled people.
Why I call you a sophist.
The subject is done.
You're specified why I called you a retard, because you're a sophist, and only because of that. That has nothing to do with anything else.
Well, no, but just what I call sophists. Sophists have been some of the smartest people I know. They've been so smart, they've managed to fool the masses. Sophistry is something that we actually see amongst the smart people, not the stupid people.
Victim. No, you see it mostly from Machiavellian types and narcissists.
Exactly, they're smart people who have the intelligence to manipulate people, not stupid people. Don't misunderstand what sophistry is. Sophistry isn't what
I've seen
stupid people do
plenty of dumb sophists, my friend. It has nothing. It's not equal to intelligence.
No,
just
but
like
it is
you have
correlated
proven here
with
tonight.
It is correlated with intelligence.
Victim.
I'm not a victim, no. I'm mentally disabled and I have been bullied, but yeah, I don't really care. It's whatever.
Hold up. Yeah, every single time that someone's raised their voice or used a word you don't like, victim, you've also made up the fact that you're probably not even disabled. You're a victim and you want to be a victim.
Oh, no, I am disabled. No, do you want to see my benefit claims forms? I can prove to you I'm actually disabled.
Be up for discussion, mate. You shouldn't even bring it up.
I should do though. He called me a retard, bro. Like it's fucking bullying, dude. He tried to make me feel bad about being mentally disabled.
Do you want to be a victim all your life? Do you want to be a victim all of your life?
Oh no, I don't pretend to be a victim. I'm doing quite well.
Shut up. Stop.
I'm attractive. And I'm smart. There are parts of my life I really love.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So stop being a victim and let's get back on subject.
I'm not trying to be a victim. That's what I'm talking about. No, don't do that. I'm pointing out how he's being a bully. Don't say, I'm being a victim.
Yeah, I'm not being a bully. I clearly defined for you what I was talking about when I used that word. I'm not talking about what you are talking about. So you're just building a straw man and trying to burn it because you're irrational.
Okay.
Okay. Sound like a fucking 5-year-old, man. Fuck arguing with a woman.
He just been destroyed.
Do you not like women? Because the women I've spoken to have been amazing.
Here you go again. You want to talk about anything but the topic here, huh?
No, but he brought up women. I'm pointing out women can be great if you meet good women and you speak to them nicely.
It's just a sidebar, dude. Don't jump all over it. Let's just stay focused here.
Women are just great if you be friends with them and you
moving on,
pull up with them and you have conversations with them. You know what I'm saying? Women can be great.
So what do you want to talk about?
Not everybody has to have a wife and be fucking miserable with the wife.
Drunk.
Get back to the topic, April.
For the last 2 hours, what do you expect from the guy?
Guys, seriously, you can have a wonderful time with your wife. Just saying.
Hey, April.
Just
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? If any.
The fact that the moon doesn't really change its appearance at all, no matter where you go. It should signify based on basic optical knowledge of parallax and stuff. And not even parallax, just the fact that we understand how straight lines work at distances. Clearly the moon must be very far away, we're thousands of miles. Because when you see things even miles away, they don't.
April, did you see ever in your life lake or body of water? Ever?
Wait, yeah, but let's analyze this. I just asked you a question about the surface of the Earth, and you pointed to the moon and said the moon is doing this, thus the Earth must be curved.
Yes, okay. In the exact same way that if you look at an ecosystem, you don't just look at the fucking plants on the ground. You look at everything going on, yeah?
No, that's a non sequitur.
No. It's not a non sequitur. The Earth is more complicated. The universe is more complicated than just the surface of the Earth.
No, you're looking at
on just the surface of the Earth. There is things above the surface of the Earth.
It's a non sequitur.
Yeah, you're looking for curvature of the surface, so that's where you want to look.
Okay, this is how you guys tried to divert the conversation.
Divert by talking about the exact thing we're talking about.
Where you can just bring it into a constant circle about, can you find curvature of the Earth? No, I cannot find direct curvature of the Earth. I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you can't do that. You have to look at the curvature of the Earth. I can't use the direct curvature of the Earth. Oh, no, I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you cannot use things outside of the curvature of the Earth.
Thank you for admitting at least that you cannot find the curvature of the Earth in your beginning of your
Directly, yes. I cannot use a ruler and show you the curvature of the Earth directly on the ground. I need to go above sea level.
You could use lasers of different wavelengths if you wanted to try it.
No, because you guys say, actually, the atmosphere and blah, 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 blah.
No, don't you know that lasers of different wavelengths refract at different rates? So you would see by the separation of the beams how much refraction is in the air? You don't know that?
That's already been done, and y'all fucking said it wasn't true. Okay?
It's already been done, and it shows that the Earth is flat.
How high do you need to go to see the curvature, April?
Many, many miles.
How many miles?
Huh?
How many miles?
I don't know. It depends. What eyes do you have?
You are saying now...
Sasha, it depends. How good are your eyes? What lenses are you using? What is the atmosphere like? I don't know.
Yeah, and how high we need to go?
I don't know. It depends.
It depends of what?
It depends on conditions. It depends.
Approximately.
Approximately, I don't know. I don't know the average the stats for this.
What is the first height when you can start to see the curvature?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
I can Google it. Maybe it will give me an answer. Maybe it won't. I don't know.
Oh, you think that everything is on Google?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Does Google saying also how it's curving in reality?
Yeah, there were plenty of wiki pages on it. Yeah.
Okay,
there are plenty of non-wiki pages on it.
Okay, April. That means that you will Google and believe that what some people think about that lake, or you will believe that lake. Go to that lake and see yourself. Maybe it's not curving.
Do I believe what lake?
Yeah, because I can Google it and somebody can say, look, this lake, it's going up cylindrical, or whatever. It's spiraling, It's spiraling every 1 mile, and have waves like 30 meters waves. And I say, oh, fuck, let's see that. And I go to that lake, and that lake doesn't have like a wave, not even like a 20 centimeters.
Well, you understand that, like, they wouldn't say the lake has 30-meter waves. Every wave is different. They would say the biggest wave the lake ever had was like 30 meters.
That mean lake, what is some big lake, it's curving for sure, because it must curve, because we are on spherical Earth. And if it's written on Google with that size, it must curve in reality, of course. And you don't need to check that because they are saying that. The problem is you need to live with reality now. You have this information, and you can live with that. You can believe that what Google's saying, or you can believe that nature, how it's presenting itself. And that's on you now. It's not, nobody wants that you...
Well, you guys don't even believe in nature. You guys don't even believe in evolution.
No, I believe in nature. I believe that lake doesn't curve and the ocean doesn't curve.
You believe in evolution? No, you don't. You don't believe what nature shows you.
That's a false equivalence. Man-made theory is not nature.
April, you know how people in Switzerland calling sea level? People in Switzerland, how they are calling sea level?
Something sea level, something Switzerland. What?
Yeah, how people in Switzerland saying for the sea level, how they call that?
I don't know. They call sea level. What?
Okay, and which sea level they are using for measuring mountains?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know about Switzerland. What?
Yeah, but Switzerland, it's not on the sea. It's inside of the Europe.
I don't know. They just use, fucking global average. I don't know.
Global average?
Maybe. I don't know. I told you I don't
know. And what is telling you sea level? Is that maybe average called 0 point?
I don't know.
What is that in UK, that hills? You know what you have hills in Scotland? Is that elevation above the sea level?
What?
All around UK, it's a sea level, not sea curve.
Sea level is different at different elevations. Not different elevations, sorry, different, not elevation, what the fuck's it called? Different...
Yeah, I go to one hill...
Wait a second. It's latitude?
Listen, I'm in London, and I go to one hill, and then that hill is 100 meter. And now I go to Birmingham, and I go to another hill, that is 200 meter hill, And I'm 200 meters above the sea level, also in Birmingham, and there was 100 meters in London above the sea level. But sea level is the same, it doesn't curve. And that land doesn't curve also.
That's like asking, Yo-Yo Smasher, that's like asking, why do you call yourself a mathematician? You don't know all the math in the world? Okay.
I know what is sea level.
Sea level is an average.
But it's a level,
We have tides all over the planet based on
of course, tides more or less, but on some distance, for example.
Exactly. So this idea that there's an exact sea level, it just isn't true.
Yeah, but for example, you have the guy who made a photo distance, long distance photo. It's like 275 miles, And then he got some mountains there with elevations, above the sea level.
Okay. Hey, what's going on, you guys?
This is going to blow your guys' minds. Did you know
what's on my mind?
That they actually don't reach the same heights every single day.
Wait, are you guys talking about flat Earth or anything right now?
Yep, I'm talking about tides.
The tides?
Yep, tides never reach the same height twice. Never.
I don't believe in flat Earth.
I don't know that.
So there are actually so many bodies affecting the gravitation that produces tides in the first place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you guys know about like how chaotic bodies work. This idea you have a system and small changes in the beginning affect big changes
Stop
in
with
the
your
end.
stories. If you want to present
I'm just
evidence
gonna
for
math you
something to
not.
support your
It's that
belief
simple.
system, then you're welcome to try to do so.
It's just true.
We are
This
not
is just
here
a
to
fact.
listen to your
Tides
nonsensical
never reach the
stories
same
and your
height.
belief system and your rants.
This guy's clearly trolling, man. He's
But
trolling.
nothing curves. That's the point.
I like ranting.
Well, that's not true because
is my
booties
favorite thing to
curve.
do.
What are you on about?
So if gravity is affecting the oceans, right, then it must be curving, right? The ocean must be curving if it's being affected by gravity.
Yes. No.
Okay.
It's
No,
okay.
yes,
Here's the
no?
thing. It depends on what you mean by curving. If you mean curving in reference to the surface, then no. If you mean curving in gravity doesn't cause curving in reference to the surface.
So
Because
it's not causing the ocean to conform to a ball.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Did you know it's not
I'm
a
getting some
sphere,
clarification
it's
on what you're saying.
it's
Hold on, whoever you are. So I'm just getting some clarification on what you're saying.
So, for example, if the Earth was a perfect sphere, then gravity.
Irrelevant. I didn't ask about the shape of the sphere or whether it's perfect. or
given
not.
the explanation
I
of
asked about whether
things.
oceans are conforming to it, meaning that they would
It's like
curve
talking
around
to
its
children.
surface.
See, this is why I educate people who are 18.
Okay, educate me then. I'm asking for you to do that. Do the oceans conform to the surface of a sphere, imperfect or otherwise? Doesn't matter. That's the question. Okay, go.
The Earth isn't a sphere.
Okay. So what?
There's your answer. The Earth isn't a sphere, so your question
Okay, so what is it?
invalid.
So what is it?
The Earth is approximately an oblate spheroid.
It's an oblate spheroid. So
approximately.
Okay, great. Approximately an oblate spheroid. So are oceans conforming to an approximate oblate spheroid?
Yes.
Yes, they are. Okay, so there should be observable, measurable curvature over the surface of an ocean then, since it's conforming to an oblate spheroid, which is a curved object, right?
There isn't observable curvature over the surface.
Why not? How do you know it's there then?
Because the surface adheres to the approximate oblate spheroid.
How do you know that if you don't observe it?
Well, we can though. We
Well,
can
how do
observe
we
the
know?
effects. We don't directly observe
Well,
it.
that's
we
what I'm
indirectly
talking about.
observe
One
it.
of the effects of that oblate spheroid with gravity would be the curved oceans that we're talking about. But you say you don't observe those, so how do you know that they're there?
We indirectly observe them for things like.
Why would we have to do that? Why can't we just directly observe them?
Can you directly observe every murder?
No.
Exactly.
It's a false equivalence.
It's not.
It
Okay, so how big is it? How big is your oblate spheroid?
No, because a murder has consequences.
Got an approximate
The
radius
curvature
value?
has consequences.
Okay, yeah. Curvature has consequences, but you don't know that there is any because you still haven't demonstrated.
And you don't know if there's a murder.
That's a begging the question fallacy.
You don't know if there's a murder. Maybe it was a. Maybe
use it as a premise in your
Maybe it was a
argument.
suicide.
Okay, that's great, but enough about that. I know you're really desperate to get off this topic, whatever you can do. But does your oblate spheroid have an approximate radius value?
Like roughly 4,000 miles.
Roughly 4,000 miles. Okay, that's good enough to have. Okay, no problem. We should have a geometric horizon at roughly 1.2 miles times.
Bearing in mind, guys, bearing in mind, the radius actually changes all the time.
Okay, I'll give you 4,600 miles. Do you think that'll cover any change?
No, it's like 3,900 and something miles.
Sure, I'm gonna go ahead and just give you 4,600. How about that?
What? No, that's not even roughly
don't want it?
4,000. That's like a whole half of 1,000 extra. That's not even remotely.
Yeah, no problem. It won't make any difference. It won't make any difference.
Yes, it
At a 1 foot
will.
observer
Are you
height.
kidding me?
At a 1 foot
Shut
observer
up.
height.
What do you want about? Shut up.
Hold on.
You're being
Hold on.
cringe. Be quiet.
At a 1 foot observer height with the 4,600 mile radius value, you might get an extra tenth or two of a mile of geometric horizon distance. So, big deal, doesn't really matter. Your variable radius and your oblate spheroid doesn't really do anything to affect the rate of curvature we should be seeing over the surface. So, it's a red herring, it's a non sequitur, and it doesn't matter. So, where is this curvature and how do you know it's there if we don't observe it? Because it should be observable given the dimensions that you just claimed.
Who keeps muting me?
I do, because you won't shut up when I'm talking.
Show me your balls.
I'm done though. I stopped talking, so you can go now.
Do you have balls?
That's also off topic.
Okay. I won't mention it again then. I'm
I know you have ball envy because you're in desperate search of a ball. You don't have any, so you can only imagine them, obviously. That's why you're here doing this. But anyways, try to stay focused on the topic.
I have wonderful balls.
Yeah, see, I shouldn't have even said that because now you're completely distracted. So let's go back to the topic, right? Given the radius that you've claimed, right, there should be a pretty observable amount of curvature. We've just talked about the formulas, right? We're not observing it. Why not? Where is it? How do you know it's there if we don't observe it?
Will you let me speak the whole time? You won't mute me, okay?
Yeah.
Can you promise this?
Okay, are you gonna
No promises.
No, I'm being serious now because you keep muting me.
Yeah, don't waste your airtime to ask if you can talk. Just talk.
My
That's what
airtime?
you have the airtime for. Okay, now you're gonna waste it on not talking. So you're either gonna not talk about the topic or you're not gonna talk. Not a lot of glow proof to be found there.
What's the question? Sorry, I forgot. I was too busy.
Well, yeah, you gave me the approximate radius value. From that, we get the approximate rate of curvature, the geometric horizon distance we should be seeing, right? So we have all of that now because you've given us the radius, right? We're not observing it. You've said yourself that we can't observe it, even though it should be observable, given the geometry that you've claimed. So the question becomes, how do we observe it? How do we know it's there if you don't observe it?
Can you observe the entire border of Spain?
Okay, it's another non sequitur.
No, seriously, can you observe the whole border of Spain?
No, yes, seriously, that it was a non sequitur. Try to answer the question.
It's not you guys don't understand what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it doesn't follow. It has nothing to do with what I just said.
That's not what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it is.
No, non sequitur means that the logical...
It doesn't logically follow. Okay, so start again. We're trying to find this curve. You say it's there, but you also say it can't be observed. That doesn't logically follow either. How do you know it's there if it can't be observed if you haven't observed it? What are you talking about?
You guys already decided I was wrong before I even started speaking.
You won't speak. You waste all your airtime saying stuff like this instead of telling us why you're right.
Yeah, that was a mind-reading fallacy as well. Try to answer the question.
Mind-reading fallacy. Okay.
Yeah, when you try to divine other people's intent and what they think or what they're gonna do. That's a fallacy.
And the biggest amount of projection ever.
Yeah. So how can you know? How can you know?
Oh my god! I can't even point out how there are things that are simply too large, too round, that I can't show you them.
They're
in
not
like
too
a laboratory.
Not too large. Once again, you've given us the radius value. From that, we can derive the rate of curvature. We can derive the geometric horizon distance. It's not too large to observe, geometrically speaking, based on that radius you gave us. So why don't we observe it? And if we don't observe it, like you agree we don't, how do you know it's there?
But we do observe it.
Oh, okay, now we do. Okay, where?
Yeah. We know that the Earth is a globe based on the fucking pounds of stars.
Oh, now we're looking away from the surface again. We're looking away from the globe itself.
Yeah, and this is exactly. This is your obfuscation.
No.
Yes.
No, looking
so something
anywhere
away from the surface can never affect the surface.
No, looking away from the surface, the very thing in question here, and talking about everything else, that's the obfuscation. So can you get back to the point, which is the surface?
Why do you keep muting me?
Because you don't shut up and because you keep going off topic.
You hate my voice, don't you?
No, because we're going to go directly to the surface, right? The thing that you're saying is curved, and we're going to find the curvature there directly. We're not going off of it. We're not going somewhere else. We're not looking in the opposite direction. So when you do that, yeah, I'm just going to mute you and bring it back. Yeah, we're not going to look in the wrong direction. We are going to look at the thing you are claiming by looking in the wrong direction. So how can we directly observe it given the dimensions you've claimed we should? It's not that big. It's not too big.
Directly. Tell me, what does directly observing curvature mean? What?
Looking at it.
What?
Looking at it.
Seeing curvature.
Yeah.
What if the curvature? What if the curvature can be shown to exist, but is too small for you to see with the naked eye at the surface of the beach?
Well, like you say, we should see the effects of it. The main one being a geometric horizon. That should be the main effect.
I never said you had to see it with the naked eye.
Well, we should see a geometric horizon. If not with the naked eye, then
for example, bacteria exist. You believe this? Yes.
Okay, it's another irrelevant thing. Because
it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant at all. It's not irrelevant at all. You can say it's a non sequitur. You can say it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. That doesn't mean that you're right.
Right, but now you're just talking about why
if you want to go into some kind of asking us a question, first establish your point and then ask us a question.
So the point I'm making is
don't try to answer a question with a question. Answer the question first, and then you can ask us the question based on your answer.
Okay. There are many facts about the real world you cannot see.
Okay, so once again, you're just going to tell us why we can't see the thing that you're claiming. So how do you know it's there if you can't see it? It's kind of self-defeating, don't you think?
Magnetism.
Magnetism?
You cannot see magnetic fields.
Okay, yeah, but that's irrelevant because we should be able to see the thing.
It's not irrelevant because
it is irrelevant. It's a false equivalency.
You cannot see directly.
Okay, gotta meet you again. It is irrelevant.
This is a false
equivalency. Yeah, it's false equivalence, right? Because we should be able to see it given the dimensions and given the radius value that you just claimed. 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height is not too far to see because as you can see, we have a picture of a horizon that's 10 times further than that, right? The camera can resolve that far, so we can see things that are further than that. It's a false equivalence. Try again.
Just because the camera can see it doesn't mean you can notice the curvature.
Simple geometry.
I'm very good at geometry, and I know that you don't know fully what geometry is. So.
Okay.
You know what?
I literally get paid to teach people geometry. I know geometry. I know that you guys think you know geometry.
You clearly don't, bro.
I clearly do.
Yeah, you're going off topic again. We should be able to resolve this horizon. Given the telescope, the telephoto lens, good camera, we should be able to resolve this 1.2 mile horizon and confirm its existence. No problem.
You can resolve it. Does that mean the human eye can distinguish it? No.
That's irrelevant. The human eye looks through a camera. The human eye looks at a patch. The human eye looks at a picture that was taken with a zoom lens. That's irrelevant. We don't need to see it with our naked eye. We can use tools to resolve it.
You have to be able to resolve it for the human eye to see it.
We did, using a camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that I agree with for sure.
Right, but in accordance to like how people are presenting flat Earth, they're doing it in a way where they already have a model, which is the AE map is already something they're presenting as what they're using to say this is the Earth that we live on, and it shows a top-down view that nobody's ever seen. Yet flat Earthers are presenting it as a matter of fact, and it's not. It's a speculation. Did you know that, Rebel?
I mean, yeah, I guess, but it's
okay.
It's better than nothing.
No, it's not better than nothing. It's actually it's worse than something because what you're doing. I'm serious. You think I'm kidding? Okay, so when you hand it over to a glober, what do they do with the AE map? Have you ever seen debates about this? If not, I can enlighten you.
Something about like there's distortion going on or something like that.
Well, that's part of it, but really, the AE map is just a flattened out globe. That's all. Just There's a GIF that we have here actually that shows you. It's just a globe flattened out.
Wait,
it's the
why
same
can't it be
thing,
the
but
other
it's
way
just
around?
flattened out.
Why can't? Because I've also heard people assert that the globe is wrapped
Let's just
around.
say, yeah, it's the same. The flat map wrapped around the globe flattened out. It's the same. It doesn't matter. But the map itself is not the land. The land is not the, like, you know what I'm saying? The land isn't the map. So the land that you live on right now is not represented in a map that you can see the overall world view. Never, ever, ever. There's not an overall worldview that you're gonna. And if you don't believe me on this, it's okay. You can actually demonstrate it for yourself. See how many different maps there are of the world entirely. Just for example, you'll see for yourself there is no one gold standard map for the entire worldview. There just isn't. There isn't. Even in flat Earth, there's people making up what the world looks like as a flattened out version. Like they're like not a globe, right? So the flat Earth looks represented in many different ways. It depends on what prolific flat earther you're talking about. You know, Mark Sargent, Antonio Subrats, who passed away. All these guys that had put the flat Earth represented on let's say an AE style, circular map, and the continents were in different places. The sizes were different. Like all the shit is just all different. But everybody has a different representation of that, according to what they think, the distance from, land masses and such. So no one knows, right? So they're all trying to figure it out. Everyone. So there isn't any standard idea right now. Everybody's trying to piece everything together and make sense of it all. And then show somebody like what it looks like if it's a flat Earth, how it's represented. That's what we have, dude. Like at the end of it, there's nothing you can take how are you going to see the entire world from a perspective that nobody can actually see from? That's not verifiable. So you're really just presenting somebody with a speculation, and these assholes take that speculation and turn it into something that's not anything to do with reality. So they'll start poking holes through it, and rightly so, because there isn't any way that you can represent that as truth. As the gold standard. So it just becomes speculation against speculation. Their globe against your flat Earth map. Two speculations fighting each other. No one's right. That's it. So it's actually worse than saying we don't have anything. You're actually supposed to say no one has anything to go on. That negative means that no one can bring a positive claim. It safeguards, like listen, if you did have that, let's just say if you did have the gold standard map that was an overall view of the entire realm of existence, let's just say that was the case, that whatever you had could be verified by however you verified it. If for some reason you said this is the method in which I verify this to be true, then you could tell somebody else could verify that and say this is true. I verified this map by seeing the entire Earth or whatever the case, and I saw the whole Earth look like this, and this is what the Earth realm looks like. Then it would put no questions involved. This would be something verifiable, and everybody else wouldn't be telling you the truth. It would just be going against what you presented is the truth, because you can verify what you said. That's the issue that we're having these days with flat earthers running around saying stupid things and then getting caught in debates, having to prove how you can have a 24-hour sun when you can't even prove the AE map is real. So their presupposition is the AE map is true, therefore no way to have a 24-hour sun. If you see a 24-hour sun, that debunks the flat earth. That's as easy as that gets. So yeah, of course they want to point to Globers want to point to the sky and say, look, 24-hour sun. Sorry, no AE map. Your flat earth model is debunked. See how easy that was? But when you don't present to them any map or model, they struggle with debunking, because you're going to be like, I don't care what you see in Antarctica. The sun could be doing spirals like a spirograph. I don't care. You can do whatever it wants. The ground will not be anything different than what we see in reality. It's just it. and they struggle with that because they want to use a debunk. So anyone can easily debunk the AE map, because I can tell you the way I debunk it is simple. It's just like, okay, if you say this is reality, how did we verify it? Verify it for me right now in front of everybody. Do that. If you can't do that, guarantee you it's speculation. And it keeps you away from making positive claims. Because once you say there cannot be a 24-hour sun, and that's what you're challenging, it's a derivative argument from the premise. You're starting with a faulty premise, which is the presupposition that the Earth is an AE map. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but for me personally, I don't have a problem like presenting.
Then you're
models.
part of the problem. You're a part of the problem, Rebel. You are a part of the problem, because now we're going to have to mop up your mess when other idiots come in here and say, well, look, they're trying to debunk the 24-hour sun. And then we're going to be like, oh my God, where did you hear this from? This guy named Rebel's talking about the AE map is a true map. Like, but he's saying that you can't verify it, but and then we're going to be dealing with that. So thank you for that.
As if I represent the entire flat Earth community?
No, you represent yourself. When
exactly.
You are considering,
why do you care what I do?
Because you're considering yourself a flat earther, and guarantee you, if you're following other people who are saying AE maps are the way to talk about flat Earth, you're a part of the problem, not the solution.
What?
So other individuals like yourself
the
are
solution
thinking
to what?
The same thing. The answers to what the Earth looks like in its entirety.
You're saying there is no answer for that?
No, dude. Didn't I just? Okay. Is there an answer? Yes or no? To the entire realm? Yes or no?
I mean, surely it's possible.
No, that's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you. I asked you, is there a solution to the entire realm of existence? Is there something we can go on, like a map? Is there yes or no?
Wait.
What do you mean? Wait. No, I need you to tell me. But the problem is you become a problem when you make it difficult for others who are not claiming a map or saying anything to do with a model. Then you insert, well, I want to have a map and a model. That's the problem I'm having.
Bro, your life must be really hard if that's like the...
Okay, then I don't care about your care about your feelings. I care about the truth. That's all I care about.
If that's the problems you have to deal with,
is the truth, Rebel? Is the truth that we have a map of the entire Earth realm? Yes or no?
What about the Gleason's map?
Answer the question.
Yeah,
is there a map?
I think the Gleason's map is okay.
Is it okay? So verify the Gleason's map. How can you take the Gleasons as the gold standard and then say that has anybody ever verified that that's the entire world map, what it looks like?
Nobody
Who's verified that.
Nobody lives their life on 100% proof.
Okay, then you're going to be using speculation to verify something that's true or not true.
Yeah,
that's idiotic.
Speculation is on a there's a scale, like
there's a scale to truth.
Yeah.
No, there's not. There's either truth or no truth, right? You either have what is real or not real. It's black and white, sir. What you have in your mind is you want to present something because it makes you feel good.
Like what's
closer? You're going on feelings.
If you had to pick a model, what's closer to reality?
Nothing.
The Gleason's map or the globe?
Nothing. No, I don't have to choose. That's the issue. You're putting me in a false dichotomy. Because it either is real in reality when you go out into the field and you check to see if this is real, what somebody's saying, or it's not. And so what I'm telling you is that this isn't real. And you're saying, well, we can use something that's not real. I'm like, bullshit, dude. You're either going to present something that somebody can verify or you're not. So you're part of the problem, aren't you? That's what I said. You're not a flat earther if that's what your basis is. If you're going on that.
You're going to have big problems in your life if that's the problem.
No, I don't.
You get triggered.
I have an easy life, bro. My life is easy because I tell people,
can you present
the truth? I'm not considering shit.
To be a problem that you have to deal with.
It's a problem.
Dude, you're going to have a very hard life, man.
I guarantee you my life is easy and I skewer all these globers.
Yeah, but you're complaining about something so trivial.
It's trivial. Truth is trivial. You're a freaking idiot, bro.
How are you generalizing this big broad?
Generalizing? You're a dumbass, dude. Truth is a trivial. Is that what you're saying?
Why do you get triggered like a glober?
Triggered like a glober. Present your evidence like a glober never does. Present your evidence that the Gleasons is the reality.
What globers do. They demand evidence.
What? Well, I'm demanding your evidence because you're the one that made the claim that Gleasons. I didn't make a claim. Did you hear me make a claim? No, you did, sir. Just like a glober does. They make claims they can't back up. Now, Gleasons, demonstrate that. No, if nothing, shut up.
A model.
Shut up. Now that I shut you up, demonstrate that the Gleasons is the reality. Go ahead. Demonstrate it. Rebel.
The Gleasons map is exactly.
Are you just talking right through me, aren't you?
I mean,
you're talking right through me.
I really don't see what the problem is with that.
Yeah, you are the problem. You and other flat earthers like yourself are not. You're fake. You're fake as shit, dude. All of you guys, fake as shit. Yeah, you're fake.
So how does
because if you were real, you would question that the thing that you're talking about if it's real or not.
So what detrimental effect does?
I just told you they're taking that shit and then saying, "Well, we're going to debunk it with a 24-hour sun," and then you're sitting there like just eating crow because you're trying to present some stupid thing that has no relation to reality.
When do you care about what globers think?
Because it's not about globers. Globers aren't presenting the AE map, you dummy. You are.
Yeah. So, but why do you care about what globers try to do to the Gleasons map?
Because your basis on reality is a stupid AE map or Gleasons. That's your basis of your premise.
That's a cool opinion.
It's not, because you're saying, why can't we use the Gleasons, man? You're telling me that. And I'm like, because the issue is you can't present it as truth. When you do, and it's speculation, what do you mean?
Who said I'm presenting it as truth?
You're the one that said I want to use this thing because why are you can't live it. We can rewind the stream and go back to where you just said that. Why can't we use this, man? If you live your life that way, it's gonna be hard, bro. That's what you're telling me.
Rewind to the part where I said I'm using it as 100% truth.
No, I'm not saying you're using it as 100% truth, but that is the issue because you can't use it as 100% truth.
There is no issue. There is no issue.
Yeah, then you're a dumbass. Keep using. We'll 24/7. We'll keep mopping up your mess. Don't worry about it. Keep doing the shit that you do.
Wow, there's a I can't believe I'm creating such a mess for you guys. I mean,
no, you are. You and the rest of you idiots that are out there claiming that the AE map or the Gleasons is reality.
Do you want to start getting paid on the salary to
No, I don't need to get paid. I do it for free. And guess what?
You're a volunteer.
I've been doing it very well too.
Okay, so it gives you maybe it gives you purpose to your life. Then that's a good thing.
Well, I don't care what you say. I don't go based upon what your opinions are. I go based upon I know what the truth is.
What makes you think I go off based your opinions?
My opinions? No, sir. You go off based on your idiotic opinions that you want to use the Gleasons map, just like the rest of the dummies out there. Oh, the Gleasons is the reality.
Why should I go off?
Bullshit. Verify it right now.
It's an issue to present it as a model.
I already told you. I don't want to keep going round and round like a stupid circle jerk like Globers do. I already told you the problem. The problem is you can't verify it. Can you? Can you?
It doesn't matter.
You stutter, right? Because I got you, bitch. That's what I did. Here.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah. You want another one?
Gotcha, bitch.
Another one?
Gotcha, bitch.
You like that? You like the taste of that? Because you can't use it as reality. That's why.
I can use it as a model, though.
No, you can't, you dummy.
Why not?
That's what they want. Because that's what they want. And then they're going to skewer. Who cares what they want? So I already told you if it's reality or not. And you already claimed you stuttered because you can't use it as reality. You already know this. See how easy my job is? See how easy it is, Rebel?
I didn't know you.
See how easy that is? Pretty easy, right? I didn't even struggle.
About an issue.
You're the one that's struggling in this chat.
Actually,
because you want to use a stupid AE map, a stupid Gleasons, and I asked you, you presented to a Glober. Well, it's not 100% true, but I want to use it, man. I already told you why you can't use it. What?
Why does it exist in the first place?
If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now,
Somebody just completely pulled out of their ass.
Yeah, dude. Congratulations. Congratulations. You're an idiot. Congratulations,
So
you're an idiot.
It's not based off reality whatsoever, right?
No, tell me how it is. Tell me right now, how is it based on reality? Go ahead.
Because it represents a stationary topographical plane.
Yeah,
It
how do you know
represents-
the layout of the whole Earth, bro. That's not the. How do you know that that's the layout of the entire Earth?
Yeah, go. How do you know that?
Because the Earth is a circle.
How do you know that? That's what I'm asking. You just
Yeah, how do
stated
you
the
know
claim again. How do you know this?
The star trails and the way the sun and moon move, they have a circular motion above the Earth.
That doesn't
That's like
tell
a
you
glober,
what the
bro.
layout of the Earth is. You're looking at the sky like a glober.
And also, the Bible also says the Earth is a circle.
No,
But that doesn't confirm what. That doesn't confirm what the layout of the entire
If
Earth.
the Bible is the Word of God and God created this place, then yes, it does. It's actually one of the.
How are you
most
going to tell an
important-
atheist that? How are you going to tell an atheist? How are you going to tell an atheist that?
What an atheist, dude! An atheist already is completely retarded to the fact that.
Yeah, but he's telling you verify. He's telling the atheist is telling you no. The atheist is telling you verify that for me in the actual reality. How can you verify it? Now what you got,
bro? An atheist is completely missing the fundamental reality of.
You would
this
thought that
Oh, so they're just wrong straight out of hand without any evidence. They're wrong with no evidence.
Fundamental knowledge that God
No,
created.
you are. You're missing the fundamental evidence. God gave us this creation so that we can show people, look, this is creation out here. Which everything you see is creation. You're missing it. You're actually going against God by saying, oh, well, it's the AE map, God. And he's like, when did I ever shown that to you in creation? When? Where? Did I demonstrate that to this creation? How did I do that?
Yeah, he revealed it in his word. Yeah.
Oh, so he revealed the Gleason's map. Is that what you're saying?
He revealed that it's a circle. Straight.
No. Prove that God revealed the Gleason's map. Prove it right now. How did he reveal the Gleason's map to everyone?
Many times in the Bible, he talks
Many
about
times. Point one. Where? Show me a scripture that points to the Gleason's map.
Isaiah 40:22, Proverbs
What does it say?
8:27.
What does it say? What does it say?
Job
Don't just read the. Don't just say that. What is it? I need to hear how it relates to the Gleasons.
Why don't you go look it up?
I don't need to. It's your claim, dummy, not mine.
I don't need
to. I didn't make a claim. You're presenting the claim that the Gleasons is the standard for what the Earth looks like.
When did I ever use the word standard?
It is what you're going by, isn't it?
It's just a model.
That's not true.
It is true.
Now it's true. Oh, dude, you said it's not true. Oh, you are.
Wait, the Gleason's map is not a. The Gleason's map is not.
It's not what you're struggling, aren't you?
It's not a model.
I don't give a shit what the Gleason's is. It's not reality.
It's not true that the Gleason's map is a model.
I don't give a shit, dude. If it's a model, then it's a model. If it's a map, it's a map. But is it the reality that we live in? No,
That's what I'm saying is true.
I don't care what you say is true. You're a big dummy. You think that AE maps and Gleasons are real? They're not.
Are real? It is a real map, right?
Is it reality?
Whether that's true or not, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you struggle, don't you?
What are you choking on?
You're a rebel. You sound dumb. Guys, hold on, man. Like
it's funny how Mayhem gets triggered like a Glober does.
I know, but I apologize. I don't think
better
he
be
gets
good,
it.
Alaric. Oh, go ahead.
My bad. I just don't think he gets it. Because we was talking yesterday a little bit about that, if I remember correctly. Maybe he's talking about the Gleason's map. Well, maybe he needs to know where the Gleason's map comes from before he starts going anywhere from saying what the Bible says to where Gleason's map comes from and all like that before he starts saying that's the map, that's the model.
That's all it is.
Yeah, but you can't, understand where the Gleason's maps comes from, and that might help you understand. Okay, it's just a model, but that there's no verifiable, like he's saying. You can't just say, well, that's the map. That's the map. Well, there's maps even older than that, but it's good to find the source maybe where that map's from to understand it better and say, okay, maybe that's just not the right map or the one I need to look at or exactly how I need to verify.
There isn't any.
Right.
Newsflash, there isn't any.
He's right. The Bible doesn't have maps. It just has some passages that it talks about the earth in per se. But as far as the map in the Bible of what the Earth looks like, it's not in there.
How are you not getting this, Rebel? I don't understand. Like people like
are you
yourself.
using the term map as in like something you can use to like navigate the world to? Because I'm not.
Oh my god, man!
They use the stars.
It's listen, hang on, Alaric. It's a representation. It's a representation of reality. People are using it in that way. A representation of reality.
Yeah, it's a decent one. Yeah,
a decent one. Okay, verify the decent one for me. How did you understand that's a reality?
I don't have to do anything.
Of course not, because you like to, just like a pigeon, drop shit on the chessboard and then take off and make a mess of the game. That's all you do. And then you're gonna keep doing. Like I told you,
your life is
keep
just
doing.
so hard, right?
Yeah, it is. It's harder because you're become a part of the issue.
You literally 10 minutes ago, you said your life was easy. So which one is it?
It's hard when you come in here. It's easy because I can easily debunk these people. But you're a part of the problem.
Okay, can you make up your mind?
Because you're a part of the problem.
How hard your life is. I mean,
look at what I'm doing right now. I don't need to be talking to another quote unquote flat earther like
hearing
this.
Somebody crying about somebody using a Gleason's map as a model. You're literally crying about it.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
He's not crying.
You know how sad it is.
If you're gonna come in here and
it's a sad state of affairs.
Hell yeah.
You got to have something to back it up, because you can't just say I don't have to, or this is what it is, without. You got to have something. I mean, that's
back
very important.
Like reality. Right. Go outside and do a test and see if that map is exactly what reality is, and if it is, come back and tell me how you verified it, and then we can go from there. If not, go away.
Do you not think Antarctica wraps around the entire circumference of the Earth?
Do you?
How do you know that?
I do, yeah.
Verify that for me right now. Verify it.
I circumnavigate.
You see how you struggle? Yeah. Gotcha, bitch.
I just said it.
You did what?
I just said it.
You did what?
You were too busy interrupting me, but I just
circumnavigating. He's circumnavigate.
Yeah. So what now?
I circumnavigated
things you never did for 2,000, Alex. Thanks.
Please.
I mean, I'll give any one of you like $1 million if you prove.
Stop the cap.
Prove that's not the case.
Stop the cap, bro. That's
Are you Captain Cook?
Do you not want $1 million? I'll bump it up to 10 million. No, nobody wants to take my outfit.
Cap.
Okay, first of all, can you go past the 60th parallel?
Yeah, I got permission from the government. Yeah.
Oh my God! We got a guy who's just all cap right now.
This guy's just all cap right now. I'm crying.
You're losing.
Oh, he left a mess for me to clean up. He tells Globers that the Gleason's map is a model that can represent the flat Earth reality, and I just
Gleason's is a globe.
I'm tired of Globers coming here trying to poke holes in it. Oh. Boo-hoo.
Fucking mouth.
Oh yeah. Shut your mouth, bro.
Cry me a river, dude.
Oh. Hey, you said you got permission. Did you record any of that?
Yeah.
You did?
Uh-huh.
I should have said pass the ice wall, but where you're not allowed to go, you're pretty past that.
What?
I said, you said you got permission to go past Antarctica. Did I hear you right?
No, past the 60 south latitude.
Oh, okay. I misheard you.
God, bro.
You got proof. Do you have proof or a video or something? Because we'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. That'd be fantastic.
That's cat, bro.
Yeah, it's like thousands of hours of footage. So I couldn't really upload it.
That's cap, bro. This guy's all cap.
Well, why don't you prove that it's cap?
You little weasel.
You're a weasel, bro.
Why don't you prove that I'm a weasel?
You are a weasel.
It's on live stream.
What does weasel mean?
It's self-evident.
What is weasel, bro?
What is English? I don't understand.
What is this word weasel you say? No understand. Bad English.
So you can't define the words that you use?
Are you not aware of your own behavior, sir?
Gotcha, bitch.
Can you define reality?
Yeah, it's not a circle. Yeah.
No, this mayhem guy used the word reality. Can you define that word without Googling it?
AKA not a circle. Yep.
So that's the definition of reality.
No, provide evidence that what you're saying is true. Verifiable, so that anybody else can verify what you're saying.
Evidence of what?
Are you lost?
Exactly.
Are you?
No, I know exactly what I'm talking about. Do you?
I do, yeah.
Okay, then provide evidence. Verifiable.
Of what?
This guy's out to lunch, bro.
Are you out to dinner?
It sounds like he's just trolling, guys. I wouldn't get yourself zapped up, because otherwise he sounds like he's trying to get under your skin.
Put some respect on Man was triggered from the jump.
What I like to do, hell yeah. I'm triggered with dumbasses like yourself. And don't worry about it. We got 24/7 Flat Earth here to clean up your mess. We'll mop it up. Don't worry about it.
You're still crying about a non-existent mess. This is not didn't your mom ever tell you not to cry over spilled milk?
Yeah, you're just like a little baby with a little spittle. We'll don't worry. We got you.
Wait, I'm the baby, but you're the one crying.
You're a baby, bro.
Using an AE map as a model?
Ever threaten the production crew here?
Like, you know how...
All right. Well, I'll say it once again. So for the audience, how about I can do it many times, but I'll do it this time. Go ahead and present the evidence for the Gleason's map, verifiable in reality.
Yeah, Antarctica is a 360 ice ring around the entire Earth.
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch.
You don't know that, dude.
Is it not?
It's
just another claim.
Is it not, Mr. I've sailed around, and is it not?
Gotcha, bitch.
Is it not?
This is Captain Cook we're talking to.
Yeah, Captain Cap. He's a captain.
Prove it's Cap.
Prove? I don't have to prove.
Don't have the evidence.
So you don't have to prove anything, right? So what makes you think I have to prove anything?
Because it's your claim.
It's your claim, big dummy.
Okay.
Okay.
So what more do you want?
Don't just say okay. What do I want?
What obligation do I have to prove anything?
You're welcome. We can just dismiss.
It's your claim. You know what happens when you make a claim? You gotta provide evidence for the claim.
You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, do what you want, man. Be an idiot like you are. Don't worry about it. You got the free will to do that.
And keep crying about the non-existent mess to clean up.
No, we are going to clean up your mess, because when other people are like, well, Rebel said it's true. I'm like, who's Rebel? Did he verify it? Well, he didn't verify it, but...
Rebel.
Yeah, Rebel, you're that guy.
Isn't that your name?
Oh, I heard someone
Am I the only person on the internet that goes by Rebel?
Retard.
I'm the only person on the internet that goes by Rebel.
You're talking through CB. I want to hear my friend. Go ahead, CB.
No, I mean, Miggy, you're right. It's just that you're the guy, Rebel, that people will say, oh, I heard somebody say it's a circle. And I have to go, well, that's just this one retard. Don't mind him.
Exactly. So, right. So was that so hard to deal with?
Well, I mean, it's intentional, is it not, on your part?
Intentional for what?
I think you're...
all of a sudden.
Intentional for what purpose?
Sorry, interject.
Is there like a hidden? Is there like some sort of hidden agenda? I'm going.
Go ahead, obvious.
Rebel, I think you're completely missing the point of what the quotes flat Earth movement is supposed to be about. It's not about running around.
What is it supposed to be about?
Flat
Dude,
Earth
shut up. Let him explain.
Enlighten me. What is
it's
supposed to be
about? Helping the common person correct their thinking errors that they've been doing all their life. If you can help them think properly, they'll figure out flat Earth on their own. And what you're doing, running around making claims to models with aspects you can't verify, is no better than the globe. Because that's all the globe is. It's a runaway, unverified claim about phenomena we experience. And it's just spiraled out of control into what we have today. So you're building the same fucking paradigm, but just with a flat Earth. So give it 100 years, it's going to be your unverified model. The only difference, like as far as it being as shit as the globe model, is that it got one thing right, that the Earth is flat. But the rest of it will just be fucking nonsense.
put some respect on my name.
You understand that? You get what I'm telling you?
Truth's so hard, crushing me.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
He just said that if it doesn't stop or whatever, it just magically keeps going. And I just wanted to point out to him, it actually does have a motor attached to it that does keep it going. It actually does stop relatively quickly if they only move with their hands.
Okay,
so no, it's for a little while if you only move with your hands. It does have a motor attached to it.
Hey,
just to confirm,
guys, I'm listening to the conversation right now, and the reason I'm coming in here is there's a lot of stuff happening. Welcome everybody to the chat. There's a lot of new people. There's a lot of people listening. It's good stuff. I'm listening. But what type of fallacy have people committed when they talk about the Foucault's pendulum? Anybody know?
Begging the question.
It's called affirming the consequent. You guys know what that means? Anybody? No, could you affirming the consequent? consequent? I do. No, please. It means
you're already making an assumption that the Earth's curved and spinning, and then you've got another thing which is trying to prove your assumption with an assumption.
Correct. So there's a lot to deal with here and to unpackage, but most of the things that you're doing with Foucault's pendulum and any kind of apparatus or device, depending on what it is, it's going to make the assertion of something of what the Earth is doing. But we're dealing with fallacy here, which means that it's begging the question of what supposedly that device is supporting, right? And we can point to because the pendulum precesses, right? You can put it in a logical statement. Because the pendulum precesses, the Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning, therefore the pendulum precesses. But when in all reality, it could be something else.
What do you mean processes?
So when the pendulum is moving back and forward and all around, like whichever direction it's moving towards, then it's processing. That's what the pendulum does. That's what it's doing when you see it moving around. Processing. Did I lose everybody?
What does processing mean, bro?
Wait. All right. So we seem to be off on the wrong foot. We're talking about things that we don't know, especially if you're advocating for the globe. And I'm coming in here just to make sure that everybody's on track, right? So all three of you guys right now, Aulish, Nez, Ganso, and Fauda, you have the idea that the Earth is a globe, right? Currently.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to have all three of you keep your mics open, and in a team effort, you can help each other out. But we're going to do this together, right? To make sure that you know what you know. So we can start. We can take it from the top, and by this knowledge, I'm going to know, and so is the rest of the listening audience, if you know the Earth is actually a globe or if it's not a globe, right? Because you're going to be able to tell us pretty simple things. 3 tenets that support the Earth being a globe. And the first one is, like I said, you can help each other out. It doesn't matter to me. But I would like you to say, I don't know, when you really, really don't know, because this is considered a pretty tough method when it concerns to you bringing up the information for what I'm going to ask for. 3 things that you can write these down if you want to, so you can make sure that you answer this efficiently. I'm going to need primary source, number 1. Number 2, I'm going to need a citation where it was said. And number 3, I'm going to need a demonstration. Okay, this is what I'm going to ask you guys. I'm going to require this from the question that I'm going to ask you, all 3 of you. And so long as you support them correctly, we'll be doing great. Once again, if you don't know, just say, I don't know. And we'll move forward, because that's intellectual honesty. I will find out, however, if you don't know. If you start to fumble around with the answer and you start to give me vague answers or things that are not precise, I will be able to hone in on that, because I'm very good at that. All right, so I'm gonna hand this to you guys. The first question, all 3 of you, is simply this. Who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? Because it's said to be a globe for at least about 2,500 years. So we need to know all the